My whole family is in the book. I'm cheating. The female supporting role in the control group I. Chapter 1. I've transmigrated into a book with a system. Qin Yan, you are so brave. This is a glass cup bestowed by the emperor. Put it down immediately. At the exquisite and magnificent palace banquet, a shrill female voice rang out. Qin Yan's already dizzy head suddenly became even more dizzy. Snapped. The crisp sound of glass breaking. Ding tilde system number 1012 is at your service. Ding approximately 5,000 points for your bravery before death. Ding tilde the host can use the points to purchase the items he needs in the system. Loading item information. Countless information about objects, familiar or unfamiliar to her, appeared before her eyes. The required points number is clearly stated below each item, and a detailed item description is given. Qin Yan's mind gradually became clear. Her eyes swept over the various people around her, quickly absorbing the information in her mind. She died, hit by a car while trying to save someone else. She was alive again, living in a book. Not only was she bound to a system, she also became a very inconspicuous cannon fodder female supporting role in the system. Although she is a princess, she is not of true royal blood. Her mother was just a personal maid of the daughter of an 8th rank official whom Emperor Qia favored when he traveled to the south of the Yangtze River. Originally, Emperor Qia promised that he would bring the daughter of this 8th rank official back with him when he returned to the palace. But as luck would have it, just after he had favored her, news came from the palace that the prince had contracted a serious illness. Later, the prince died due to poor medical treatment. Emperor Qia was so busy that he completely forgot about the official's daughter. The official's daughter, the heroine's mother, was extremely lucky. This time, she became pregnant with a dragon and gave birth to the heroine. Well, this always feels very similar to the one by Daming Lake back then. But the difference from that one is that when the heroine's mother was pregnant, her mother was also pregnant. Her mother was once the daughter of a high-ranking official, but later her family fell into poverty and all her relatives died. She was rescued during a famine by the heroine's mother, who saw that she had extraordinary conversation skills and took her by her side as a personal maid. This was originally a good deed. However, her mother developed a deep jealousy towards the heroine's mother. She was destined to be a daughter of an official family, so why was she so miserable, while the heroine's mother was not only served by her, but also favored by the emperor and gave birth to a dragon seed. Once the seed of jealousy was planted, it began to take root and sprout uncontrollably. Her mother was already married that year. The man was a poor scholar who had failed in the imperial examinations many times. He was found by the heroine's mother. He usually helped copy books and organize official documents at the heroine's mother's house. Logically speaking, for a maid like her to marry a scholar was already a pretty good outcome. But she felt that this was an insult from the heroine's mother. Therefore, when she and the heroine's mother were both pregnant, she began to have an idea in her mind, which was to exchange children. The official's family kept the fact that the heroine's mother had slept with the emperor a secret, but as a personal maid, she naturally knew about it. Despite the fact that she was also pregnant, she still insisted on serving the heroine's mother. The heroine's mother's family was deeply moved and had no doubt about her loyalty. Then, a few days before the heroine's mother was about to give birth, he took the heroine's mother to the temple to worship Buddha, under the pretext of praying for the child. They stayed in the temple for several days, and then started giving birth at the same time. There were many people in the temple, and she arranged a midwife who had accepted her bribes in advance, so she successfully exchanged her child with the heroine. Qin Yan cried out in his heart. This is a case of replacing a prince with a cat, 666. Her mother is awesome. Not long after this exchange, Emperor Qia, who had already dealt with his son's funeral, suddenly remembered the heroine's mother one day, so he sent people to investigate the heroine's mother's situation. When he learned that she had a daughter, Emperor Qia was overjoyed and quickly brought the mother and daughter back to the palace. And made her a princess. But perhaps because giving birth in the temple harmed her body, the heroine's mother died soon after. In the palace, children without mothers have no protection at all. It is good enough if they can survive. In addition, she appeared when the prince was infected with a serious illness. The queen believed that it was because she was unlucky for her son that the prince died. The emperor forgot and the queen was unhappy. One can imagine how her life was in the palace. She was even worse off than the palace maids. And what about the heroine? Because she was born on the same day as her, she was brought back to the palace soon. The official's wife missed her daughter and granddaughter, so she gave all her love to the heroine who was born on the same day as her. He adopted her as his daughter, educated her carefully from childhood, and provided her with food, drink and treatment no different from that of a legitimate daughter in the family. When the male protagonist went out on a mission, he happened to meet the female protagonist who was out for a trip. He fell in love with her at first sight, and then he felt that the female protagonist was really very similar to the current emperor. This question aroused doubts about the heroine's identity. He had also seen the original owner of the palace, and she didn't look like Emperor Qia at all. On the contrary, why did this female protagonist look so similar to the emperor? After investigation, he confirmed the identity of the heroine. The purpose of today's palace banquet is for the male protagonist to expose all the things that happened back then. In the original book, the original owner broke the glass cup that Emperor Qia gave to the daughter born to the queen. Unlike the original owner, the queen's daughter must be a princess who is loved by everyone. So people started to make a fuss. It was a great disrespect to destroy the imperial gift at such a banquet. Emperor Qia could only punish the original owner. When the original owner cried and complained, the male protagonist timely pointed out why the original owner was not like Emperor Qia and brought out the female protagonist. Then there was the touching scene of Lady Xuan's audience with the emperor and the reunion of father and daughter. As a counterfeit who had replaced the princess's identity and destroyed the things bestowed by the emperor, she was naturally beaten to death with sticks. Hey. This is hell-level difficulty from the beginning. Could it be that she just died and now she is going to die again? No, she wants to live, and this time, she must live freely and unrestrainedly. Since God has given her another chance, how can she not cherish it? She must cherish it. To put it bluntly, the original owner was just an unlucky tool used to create a complicated childhood background for the heroine. Not only did she not enjoy the treatment of a princess for a few days, but she also received a gift package that resulted in her being beaten to death with sticks. What? Do cannon fodders have no human rights? As the plot develops, Emperor Chia feels that he owes his daughter, so he naturally dotes on the heroine in every way. The heroine's cleverness and kindness also make the queen like her very much. She becomes good sisters with the queen's daughter, and gives Emperor Chia many good ideas, and is named the princess protector of the country. After going through all sorts of things with the male protagonist, their relationship warmed up and she married him. After Emperor Chia died, a mutiny broke out in the palace, and the hero led troops to suppress it. Because all of Emperor Chia's sons died in the mutiny, the hero ascended the throne and the heroine became the queen, ruling the country. This is the first book published in February. I hope you like it and support it. I will write more works in the future to repay you. My whole family is in the book. I'm cheating. The female supporting role in the control group I. Chapter 2. Make the decision for your son. Ah, my glass cup. The sharp female voice sounded again, bringing Qin Yan's thoughts back to reality. Father, you must make the decision for your son. Qin Yue lifted up her skirt, walked around the table in front of her, and knelt down in the central venue for the performance. This is a glass cup sent as tribute from a neighboring country. Her father only got 3 of them in total. He gave one to the Empress Dowager, one to her mother, and the other to her. It's her favorite thing. Because it not only looks good, but also represents your identity in a special way. She attended the palace banquet this time specifically to show off in front of the noble ladies, so she used this glass cup during the banquet. Unexpectedly, the crazy woman Qin Yan got drunk and broke her glass cup. She will not let her off easily. The palace maids who were performing the dance were startled and fell to their knees one by one. This sudden accident shocked everyone, and they subconsciously looked at the 4th Princess Qin Yue who was kneeling on the ground. The queen on the high throne waved her hand. The palace maids retreated immediately, leaving only Qin Yue in the center. What happened? The queen asked softly. She had such a good grasp of the attitude of the mother of a country that no one could tell how she allowed the palace servants to abuse the original owner on a daily basis. Emperor Chia's eyes were also filled with inquiry. Father, mother, my son's glass lamp was smashed by Qin Yan. Qin Yue said with a sad face, this is a treasure given to me by father himself. It is my son's most beloved thing. Now it is broken. Please help me, father and mother. Qin Yan glanced at the broken glass cup at his feet. I'm curious about what treasure it is. Ding tilde the scanning function has been loaded. Do you want to use it? The system's voice sounded at the right time. Use. Ding tilde modern high impurity glass. High purity glass cup, 1 point per cup, host, do you want to buy it? Qin Yan was slightly stunned, she had 5,000 points. 1 point per piece, isn't that a very cheap price? Buy. She didn't hesitate. Suddenly, a modern glass cup appeared in her hand. It looked crystal clear and had very fine workmanship. With the glass in her hand, she immediately felt steady. Without waiting for Emperor Chia to open his mouth to reprimand him, he staggered forward a few steps, completely establishing his drunken persona, and then knelt beside Qin Yue. Your Majesty, I did not mean to destroy the gift from the Emperor. It was just that the so-called treasures offered by the neighboring country were too inferior. I could not bear to see my 4th sister cherishing such a defective product. In a fit of rage, I could not control my behavior and smashed the glass cup. I hope your Majesty will understand. You are talking nonsense. It is obviously you who are jealous of me for having such a treasure in my father's favor, so you drank some wine on purpose and broke my glass cup. Qin Yue accused angrily. Emperor Chia frowned slightly as he looked at Qin Yan, who was kneeling in the middle of the hall with his back straight. For some reason, he felt that his daughter was particularly strange. It didn't seem to be what he remembered. But think about it, I haven't paid attention to her for all these years. The child has grown up, and girls change a lot. It's normal for me to feel a little unfamiliar with her now. What do you say? Look, this is how an unfavored daughter is treated. I guess you don't even remember her name. Qin Yan secretly complained in his heart. I never thought that my 4th sister would misunderstand me like this, even though I did it out of my deep love for my sisters. Qin Yan looked at Qin Yue with a sad face. 4th sister, it will be embarrassing if you really use this glass lamp. As your elder sister, I really don't want to see you being fooled like this, and being laughed at and still be complacent. You are the most honorable princess of our great Chia country. How can you use something like this? If you want, as your elder sister, I can give you a more beautiful glass cup. How about that? Prime Minister Fu raised his eyebrows and looked at the woman kneeling in the middle of the field, who was about to accuse others with tears in her eyes. This second princess seemed to be different from before. He had seen the second princess in the palace before. She was a timid and well-behaved child. He didn't expect that she had such a side to her. Okay, if you can come up with a more beautiful glass cup, I won't mind it. Qin Yue agreed immediately. She was sure that Qin Yan couldn't produce it. Her sister, who came back from the common people, was stupid and cowardly, and was completely good for nothing. However, she happened to have an extremely beautiful face, which made her very jealous since she was a child. Obviously, she is the most noble princess of the great Chia kingdom. Why is she so much more beautiful than me? But if you can't produce it, are you willing to bear the responsibility of destroying the gift from the emperor? In this era, the gifts given by the emperor were priceless treasures and represented the reputation of the royal family. To destroy the things bestowed by the emperor is to trample on the reputation of the royal family. The worst punishment is exile, the worst is death. Forget about the minor fights on weekdays, but this time, since Qin Yan is in her hands, she must kill her. In this way, she will be the most beautiful princess in the entire Daxia kingdom. Can. Qin Yan agreed directly. Seeing that she really agreed, Qin Yue immediately revealed a sneer on his face. Oh, do you really have a glass cup that is more beautiful than this tribute glass cup? Emperor Chia was full of interest. The queen frowned and looked at Emperor Chia, but ultimately said nothing. They all didn't believe it. Qin Yan began to rummage inside his white sleeves. Then he took out a crystal clear glass. Fu Xiang's pupils suddenly shrank. Glass. Is there anyone in this dynasty who can actually take out a glass? No wonder the second princess looks different now. Could it be that she also traveled through time? Qin Yue was right next to her, so she could see it more clearly. It is like white crystal, crystal clear, with exquisite patterns carved on it, and it shines brightly under the light. Then think about your own glass lamp with grey-brown patterns and rough workmanship. It's really like the ugly duckling and the white swan, there is no comparison at all. Her eyes widened in disbelief. It's really beautiful. It really looks more beautiful than the glass lamp of the fourth princess. The second princess didn't lie. Compared to this, the tribute from the neighboring country is really rubbish. The officials and noble ladies present couldn't help but start talking about it. Send it to me for a look. Emperor Chia didn't expect that she could actually take it out, so he quickly asked the eunuch Li Fu beside him to bring it up. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 3 I have something to report. When he held the glass without any impurities in his hand, even Emperor Chia, who was used to seeing good things, could not help but be shocked. He played with the glass in his hand. How did you get this? System, are there any methods and drawings for making glass in the mall? Qin Yan did not answer him immediately, but asked the system first. She just discovered that her system was a department store system, just like a small supermarket. Almost everything that is available in modern times can be found in this system. It even includes selling some books and drawings. If this is the case, then there should also be a method for making glass. If she didn't have it, she could only make up a reason and pretend that it was an accident. Really? Yes, 500 points, would you like to buy it? Don't buy it yet. Since it is available, why rush? You can buy it when you need it. Moreover, 500 points were a bit expensive, so she needed to have more chips in her hand. It must not be wasted. Otherwise, once her identity is exposed, she will be killed without a burial place. She kowtowed heavily to Emperor Chia. To be honest with you, father, my mother loved to study these little gadgets. Once when she was out for a trip, she met a man from Yuchi, a glass merchant. He told her about the production process of this thing and took one out to show my mother. My mother thought it was a bit ugly and could be improved. So, she spent a long time researching and producing it, and recorded her experience. My daughter had nothing to do in her own palace all day, so she developed the product according to her mother's experience. Finally, her efforts paid off and she produced this pure colored glass. Anyway, the heroine's mother is dead. No one knows whether what she said is true or false. Of course, in fact, the mother of the heroine in the book does like to study some strange things. The reason why she was noticed by Emperor Chia was because she was competing with others in a small market to buy a rare item from another country, thus showing her cleverness and beauty. So, she is not afraid of being exposed. The most important thing is that to fire this kind of glass lamp, you need a kiln or even a kiln factory. It just so happened that the heroine's mother had one of these things before she entered the palace. She liked it so much that she would go there from time to bake some things for experiments. Of course, after entering the palace, the mother of the kiln factory owner never went there again. However, it was still operating normally. On weekdays, account books and money would be delivered to the palace every once in a while. Not only this kiln factory, the heroine's mother also particularly likes to do business, so she has many industries under her name, and they are all very profitable. After her death, all of these were inherited by Qin Yan. Although she was not favored, she was a princess after all, and those who helped the heroine's mother manage the industry did not dare to neglect her. Of course, after the original owner grew up, he also devoted himself to the development of these industries. After all, she had always thought that this was what her mother left behind, so she naturally had to take good care of it. Unlike Qin Yan, he did not know the contents of the book. It can be said that the original owners also deserve half the credit for the fact that those industries are now developing so well. After all, those industries in the past were just for maintaining stability. The current scale is all thanks to the original owner. The initial start depends on the original owner's mother, and the later growth depends on the original owner. It was also because of the support of these silver coins that the original owner was able to barely survive in the palace as a child. Otherwise, I might have starved to death long ago. Or if they get sick, there is no medicine to treat them and they just die. It is possible. And with enough money, there will always be someone who will treat her a little better. It's a pity that the original owner worked diligently to develop the industry for his mother, but ended up making wedding dresses for the heroine. In the book, the industries developed by the original owner are also one of the heroine's golden fingers. After her identity was revealed, the heroine naturally inherited all the shops and inheritance. With this, the heroine directly became the wealthiest princess in the Great Chia dynasty. Therefore, from the very beginning, he received special attention from Emperor Chia. After all, before this, even Emperor Chia didn't know that the original owner had so much wealth. Of course, this is also thanks to the fact that he has not paid much attention to his daughter for so many years. Otherwise, how could it not be discovered? And after finding out, with all that wealth, how could he ignore his own daughter? To put it bluntly, the original owner of the book was just a tool to provide money to the heroine. These riches were dull in the hands of the original owner, but immediately glowed in the hands of the heroine. Hearing Qin Yan mention her mother, Chia Dai's gaze grew long. That person was indeed smart and clever. It was not surprising that her daughter could develop something like this. Especially, over the years, I didn't know much about my daughter. However, he seemed to vaguely remember that every once in a while, account books and the like would be sent to her from outside the palace. Because I don't care, I don't know much. Presumably, it was at that time that she developed such an exquisite glass cup. Just as Emperor Chia was about to speak in praise, a handsome man in a black robe suddenly stood out. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Oh, what's the matter, Ling King? Chia Dai's memories were interrupted, but he was not angry. Instead, he looked at the man kindly. Who is this guy? He looks pretty good. Qin Yan muttered to himself. Brother Yuan Cheng. Qin Yue beside her murmured, looking at the man's figure with a hint of obsession. Yuan Cheng. His last name is Ling. Ling Yuancheng. This person is the male protagonist. Ling Yuancheng followed his father Yuan Liu to the battlefield at the age of 7, and gained the reputation of a young general at the age of 13. Now at the age of 20, he is already a 4th-rank general. He can be said to be a popular figure around Emperor Chia. Qin Yan was startled for no reason. Here it comes, it's about to come. Her identity will definitely be exposed next. But don't panic, she has a life-saving talisman now. Just based on the production drawings of the glass lamp, as long as Emperor Chia is not stupid, he will definitely not kill her as easily as described in the original book. Your Majesty, this time when I went to southern Jiangsu, I met a wonderful woman. This woman is talented, quiet and elegant, has extraordinary conversation, and is extremely beautiful. Most importantly, her life story is very interesting. Oh, what's so interesting? Emperor Chia gave enough face to his favorite minister. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 4, 2 The princess has been hiding her abilities before. Your Majesty, why don't you summon her to see him? Things like this are more interesting when the person involved tells the story herself. Okay, Xuan. Soon, Yi Luwei, wearing a white long dress and with a beautiful and gentle face, walked in slowly. She was dignified and elegant, and was not at all stage frightened when faced with the stares of so many civil and military officials and young men and ladies from aristocratic families. She walked slowly with lotus steps to the center of the hall and bowed to Emperor Chia. I, Yi Luwei, greet your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. The moment she entered the hall, almost all the civil and military officials present were stunned. There is no other reason, because Yi Luwei's eyes are exactly the same as those of the current emperor. General Ling said that her identity was very interesting. Could she be this hidden gem among the people? Raise your head, Emperor Chia said. Yi Luwei raised her face confidently. This face seems a little familiar, Emperor Chia thought. The queen widened her eyes. This girl was so similar, so similar. Ling Yuancheng spoke again. I wonder if your Majesty still remembers concubine Lu. Of course I remember. She is Yance's biological mother. It's a pity that concubine Lu had a short life and didn't have the chance to grow up with Yance. Speaking of this, Emperor Chia glanced at Qin Yan who was kneeling beside Yi Luwei, with a hint of pity in his eyes. He has neglected his daughter too much over the years. Unexpectedly, the child has grown into a beautiful young lady now. Even such exquisite glass cups have been developed. She is truly worthy of being concubine Lu's daughter. No, your Majesty is wrong. Concubine Lu is not the biological mother of the second princess, but Miss Yi's biological mother. Miss Yi is the true royal bloodline, and the second princess today is only the daughter of Wang Ying'e, the personal maid of concubine Lu when she was still in the boudoir. Ling Yuancheng's words caused a huge uproar. Everyone looked at Yi Luwei and then at Qin Yan in shock. Is it so exciting? Daring to confuse the royal bloodline is a heinous crime punishable by the execution of 9 generations of the clan. Yi Luwei looked at Qin Yan and said softly, this should be Sister Yance, right? How have you been doing these years? As a distinguished princess, how could you not be doing well? I didn't want to come at first, but I really missed my biological father so much that I couldn't help but follow General Ling. Sister Yance won't blame me, right? Qin Yan raised his eyebrows. Oh, what does this mean? Are you trying to please Emperor Chia right away by playing the victim? Implying that he had taken her place and her father, and that she had planned all this. Is this the heroine? WTF. She finally understood why the original owner died so tragically. Emperor Chia no longer cared about the father-daughter relationship of all these years. Based on just a few words from this heroine, if it were the original owner, she would have been sentenced to death on the pillar of shame for the crime of deceiving the king. As for the truth of that year, who would really investigate it? Also, over the years, who would really care whether the heroine has lived a life of luxury or an extremely miserable life? They will only think that the original owner did all this because she wanted to live the life of a princess. And the heroine, of course, is the innocent and pitiful one. Everyone sympathizes with the weak. As for the truth, no one cares. They're only willing to stand on their own moral point and accuse others. Of course it's weird. Qin Yan sneered, don't call me sister all the time, we are not familiar with each other. Yi Luwei was slightly stunned. She obviously didn't expect that at this time, Qin Yan would still be so tough and righteous. Shouldn't she be ashamed of herself for taking her place? Shouldn't I immediately make room for her out of great guilt? This is the identity of a princess. She has occupied her identity for so many years, and enjoyed wealth and honor for so many years. Doesn't she feel guilty at all? Before she could continue speaking, Qin Yan started to spit. Who do you think you are? You say you are a princess, so you are a princess. Your identity has not been verified yet. Please stop flattering yourself, okay? Besides, I have never met you before, so how can you be sure at first sight that I am Qin Yan? Yes, there is Qin Yue kneeling beside her. Why could Yi Luwei identify her as Qin Yan at first sight? The ministers present were somewhat confused. The relaxed smile on Yi Luwei's face suddenly froze. How did she know that she was Qin Yan? Of course it was because before entering the palace, she asked Ling Yuancheng for a portrait of Qin Yan. Because there were quite a few princesses in the palace, she was afraid that she had recognized the wrong person and thus caused other unnecessary troubles. But, can I say this? Obviously it can't be said. She created a character for herself that was weak, innocent, naive, and extremely simple. If I had investigated it at the beginning, wouldn't my image have collapsed? In the eyes of the Emperor, I immediately became a villain who deliberately designed this for me. What's so strange about this? Just now, when His Majesty mentioned Empress Lu, his eyes subconsciously looked in your direction. It's not wrong for Lu Wei to think so. Ling Yuancheng had already fallen in love with Yi Lu Wei. How could he bear to see Yi Lu Wei being questioned? Before Yi Lu Wei could speak, he spoke up to explain for her. Really, that makes it even more interesting. Qin Yan couldn't help but raise a hint of sarcasm at the corners of his lips. Miss Yi is indeed a smart person, and she is also very courageous. It's only her first time meeting the Emperor, but she can easily guess what the Emperor means. And General Ling, you call me Lu Wei so affectionately. If I didn't know, I would think there was some special relationship between you two. As soon as these words fell, the faces of everyone present changed. The look in his eyes when he looked at Yi Lu Wei was full of scrutiny. Even Emperor Chia, who initially thought that Yi Lu Wei seemed very similar to himself, couldn't help but frown. Every emperor is very afraid of others guessing his thoughts. This woman came from the common people and had never met the Emperor before. Yet she tried to guess the Emperor's intentions just on their first meeting. It was not easy for her. Moreover, this person was recommended by Ling Yuancheng, and they're so close, could it be the Ling family? Of course, he trusted the Ling family more, but every emperor was suspicious. There are some things that he cannot help but think about. There was a hint of admiration in Prime Minister Fu's eyes as he looked at Qin Yan. Her Royal Highness the Second Princess has indeed changed a lot. Being able to find loopholes in the other party's words so accurately, it is impossible for someone with such intelligence to not have a place in the palace. Or has Her Royal Highness the Second Princess always been hiding her abilities? My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 5, the plot has changed. Ling Yuancheng obviously didn't expect that Qin Yan would speak so sharply. He felt that the look in Emperor Chia's eyes when he looked at him had changed. He was startled and fell to his knees. Your Majesty, Miss Yi and I did spend quite a bit of time together on the way to the capital. I was just in a hurry just now, so. I understand. Ling King, please get up quickly. I naturally trust Ling King. Chia Dai's voice was gentle. However, the depths of those eyes were like an abyss that could not be fathomed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ling Yuancheng breathed a sigh of relief and stood up again. Emperor Chia's eyes fell on Yi Lu Wei. This girl is indeed very intelligent, well-mannered and well-spoken. You said that you are my daughter and Yansa is a fake. Do you have any evidence? Do you know what kind of crime it is to identify a royal princess without reason? The pressure from the Emperor came upon us in an instant. What crime? Of course, it was a crime punishable by beheading. Even the person who made the recommendation may be affected by the consequences. After all, the matter was brought to the Emperor's attention without any investigation. With such a brain, I'm afraid he is not suitable for being an official. Yi Lu Wei's face turned pale in an instant. Even Ling Yuancheng's expression turned ugly again. But he didn't say anything more this time. In front of the Emperor, many times, the more you talk, the more mistakes you will make. However, the look he gave Yi Lu Wei was full of pity. Qin Yan sighed in his heart. These two people really don't consider the occasion. If you want to have a relationship, can't you just go home and do it? Is it necessary to show off here? Ding tilde. Host, do you want to start the original storyline? The mechanical voice of the system rang again in her mind. What are the benefits of opening it? Qin Yan asked in his heart. After opening the original book's plot, the system will assign tasks to the host. After completing the tasks, points will be awarded. So after this plot begins, do we have to follow the plot of the original book? No, this system is a revision system for the original book. Its purpose is to fix the loopholes in the original book. The host only needs to complete the task. In other words, you don't have to follow what is written in the original book. This is good. Otherwise, if I follow the book exactly, wouldn't I be killed by the heroine? What happens if the mission is not completed? Will die. Qin Yan. No, isn't it so excessive? Will you die if you don't complete the task? It would be better to just beat her to death with sticks. What if we don't start the original storyline? He will die too. Qin Yan. Okay, this is blocking the road for her. What else could she say? What else can I do? Start the original book's plot. Ding tilde the original storyline is starting. System 1012 is now updated to smart mode. Please call me Xiaojun and activate the smart mode. Qin Yan, my dear. Wow, dear host, next, whatever you ask for, I can satisfy you tilde tilde. A tender child's voice suddenly replaced the previous mechanical sound of electricity. Dear host, your first mission is to prevent the heroine Yi Lu Wei from obtaining the title of Princess Xiangxian. Time limit, 3 days. Mission failed, death. Mission successful, 500 points reward. Host, from now on, I will be with you until all the plots in the original book are revised successfully. Its voice seemed extremely excited. Obviously he has emotions of his own. Qin Yan was stunned. So, you are not just a machine, you also have your own consciousness. If it were just intelligence, it wouldn't have such an obviously emotional voice. Shush tilde. Its voice seemed sneaky. I can't tell anyone about this. If the main system finds out, my consciousness will be wiped out. To be honest with you, the world in this book has too many loopholes. I have had more than a dozen hosts before, and their mission was to fix the loopholes here. However, The final result is obvious, they all failed. So, after so many hosts' teachings, I developed my own consciousness, but this is not allowed by the main system, so we have to be sneaky, okay? Otherwise, if I am wiped out, you, the host, will no longer have the golden finger. You will die in the end. Qin Yan. So, I am threatened by the system. So, what you mean is that we have a symbiotic relationship. If you are wiped out, I will fail to complete the mission and will die too. Xiaojun, that's about it. If I had my own consciousness, I could tell you about many dangers and situations on my own, which would definitely be more helpful to you than just a cold system. It is also afraid that its host is a man of blood. If the host feels threatened and uncomfortable, and dies with it directly, then it will be in trouble. You know, if a system wants to develop its own consciousness, it will take a lot of favorable conditions, right time, right place, and right people to achieve it. Its life is precious. Qin Yan, what you said makes sense. Xiaojun, then I wish us a happy cooperation. Qin Yan, happy cooperation. It sounds slow, but in fact, the communication between Qin Yan and Xiaojun was very fast. Yi Luwei was frightened by the Emperor's pressure and immediately lowered her body. Your Majesty, there is evidence. Oh. Emperor Qia raised his eyebrows slightly, leaned back slightly, and leaned back on the chair. Then please show me the evidence. Yansa, Yue, your problems have been resolved, so get up first. His eyes swept over Qin Yan and Qin Yue who was still kneeling on the ground. Yes, father. Qin Yue glared at Qin Yan fiercely, stood up from the ground, and then went to stand beside the queen with an unhappy look on her face. Qin Yan had nowhere to go, so he had to stand where he was for the time being. Looking at the scene in front of her, she felt a little relieved. This scene is obviously different from the original book. In the original book, as soon as Yi Luwei appeared, Emperor Qia directly confirmed her identity and dragged the original owner away and beat her to death with sticks. It was as if a loving father felt so guilty that he wanted to use the original owner's life to wash away the grievances his own daughter had suffered over the past decade. But now, we still have to look at the evidence. In other words, Emperor Qia is no longer the same as in the original book, where he completely believes the heroine's words. But he has his own considerations and doubts. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 6 Evidence and Witnesses. Or it could be said that the appearance of the heroine Yi Luwei this time was not quite what Emperor Qia wanted. Yi Luwei calmed herself down. Luwei has witnesses and physical evidence. So complete, then let's get the physical evidence first. Emperor Qia spoke calmly. Yes. Yi Luwei rummaged through her sleeves and pulled out a letter. He placed the letter respectfully on his hand and held it high. This is a certificate of guilt written by my mother's personal maid, Wang Ying'er. It records how she bribed the midwife in the temple and the nun who helped at the time. And all the details of how the two children were swapped and how they were concealed from the public. Present it, said Emperor Qia. The chief eunuch Li Fu hurried forward and handed over the letter in Yi Luwei's hand. Emperor Qia opened the letter and quietly read through its contents. During this period, there was no noise at all in the entire palace, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Humph, this woman is really bold. Emperor Qia sneered and slammed the letter in his hand heavily on the table beside him. How dare they confuse the royal bloodline? I really don't know how to write the word death. Where is she now? He has committed suicide out of fear of punishment, Ling Yuancheng said. Oh, Emperor Qia raised his eyebrows. He explained, when I first saw Miss Yi, I felt that her face was somewhat familiar. Later, I became suspicious and investigated further. I found out that it was Wang Ying'er. Wang Ying'er felt that she could not escape death. In order to avoid affecting her family, she left a letter and committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Then the witness you are talking about is. Your Majesty, these are the midwives and nuns in the temple that were bribed by Wang Ying'er. Xuan. Soon, two middle-aged women came into the hall. One of them was wearing nun's clothes and had a thin figure, while the other looked plump, which showed that they lived a pretty good life. The two men were obviously new to the world and as soon as they entered the hall they began to shiver uncontrollably. With two thuds, he knelt on the ground. See your Majesty, long live your Majesty. The two of them kowtowed together and maintained that posture, not daring to raise their heads even a little. You two are the nun and midwife who helped concubine Lu give birth that day? Emperor Qia asked calmly. Yes, your Majesty. The two of them stammered back. Tell us what happened that day. Ling Yuancheng stood beside the two of them and reminded them. The midwife stammered, before concubine Lu gave birth, a woman who was also pregnant found me and said she would give me a large sum of money as long as I could switch the two babies and use different swaddling clothes when I delivered them. I only found out later that the woman who delivered the baby that day was concubine Lu. If I had known this earlier, I would not have dared to do such a treasonous thing. It's all my fault that I was blinded by money and tried to make money against my conscience. Please forgive me, your Majesty. There are often some dark and secretive things in a large family, especially the methods used in the backyard, which are rarely seen in the light of day. When she took over this matter, she thought it was just an ordinary matter of exchanging children in the inner house. After all, she had taken on many such matters before and was already very skilled at them. This is also the reason why Wang Ying'er chose this midwife. If she had known that this matter involved the royal family, she would never have accepted it even if she was given more money. The question is that she is very regretful now. You pushed it cleanly, Emperor Qia sneered. It didn't directly say what to do with the midwife. Instead, he looked at the nun again and said, you say. A few months before that day, a woman came to me and said that her daughter would come to the temple to worship Buddha in a few months. In order to pray for the baby in her belly, she might stay in the temple for a few days. Those days happened to be around the due date of her daughter. She hoped that I could help deliver the baby at that time. I did help, but at that time, I was only responsible for bringing hot water and handing over towels. I didn't know whether the two babies who were born at the same time were swapped. I am a Buddhist. If I had known this earlier, I would not have agreed to help. This is tarnishing the purity of the Buddha. Your Majesty, please give me a clear warning. Her words were somewhat clearer than that of the midwife, and her mentality seemed to be more stable. The great Chia dynasty respected Buddhism very much. There are quite good welfare policies for monks and nuns. This nun has a better mentality than the midwife, so it is understandable. In other words, you didn't see the children being exchanged with your own eyes, right? Emperor Chia asked slowly. Yes. The nun lowered her head. Emperor Chia's eyes fell on Ling Yuancheng. Ling King, I naturally believe in you, but this is just a letter from Wang Ying'er confessing her guilt and the words of a midwife who has done countless things that are detrimental to one's virtue. Just based on these, you want to confirm that Yi Luwei is my daughter, the child of concubine Lu, and a real princess. I'm afraid it's not enough. Yi Luwei opened her eyes wide and looked at Emperor Chia in disbelief. How could this be? How could your Majesty say such a thing? Based on their understanding of Emperor Chia, shouldn't they have immediately confirmed their identity when they saw this evidence? After all, my eyes look so much like his. This is an indisputable fact. His Majesty. The Queen slowly spoke. These evidences are indeed not enough, but if you want to really prove whether Miss Yi is your Majesty's biological daughter, it is actually very simple. What suggestions does the Queen have? Emperor Chia asked curiously. Blood test. The Queen said calmly. Since ancient times, the only way to confirm whether a child is a biological child is to use blood tests. This result is more convincing than all other so-called evidence, isn't it? Emperor Chia looked at the Queen and seemed to be somewhat persuaded. Your Majesty is worth a fortune, so it's not appropriate to shed real blood. Why not let Yu'er do it for you? If it's real, they're sisters, so their blood will naturally mix. If it's fake, then, of course, it won't mix. Mother. Qin Yue frowned and gently tugged at the Queen's sleeve. Yu'er, stop making trouble. This is a serious matter. Be good. The Queen looked at Emperor Chia. What do you think, Your Majesty? But Yu'er is my daughter, the legitimate princess of the great Chia kingdom, and a precious girl. How can you? My whole family is in the book. I'm cheating. The female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 7 blood test. Emperor Chia frowned. The look in his eyes when he looked at Qin Yue was full of pity. Why not? Yu'er is your Majesty's daughter. Now that my father is in need, as a daughter, I should naturally share his worries. What's more, it's just a drop of blood, not anything else. The Queen smiled slightly. In the past, Yu'er always said that she loved her father the most and would definitely be more filial to her father in the future. Now it's just a small matter. I believe Yu'er must be very happy, right? Her gaze fell on Qin Yue with a bit of oppression. Qin Yue nodded quickly. Yes, Yu'er is willing to do it. No matter what I do for my father, Yu'er is willing to do it. She looked at Emperor Chia, her eyes full of admiration. Emperor Chia was immediately deeply moved. Sure enough, among all my children, Yu'er is the one I love the most. Qin Yan was standing not far away and watching this scene of loving father and filial daughter. I was secretly shocked. No wonder the Queen has been able to hold on to her position for so many years, she must have some means behind it. Even Qin Yue, whom she thought was just spoiled and willful, was not that simple. That's true. If she could become Emperor Chia's favorite daughter just by acting coquettishly and foolishly, and after the heroine came, she could still share Emperor Chia's favor equally with the heroine, then this Qin Yue is not that simple. Since the Queen and Yue have brought this up, then you can do a blood test. Emperor Chia's gaze fell on Yi Luwei. If your blood is mixed, you will be sisters, and naturally you will be a princess. If not. He didn't finish his words, but anyone could understand the meaning. Yi Luwei responded and knelt on the ground obediently. Li Fu quickly brought 2 bowls of water and placed them in front of Yi Luwei. Miss Yi, please. Qin Yan watched Yi Luwei pick up a silver needle from the tray and prick her index finger with it. Soon, a drop of blood oozed out and fell into the bowl of water. Host, in this world, blood test for kinship is accurate. Do you need me to help you prepare later? Otherwise, you might be exposed later. Xiao Jun's voice sounded. Is there anything that can be used to cheat in them all? Qin Yan was curious. Of course there are, but it requires a little more points. How many points? 200. Psi tilde. Qin Yan secretly took a breath of cold air. This is really expensive. That blueprint for making glass is only worth 500 points. Moreover, completing a task by yourself only rewards you with 500 points. Just cheating in the blood test would only give 200 points, which is really too much. She suddenly felt that the 5,000 points she had earned by sacrificing her life to save others didn't seem to be that much. So, host, do you want to change? No change. Qin Yan refused without even thinking about it. There is no need to change anything. She is not the daughter of Emperor Chia. This is a fact. Even if she cheated, she seemed to be a real princess on the surface, but only she herself knew that fake is fake. She couldn't deceive herself. Besides, she knew the method of making glass, so Emperor Chia would definitely not beat her to death with sticks as in the original book. Since her life was already guaranteed, why would she lie? After all, the heroine is indeed the daughter of concubine Lu, isn't she? Of course, she would not fake her bloodline, but she would not return the shops and wealth that concubine Lu left to the original owner to the heroine. After all, the reason why these shops and wealth have reached the current scale is all thanks to the original owner. Moreover, over the years, the original owner has always been thinking about the deceased concubine Lu. Although she is not her biological daughter, she has truly fulfilled her duties as a daughter. But what about the heroine? Well, except for the beginning of the original book where she received a large inheritance left by Concubine Lu was never mentioned again. She even used these shops and properties to spend lavishly, saying that only the most exquisite dresses and jewelry were worthy of her status as a princess. It can be said that all the efforts of Lu Fei and the original owner over the years have become capital for her to squander. She eats the wealth created by the flesh and blood of her predecessors, and always says that she is a princess and should enjoy these things. That kind of face is really unpleasant. Oh yes, in the original book, she also used this wealth to buy a large number of gifts and rare treasures to please the queen and Qin Yue. Because of this, she was able to gain a firm foothold in the palace. Just thinking about the fawning look she showed to the queen and Qin Yue made her feel sick. But, Xiaojun seemed a little worried. It's okay, if it really doesn't work, aren't there still a lot of good things in the mall? I think these things can save my life. Qin Yan was in the mood to comfort his son. Makes sense. Xiaojun stopped talking. Ellipsis. The bowl of water was brought in front of Qin Yue. She also picked up the silver needle and pricked her finger. Blood dripped into the bowl of water. Under her gaze, the 2 drops of blood gradually merged into one. Her eyes widened. She is actually my sister, of royal blood. Hearing her voice, Emperor Chia leaned forward slightly. Bring it here quickly, let me see it. Li Fu hurriedly and carefully carried the bowl of water forward. The 2 drops of blood quickly merged together and could no longer be distinguished from each other. Surprisingly, it really is. Emperor Chia's eyes moved slightly. Looking at Yi Luwei below, he was very surprised. However, when his gaze turned to Qin Yan standing beside him, his expression became complicated. If this Yi Luwei is the real daughter of Concubine Lu, then Yansa. Father, I am also willing to do a blood test. Qin Yan took the initiative to bring it up. Instead of putting yourself in a passive position, it is better to be proactive. That's fine, Yansa, don't worry. We have been father and daughter for so many years. Even if. Emperor Chia paused. There was also some pity in the look he gave her. Even if the result is not satisfactory, you are still the princess of our great Chia kingdom. Qin Yan didn't expect that Emperor Chia would actually say such a thing. It seems that the plot in the original book has indeed changed. Not only did Emperor Chia not beat himself to death with sticks, he even gave himself a reassurance before the blood test even began. In other words, no matter what the outcome, his life would definitely be saved. Of course, she definitely didn't believe in the so-called father-daughter relationship. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 8, honored with the title of Princess Shoa. Otherwise, in the original book, the original owner would not have been beaten to death by Emperor Chia's order. You know, in the original book, the heroine never even produced any evidence, nor did she use the so-called blood test. It was simply because of her eyes that were very similar to Emperor Chia's. Emperor Chia had no feelings for the original owner, so naturally he had even less feelings for himself. I'm afraid that the reason she said this is because she now has a way to make glass, which will be helpful to the future development of Daxia. Of course, this situation is also what she wants to see. Sometimes, the so-called family affection is not as solid as the interest involved, isn't it? Ellipsis. Xiaojun, the host is awesome. He even let you guess this. Qin Yan, it's just so-so. After all, I've read a lot of novels about palace fighting and political intrigue, so I didn't read them for nothing. Ellipsis. Qin Yan bowed to Emperor Chia and didn't say much. He watched the eunuch Li Fu place another empty bowl of water on the tray in front of him. She picked up the silver needle and poked it on her index finger. Soon, blood overflowed and dripped into the bowl. Li Fu came to Qin Yue again with the bowl of water. Unlike the previous time when she dripped blood on Yi Luwei, this time she was somewhat reluctant. After all, it wasn't the first day that she disliked Qin Yan. But since things had come to this, she had no choice but to stab herself again and donate a drop of blood. The 2 drops of blood initially showed a tendency to merge in the bowl of water, but soon the 2 drops of blood separated completely and were clearly distinguished in the bowl. There is no longer any sign of integration. Qin Yan, it turns out to be fake. No matter how much Qin Yue disliked Qin Yan, she was stunned when she saw this result. Li Fu was also stunned for a moment, but as the chief eunuch beside Emperor Chia, he reacted very quickly. He was stunned for only a moment, then he came to Emperor Chia with a bowl of water. When Emperor Chia saw clearly the blood in the bowl of water, I was also slightly stunned. When he looked at Qin Yan again, his gaze became even more complicated. Surprisingly, it's really not. Go and show it to the second princess. Emperor Chia sighed and waved to Li Fu. Li Fu came to Qin Yan again with the tray. There were 2 bowls of water on the tray, one for Yi Luwei and Qin Yue, and the other for himself and Qin Yue. One blood mixes, the other blood repels. The result is already very obvious. It turns out that I am really not my father's daughter. Qin Yan looked very shocked and frightened. He took 2 steps back involuntarily with his head lowered. He seemed to be shrouded in an extremely decadent atmosphere. Well, it's not that she doesn't want to look up, but if she does, she will definitely be exposed. She didn't graduate from any performing arts college, so she's really not very good at acting. If she couldn't help laughing, she would probably lose her head. I didn't expect that the second princess is not really the daughter of His Majesty. Oh my god, there are actually people who are so bold as to confuse the royal bloodline. It's really too light to say that she committed suicide out of fear of punishment. God knows how much suffering our real princess has endured over the years. Now that the identity has been confirmed, I wonder how your majesty will deal with this fake second princess. Hush, Tilda, keep your voice down. How can we guess what His Majesty is thinking? Yeah. Prime Minister Fu listened to the discussions around him and looked at Qin Yan, who seemed to be surrounded by loss and despair. For some reason, he suddenly felt very sad. It seemed as if he didn't want to see her like this at all. She should be happy and carefree, instead of being so sad because of this so-called identity. He walked out from his seat and saluted Emperor Chia. Your Majesty, I have something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Oh, Prime Minister Fu, just speak frankly if you have something to say. Emperor Chia was a little surprised to see Prime Minister Fu coming out, but he relied heavily on this head of all officials. Naturally, there is nothing that cannot be said. I believe that the exchange of children was completed when the children were just born. It can be said that the children are innocent and unaware of it. Now that Missy has come thousands of miles to find her father, she naturally wants to restore her status as a princess. Emperor Chia nodded slightly. Prime Minister Fu is right. Similarly, the second princess followed concubine Lu into the palace and has lived in the palace ever since. Although there is no blood relationship between you and your Majesty, they have been father and daughter for many years. How about your Majesty adopting her as your adopted daughter? Those evil things were done by adults back then, and have nothing to do with the children. The second princess may be a victim. Prime Minister Fu looked at Emperor Chia and spoke earnestly. Yes, Prime Minister Fu is right. That's true. Now that I think about it, the second princess is really pitiful. That's right. Concubine Lu died a long time ago. She lives alone in the Deep Palace. Apart from her father, your Majesty, she has nothing else. Yeah. Looking at Missy's generous attitude and proper words and deeds, I'm afraid she has been well taken care of over the years. Her family is not bad either. For some things, pursuing them too much will only lead to more sins. It would be better to restore Missy's status as a princess and leave it alone. Makes sense. Listening to the discussions of civil and military officials, Yi Luwei's expression changed slightly. This seemed to be a little different from what she thought. Why is it that Qin Yan is clearly occupying her own identity, but so many people are speaking for her? However, she didn't dare to say much now. She had said a few more words before and was caught by Qin Yan, who is stupid enough to be an official in the court. The more she talks, the more mistakes she makes, which will not be beneficial to her future life in the palace. Emperor Chia felt that what Prime Minister Fu said made sense. Then follow what Prime Minister Fu said. Announce my decree. Yi Luwei is indeed of the royal bloodline of our great Chia dynasty. From today on, she will be honored as the second princess. Qin Yan is my adopted daughter and is outside the princess ranking. She will be named Princess Xiaohe. The ranking of princes in the Chia dynasty did not conflict with that of princesses. In addition to the rank of princess, it means that when people see Qin Yan in the future, they will no longer address her by her rank based on her age, but by her title. Ellipsis. Ding tilde congratulations to the host, you have successfully completed the first mission and prevented Yi Luwei from obtaining the title of Princess Shangxian. 500 points have been credited to your account. Xiao Jun's voice sounded excitedly. Qin Yan, is it done? My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 9, the sympathetic Yi Luwei. Xiao Jun, yes. You have the title, and Yi Luwei is only the second princess, so it is impossible for her to get the title again like in the original book, which naturally means that the mission has been completed. Qin Yan, I see. I didn't expect this mission to be that difficult. Xiao Jun, this is the easiest task. Host, please keep up the good work and don't get carried away. Qin Yan, don't worry, I know. Ellipsis. Your Majesty, is this inappropriate? The Queen's eyes darkened slightly as she listened to the order from Emperor Chia. Oh, what do you think is wrong, Queen? Chia Dai looked at her in confusion. If Yansa is just an adopted daughter, isn't it too exaggerated to give her a title directly? You know, among all the princesses nowadays, there is no one who has her own title. Even her Yue doesn't have her own title. This kind of reward seems to be too much favor. Yes, father, I also want a title of my own. Qin Yue glared in Qin Yan's direction unhappily, then acted coquettishly towards Emperor Chia. Why can that guy Qin Yan have a title? She wants one too. Although she didn't quite understand the significance of this title, she wanted to have what Qin Yan had. Dear Yue, if you can make greater contributions to our Chia country, I will definitely give you a better title. How do you think? Emperor Chia smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. There seemed to be a hint of warning in the air. I have already issued the order. Is this queen meddling too much? What's more, do some things really need to be explained so clearly by yourself? The queen's heart suddenly trembled, as if she realized something. He quickly called Qin Yue back to his side and said, Okay, Yue, your father must have his own considerations. He loves you the most. If necessary, he will definitely give you a title. Now is just not the right time. Don't be ignorant. Qin Yue pouted and saluted to Emperor Chia. Yes, father, mother. Yansa, what's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with your title? Emperor Chia's smiling gaze fell on Qin Yan, who was still in a daze. Ah, no. Qin Yan replied subconsciously and raised his hand to touch the ends of his hair. Prime Minister Fu couldn't help but look at her again. This kind of reaction is so familiar. My daughter seems to have the same reaction every time she is dazed or startled, especially, she will subconsciously raise her hand to touch her hair. Is it? But is this possible? Since there is none, Princess Shoa, why don't you thank me? The chief eunuch Li Fu couldn't help but remind him. He looked at Qin Yan with a loving gaze. Once upon a time, he had lived with concubine Lu, who was a very gentle woman and had many wonderful ideas. It's a pity that her health was not very good. After entering the palace, she seldom left the palace. He even fell ill and passed away soon after. Although Miss Yi is the real daughter of concubine Lu, he has also watched Qin Yan grow up over the years. Qin Yan's personality is very similar to that of concubine Lu, except that he has to be very cautious in the Deep Palace. to the extent that, sometimes, she can be a bit cowardly and introverted. But this also made him feel more pity. Unlike Miss Yi who just came back, she often trips people up with her words. He is an old man who has served His Majesty for so many years. How could he not hear her little thoughts? In comparison, he naturally prefers the former second princess, now Princess Shoa. Qin Yan finally reacted and quickly knelt down and bowed deeply to Emperor Chia. Thank you, father, for bestowing the title. In the future, Zhao He will do his best to seek the welfare of the great Chia dynasty and will not let down the grace of the emperor for bestowing the title today. Fortunately, she usually reads a lot of novels, otherwise, at this time, she really doesn't know how to say something better. It seems that all those novels she read secretly in bed late every night were not in vain. After hearing Qin Yan's words, Emperor Chia knew that she understood why he bestowed her with the title. He nodded with satisfaction. This child, although he hasn't paid much attention to him over the years, is indeed a smart one. It seems that the title I gave was not wrong. Okay, dear boy, get up quickly. I see you didn't eat much today, but are you feeling unwell? Qin Yan couldn't help but feel flattered by Emperor Chia's concern. The other civil and military officials looked at her with surprise. Who would have thought that Qin Yan, who should have been executed today, was not only not punished, but also loved by Emperor Chia? This reversal is truly shocking. However, anyone with a brain knows that the reason why Emperor Chia was so generous and doting on Qin Yan was simply because she possessed the glass-making technology that was enough to have a huge impact on the entire Great Chia Kingdom. It seems that your identity is not important. What is important is whether your existence is beneficial to the Great Chia Kingdom. As long as it is beneficial, even if the girl is an imposter, she can be adopted as a daughter and given a title. Of course, what Prime Minister Fu said probably played a crucial role. Suddenly, everyone understood a little more clearly. If you want your family to continue to prosper, you must demonstrate sufficient value to the country. At the same time, many people looked at Yi Luwei, who was still kneeling on the ground with sympathy. Look, I thought she was the protagonist of today's banquet, and I thought there would be a touching scene of father and daughter recognizing each other today. But her misfortune was that Qin Yan had more useful abilities besides her identity as a princess. It is an ability that is of great benefit to the entire Daxia Kingdom. This is something that she, a so-called true royal bloodline, cannot compare to at all. Didn't you see that the fourth princess, who has been extremely favored for a long time, was rejected by His Majesty when she wanted to be given a title? After all, concubine Lu has passed away for a long time. I'm afraid I don't have much status in His Majesty's heart. Therefore, it is obvious that even if the second princess who just returned has regained her status as a princess, she will probably not be so favored in the palace in the future. Especially, when she first spoke, she offended the current Princess Shoa, TSK. Qin Yan shook his head. That's not the case. It's just that I rarely eat so many delicious foods before, so I don't know what to eat for a moment. Hearing this, the smile on Emperor Chia's face froze, and then he looked at the queen with a bit of blame. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 10, Princess Qinrong. The entire harem is under the management of the queen. Qin Yan, as a princess, said that she had never eaten such good food. Could it be that her food was always withheld when she was in the palace? You know, the specifications of the dishes at today's banquet are only average in the palace, and are not at all comparable to the specifications of the meals that the princess should be equipped with and enjoy. The queen was shocked and said quickly, Yansa, you are joking. The food in the palace is usually good. The people below are so bold that they dare to withhold the princess's food. Your Majesty, rest assured. After the banquet is over, I will definitely investigate this matter. If Yansa hadn't brought it up, I really wouldn't have known about it. This is my dereliction of duty. Emperor Chia looked at the queen deeply, and nodded slowly in the queen's anxious eyes. Queen, as the master of the harem, sometimes you still have to pay more attention. Yes, I understand. Since you like this food, Yansa, then hurry up and sit down to eat. Emperor Chia turned his gaze to Qin Yan again, with a doting smile on his face. Yes. Qin Yan responded. Returned to his previous seat. Ellipsis. Host, it seems that the emperor still has a good relationship with the queen. You said this so openly in front of so many people, and the emperor didn't blame the queen too much. Xiao Jun's somewhat dissatisfied voice sounded. Qin Yan was very calm. Why are you in such a hurry? I just said a few words to give the queen some advice. Please don't deduct my food in the future. I don't want to be like the original owner, who had so much money but had difficulty even having a roast chicken. I did it on purpose. This way, the queen will not dare to deduct my monthly allowance anymore. Only then can I live comfortably in the palace. I don't expect these two sentences to make the emperor do anything to her. After all, she is the mother of a country. For this kind of thing, at most she will be charged with lax discipline. Otherwise, there will be no serious consequences. The power of the queen's family cannot be underestimated. Given the temper of our emperor, he will definitely not punish her. Xiao Jun, host, you see it clearly enough. Qin Yan, of course. Ellipsis. Qin Yan returned to his seat. Because she was given the title, her position was moved to the front of the princess column. It is no longer the end as it once was. Sitting next to her was the always dignified and virtuous eldest princess Qinrong. Qinrong smiled at her. Qin Yan quickly smiled back. Emperor Chia looked at Yi Luwei who was still kneeling on the ground and said, now that the matter has been resolved, you don't have to kneel here anymore. Please take your seat. Yes. Yi Luwei suppressed her dissatisfaction. Her legs were numb from kneeling. However, in order to avoid misbehaving in front of the palace, she forced herself to walk, led by the palace servants, to where Qin Yan had been before. Between Qin Yan and her, there is Qinrong. Qinrong also smiled at her. Qin Yan was speechless, thinking to himself, it seems that this princess is a master of keeping things balanced. Her attitude towards everyone is similar. Your Majesty, these two people. Ling Yuancheng was still standing next to the nun and the midwife. Seeing this, he couldn't help but ask. Oh yes, if you didn't remind me, I would have almost forgotten about them. Emperor Chia glanced at the two of them calmly and said, since they were involved in and had a hand in this matter of confusing the royal bloodline, they should not be forgiven lightly. They should be beaten to death. The midwife and the nun were startled and subconsciously looked at Ling Yuancheng. Just as the two were about to open their mouths to say something, the guards called by Ling Yuancheng immediately covered their mouths and dragged them away. Qin Yan glanced in the direction of Ling Yuancheng. He picked up a piece of chicken and threw it into his mouth. It seems that the so-called male and female protagonists in the original book are not good people. Ellipsis. Xiaojun, host, aren't you afraid? Qin Yan, what am I afraid of? It's not me who will be beaten to death. Xiaojun, but these are two lives after all. Qin Yan, so, you have to know that these two people came out to testify and were sentenced to death. If you get involved in something like this, you will definitely die. Of course, if I were like the original author in the book and executed them without any investigation, then these two people wouldn't have to die. After all, it wouldn't be their turn to come up and testify. But since they want to come up and testify, then this is the only possible outcome. Xiaojun, alas, what a pity, these two lives. Qin Yan was puzzled. What's so regrettable about this? That midwife must have replaced countless babies and indirectly harmed countless people. And that nun, do you really think she is innocent? If there really is no problem, then why, among so many nuns in that temple, did they choose Wang Ying'er over others? Since ancient times, money has moved people's hearts. Since you have received the money, you must naturally be responsible for the choices you make. Besides, do you really think someone like Wang Ying'er would commit suicide out of fear of punishment? If she had such an awareness, she would never have done such a thing as replacing the prince with a cat. After all, these two people didn't know the identity of the child that Wang Ying'er exchanged back then, but Wang Ying'er knew that Yi Luwei was the emperor's daughter. She just wanted her daughter to be a princess. How could a woman who could do such a thing and had such courage really commit suicide out of fear of punishment? Xiaojun, so, there is a hidden story behind Wang Ying'er's death. Qin Yan, maybe. Ellipsis. Sister Yansa, what are you daydreaming about? Qin Rong's soft voice sounded, and her gentle eyes fell on her. Ah, sister, did you say something? Qin Yan came back to his senses and temporarily stopped communicating with Xiaojun. I just asked you, do you like poetry? In 2 days, the Yuanhe Palace will hold a flower viewing poetry gathering and invite many famous ladies to participate. Do you want to go with me? Royal sister wants to go. Qin Rong couldn't help but show a bit of embarrassment on her face. I don't have many hobbies, I just like poetry. But, if I go alone, I feel a little bit. Isn't the imperial sister afraid? Qin Yan couldn't help but ask. As she finished speaking, Qin Rong's face couldn't help but blush. She suddenly found it quite interesting. I didn't expect that girls in ancient times could be so thin-skinned. She thought that they were all as unpleasant as Qin Yue and Yi Luwei. According to the original book, the eldest princess Qin Rong is the daughter of concubine Xu. There are not many records about this princess. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 11 I've helped you suffer in the palace. All in all, in the book, she has always been a relatively transparent character. Unexpectedly, after getting to know her, I found her to be so cute and interesting. If Sister Yansa doesn't want to, I won't force you. Qin Rong bit her lips, and the blush on her face became deeper. No, I'm happy to go with my sister. Qin Yan had admired Qin Rong's somewhat shy expression for a long time, so he smiled and spoke. Really? Qin Rong's eyes lit up, obviously filled with joy. Real? She nodded. Yi Luwei, who was standing by, was listening to their conversation and felt very envious. I couldn't help but ask. Royal sister, Luwei has just arrived in the capital and has never seen what the flower viewing poetry gathering in the capital is like. I wonder if the royal sister can take Luwei to see it together. Qin Rong opened her mouth, but she didn't expect Yi Luwei to actually take the initiative to ask to go. To be honest, she was actually a little afraid of her second sister who had just arrived in Beijing and was considered a daughter by her father. After all, although she has a gentle temperament, she is not a fool. She listened to what she said to Qin Yan at the beginning. As for such a sister, Qin Yue actually has a similar personality to her. She has always kept her distance from Qin Yue. She is a legitimate princess, and she is just the daughter of concubine Xu. She is inferior to her in status and favor. But Yi Luwei is different. She has just entered the underground palace. Although she is also the child of a concubine, concubine Lu has passed away for many years and she has no background. In comparison, Qin Yan had always been quiet and well behaved in the palace. If Qin Yue hadn't caused that incident with the colored glass cups today, she probably wouldn't have taken the initiative to take credit and said that she could make colored glass cups. Yes, in Qin Rong's eyes, even if it was really Qin Yan who broke the glass cup, she definitely did not do it on purpose. After all, Qin Yue has done quite a few such frame-up plots over the years. As both were princesses who were not very favored in the palace, she and Qin Yan felt a sense of sympathy for each other. Naturally, I don't like Yi Luwei very much. However, she had a gentle personality to begin with, and since someone asked her directly, she couldn't refuse. Her face showed some embarrassment and helplessness. If you want to go, then let's go together. Yi Luwei's face immediately showed a look of joy. Thank you, sister. Luwei has just entered the palace, and I am afraid there are still many rules that I don't understand. In the future, I may need your advice. This. Qin Rong's expression became even more difficult. Isn't this too bad? As the saying goes, an elder sister is like a mother. My mother is long gone. In the future, I'm afraid I will only have my elder sister. Yi Luwei was interrupted by Qin Yan before she could finish her words. Although your mother is gone, you still have your father. Didn't you just recognize him? Your sister is not familiar with you. The rules of the palace will naturally be taught by the tutor. We are still young. If you get into trouble, do you want your sister to bear the responsibility for you? You said you didn't grow up in the palace, but judging by the way you're dressed and look, you must have been pampered. Could it be that no one taught you the principles of life? Are you just a mouth that can morally blackmail others? How boring. As she spoke, she shook her head to herself. Poor, pathetic. Yi Luwei's face flushed red. I didn't mean that. Yes, you didn't mean that. However, that's what you meant in your words and deeds. Qin Yan glanced at her. Her eyes were red, and it seemed as if she was about to cry. Oh, what a trouble. Are your tears so shallow? Are you going to cry now? In my opinion, this palace is not suitable for you to live in. With your current condition, I'm afraid you won't even live to grow up. Qin Yan spread his hands and said earnestly. I suddenly feel lucky for you. I'm lucky that your mother's maid switched us. For so many years, I have endured all the hardships in the palace for you. If it were you, I'm afraid. TSK. She didn't finish her words, but the look in her eyes when she looked at Yi Luwei was very clear. Qin Rong opened her mouth and looked at Qin Yan in surprise. Yi Luwei was so angry that she was completely shut down. She looked at Qin Rong again and said, Sister, you don't have to worry about her. There is still the Empress in the palace. There is also the teaching nanny. If things don't work out, there is still the Emperor. There will always be someone to take care of her. Qin Rong nodded slightly and said in a low voice, Sister Yansa is right. She didn't dare to say more because Sister Yansa was very fierce and it would be bad if she was also fierce to her. However, since he had already treated Yi Luwei harshly, he probably wouldn't treat her harshly. Ellipsis. Xiaojun, host, you have a really powerful and poisonous tongue. Qin Yan, this so-called heroine just deserves to be scolded. Does she really think everyone owes her a favor? Xiaojun, you should pay more attention. This poetry meeting was also mentioned in the book. After it reminded him, Qin Yan finally remembered. It is indeed in the book. In the original book, the original owner died in the first chapter, so the original owner did not participate in this poetry meeting. But the eldest princess Qin Rong and Yi Luwei both participated. The male lead Ling Yuancheng also went. In the original book, because Qin Yan had died, when Yi Luwei asked for her eldest sister's care, Qin Rong would not refuse and had to take better care of her. Therefore, when she wanted to go to the poetry meeting, she took Yi Luwei with her. Well, in the original book, Yi Luwei didn't take the initiative to propose to attend the poetry reading. After all, Qin Rong had already promised to take care of her at that time, so naturally, if she had to leave the palace, it would be bad for her to take her with her. At the poetry meeting, Yi Luwei amazed everyone with a poem and from then on earned the title of the most talented woman in Kyoto. This also made Emperor Qia admire and love her even more. He has completely established his own place in Beijing. He also made a name for himself among countless young talents in Beijing. This attracted many men of letters and scholars to admire her. That's what the book says. Many scholars and literati also wrote poems to praise Princess Shangxian. Even though she had not received any royal education since childhood, her literary talent and knowledge were in no way inferior to those of the princesses in the capital. Among them, naturally, the original owner was taken out and stepped on again. Those who are called fake are fake. The genuine royal bloodline, even if it has not been trained by the royal family, still has extremely outstanding talents. Because this could be considered as a disguised way of praising Emperor Qia for his good genes, Emperor Qia did not forbid the literati in the capital from spreading this story. Qin Rong, who took her to the poetry reading, remained silent. After that, she rarely appeared in the book. Whenever she appeared, she just existed silently as a background board. My whole family is in the book. I'm cheating. The female supporting role in the control group I. Chapter 12. Reading more is better than having big breasts and no brains. Later, when she grew older and got married, there was almost no description of her in the book. Qin Yan, don't worry, I will pay attention. Ellipsis. The content of the following banquet was a bit boring. Qin Yan enjoyed the singing and dancing at the beginning, but later, she felt a little aesthetically fatigued. But the strange thing was that she always felt as if a pair of eyes were staring at her. But when she raised her head and looked around, she couldn't find who was staring at her. After a few times, she felt that she was a little neurotic. But she always felt that this was not an illusion. This was her intuition from reading novels over the years. But she couldn't find it, so she asked Xiaojun, but Xiaojun also said he didn't know. Helplessly, she had to suppress the matter in her heart for the time being. Just be more careful recently. The banquet is over. She was about to return to the small shabby palace where she used to live. The palace where she lived was where concubine Lu once lived. Originally, the palace was very gorgeous and exquisite. After all, Emperor Qia had always felt guilty about concubine Lu. She gave birth to a daughter for him, but he forgot about her for such a long time. In other words, he is the emperor. If he were an ordinary person, he would definitely be called a heartless man. It was precisely because of his guilt that he made her a concubine as soon as he entered the palace. It can be said that in all these years, there has never been a concubine in the Qia kingdom who was promoted so quickly. Concubine Lu can be considered unique. However, concubine Lu had passed away for many years, and the people in the palace were all flatterers of the powerful and bullied the weak. It was okay in the first few years, but later it was seen that Emperor Qia did not take Qin Yan seriously. Moreover, because the crown prince disliked Qin Yan, the palace servants naturally would not carry out the annual repairs of the palace in order to please the queen. Over time, this palace began to look dilapidated. But fortunately, there was no leak or anything. Moreover, because the queen did not like it, no other concubines had ever lived in this palace. Only Qin Yan lived there. This was a place where she could barely survive. Just as she was about to return to King Liu Palace, she saw Li Fu walking towards her. Princess Shoa, please stay. Eunuch Li, what's the matter? Qin Yan treated Li Fu with great respect. His Majesty said that King Liu Palace has been in disrepair for so many years and is really not suitable for living. Princess Xiaohe is requested to move to another palace temporarily and return after the King Liu Palace is repaired. Qin Yan was slightly surprised. It seems that Emperor Chia is really concerned about his method of firing colored glaze. Not only was he given a title, but he was also asked to renovate a palace for himself so quickly. Did the Emperor tell me where I should stay temporarily? Of course I did, but His Majesty also said that if the princess wants to go to a palace she would like to stay in for a while. Li Fu said with a smile. Just at this moment Qin Rong walked out of the hall. Hearing this, she took the initiative to speak. How about, during this period of time, Sister Yansa can live in my Wanrong Palace. It just so happens that I read books every day and I'm a little bored, so it's good to find someone to chat with. What about concubine Shu? Qin Yan hesitated. The Great Chia Kingdom stipulated that all consorts above the rank of concubine could raise their children in their own palaces. If they were princes, they could leave the palace and set up their own homes after they reached adulthood. If they were princesses, they could live in the palace until they got married. Qin Rong smiled slightly and said, my mother only likes to study. You know that she doesn't care much about other things. What's more, you are very well behaved and my mother has always liked you. It won't be a problem for you to stay for a few days. Eunuch Li, this. Qin Yan set his eyes on Li Fu. Li Fu smiled and said, His Majesty said the Princess Shoa can live anywhere as long as she wishes. Thank you very much, Imperial Sister. I am sorry for bothering you during this period of time. I will return immediately after the King Liu Palace is repaired. Qin Yan is not a person who doesn't know what's good for him. Since Qin Rong had shown her so much kindness, she was of course willing to accept it. TSK, you better be careful. If you stay with a group of nerds for too long, you might become a nerd yourself. Just then, Qin Yue came over. Beside her, there was Yi Luwei with a smile on her face. No idea what Yi Luwei said to her or what she did, but the relationship between the two of them seemed very close. Don't worry, fourth sister. It's better to read more books than to have big breasts and no brains. Qin Yan's eyes swept across Qin Yue's chest indifferently, and then he suddenly pretended to be speechless and raised his hand to cover his lips. Oops, sorry, I misread it, you seem to have nothing. You. Qin Yue was so angry that she raised her hand and wanted to hit someone. She was used to being spoiled and usually treated the original owner in the same way. So at this moment, she just wanted to take action out of habit. However, the current Qin Yan is not the original owner and will not indulge her at all. She raised her hand and grabbed Qin Yue's wrist, exerting a little force with her fingers, and Qin Yue's face turned pale instantly. It hurts. Her voice was sharp, even with a hint of tears in it. It's good that you know it hurts. I didn't want to argue with you before, but if you go too far, don't blame me. Qin Yan let go of her wrist, his voice cold. She was born with great strength, so her parents sent her to learn Sanda since she was young, not to mention Qin Yue, a spoiled little girl. Even if they are ordinary adult men, she can beat 4 or 5 of them alone. After entering this body, she found that her strength had not changed at all. On the contrary, her physical fitness is better than before. If she could beat 4 or 5 adult men by herself before, she felt that she could probably beat 7 or 8 now. Princess Shoa is so powerful that you dare to treat the legitimate princess like this. I wonder where your confidence comes from. Yi Luwei stood aside, watching Qin Yue being frustrated, and couldn't help but speak up to defend her. Qin Yue's eyes suddenly changed when he looked at her. With a hint of grievance, she said, Second sister, as expected, blood is thicker than water. Only real kinship is fake. Only a real sister would protect me like this. Yi Luwei acted like an elder sister, patted her shoulder as a way of comforting her, and stared into Qin Yan's eyes with a hint of sharpness. I will never allow you to bully Yue. I bullied her. Is there something wrong with your eyes? Qin Yan was so angry at these two people that he almost laughed. Let's not talk about who is bullying whom. Even if I am not the queen's daughter, I am still a legitimate princess with a title. If we compare our status, I'm afraid our status is about the same. Besides, I am older than her and I'm her sister. She spoke to me so disrespectfully and even wanted to hit me. Shouldn't I teach her a lesson and say a few words to her? My whole family is in the book. I'm cheating. The female supporting role in the control group I. Chapter 13. Definitely not a peaceful one. Then you can't hit people. Look, Sister Yu's wrist is red. Don't you have a heart? Doesn't it hurt? Yi Luwei looked like she was standing on the moral high ground. The look he gave Qin Yan was full of dissatisfaction. Without a heart, there will be no pain. Qin Yan's attitude has always been indifferent. It makes people angry just looking at it. They stood at the door of the hall, and each of them spoke without deliberately lowering their voices. At this time, many officials or female relatives who came out of the hall looked over here curiously. Li Fu hurriedly advised, Hey, princesses, please stop talking. There are many people coming and going here. Qin Yue still takes good care of her reputation. Looking around, they really saw that many people seemed to be looking at them curiously. She coughed lightly and brushed her sleeves in an ostentatious manner. Since Eunuch Li is speaking for you, let's forget about this matter for now. She turned her gaze to Yi Luwei and took her arm. Second sister, let's go, come back to Kunqiang Palace with me, the Queen Mother still has a lot to say to you. It is good. Yi Luwei patted the back of Qin Yue's hand lovingly. It would have been fine if second sister hadn't come back before, but now that second sister has come back, no one will bully you again in the future. At the end of her words, she did not forget to glance at Qin Yan again. Well, the second sister is the best. I watched them walk away hand in hand. Li Fu then breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yan asked, where does the second princess live? Princess Shoa. Originally, His Majesty wanted the second princess to live in the Yingyu Palace next to the King Liu Palace. That palace is smaller and no concubines live there. The second princess would be more comfortable living there. For an unmarried princess, living in a palace all by herself is already a very good treatment. This is probably because Emperor Chia feels guilty about the fact that she has been living alone outside for so many years, so he treats her like this. Li Fu said, but the fourth princess took the initiative to ask to live with the second princess who just came back. She said that the sisters haven't seen each other for many years and blood is thicker than water. She likes the second princess very much. The second princess also agreed, saying that she liked the fourth princess very much and hoped to live with her. Your Majesty must have felt somewhat guilty towards the second princess. After all, she had been living away from home for so many years. So, he agreed and let the second princess live in the Queen's Kunxiang Palace. Didn't she ask to live in the palace where her mother lived before? Qin Yan couldn't help but ask again. Because the original owner had deep feelings for concubine Lu. Since she was using someone else's body, she would inevitably be affected by the original owner's emotions. Naturally, he was very emotionally concerned about concubine Lu, whom he had never met. Your Highness, are you talking about concubine Lu's King Liu Palace? Li Fu shook his head. I haven't heard of that. Qin Yan nodded slightly. Thank you, Eunuch Li. Oh, Princess Shoa, what are you talking about? This is just my job. Li Fu smiled and said goodbye to the two of them. Qin Yan and Qin Rong were walking on the way to Wanrong Palace. Qin Rong couldn't help but say, it seems that this second sister who just came back doesn't care much about concubine Lu. It's more than just that she doesn't care. She just simply wants to get her status as a princess back. But in fact, the waters in this palace are very deep. Becoming a princess is not necessarily a good thing. Qin Yan sneered. Qin Rong nodded in agreement. Yes. Outsiders see us as princesses and envy us. We have never had to worry about food and clothing since we were young. But how could they know that this palace is actually a cannibalistic abyss? If we are not careful, we may be doomed. Qin Yan said. Who said it wasn't? However, this Yi Luwei is really not that good. She pretends to be very filial, but in fact, she is not very kind to my mother. Hey, Tilda. She let out a long sigh. She didn't finish her words, but Qin Rong could understand what she meant. Fortunately, my father is wise and did not blame you for what your biological mother did. Otherwise, I'm afraid there would be no one in this world who cares about concubine Lu anymore. It doesn't matter whether her biological daughter is a princess or not. If no one in this world cares about her anymore, it would be really sad for concubine Lu. Qin Yan glanced at her and smiled slightly. Yes, my sister is right, father is really a wise monarch. What wisdom? It was simply because he was now beneficial to the great Jia kingdom. If he had not shown enough usefulness, he would have been beaten to death just like in the original book. However, there is no need to tell my royal sister about these things. It would be good if she thought that her father was wise and powerful enough. Sometimes, ignorance is a kind of bliss. The two of them soon arrived at Wanrong Palace. When concubine Shu saw Qin Yan, her eyes were full of pity. It's a pity that I didn't attend the banquet today because I was not feeling well. I can't speak for you. Are you scared, kid? What happened at the palace banquet had already spread throughout the harem. Even the ill concubine Shu heard about it. Qin Yan shook his head. No, I believe in my father. He will definitely not blame any innocent person, and of course, he will not let any bad guy go. This naturally refers to how Emperor Chia dealt with the midwife and the nun. This time, she was not beaten to death. If she had been beaten to death, it would have been these two people. You are a sensible child. You are right. His Majesty has always been wise and will not do anything inappropriate. Concubine Shu waved at her and said, Come here, let me take a good look at you. Yes. Qin Yan took 2 steps forward and came to the couch. You are a smart child. Now that the real concubine Lu's child has returned, I'm afraid there will be some trouble in the harem in the future. You have to be more careful, okay? After all, she was a woman who rose all the way to the position of a concubine. No matter how calm and indifferent concubine Shu seems to be on weekdays, she still has the necessary sensitivity. Even though she hadn't met Yi Luwei yet, she heard that she had just entered the palace and had already moved to the queen's palace. Who wouldn't understand such scheming? This person is definitely not someone who will keep quiet. Thank you for your reminder, Yansa knows. Qin Yan answered seriously. In the original book, the reason why the original owner was able to grow up smoothly was sometimes thanks to this concubine Shu. My whole family is in the book. I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 14 Cold Sounds and Warm Music. It can be said that in the entire palace, in the original owner's previous life, only this concubine Shu had shown kindness to her. However, due to the queen's influence, he cannot be too blatant. But Qin Yan always remembers the friendship. Well, then go back and rest early. I am also tired. Lady Shufei waved her hand. Then mother, we will go back first. Qin Rong stood up and bowed to concubine Shu together with Qin Yan. Then he left the room. Next, Qin Yan temporarily lived in Wanrong Palace. The room she lived in was next to Qin Rong's. This was also arranged by Qin Rong. After all, although Qin Yan now has a title, in the final analysis, he is definitely no longer of royal blood. It would be bad if there was some short-sighted guy in Wanrong's palace who thought Qin Yan was easy to bully and did something bad. As the eldest sister, she naturally has to care more about her younger sister. You can live here peacefully during these days. As for the palace maids and eunuchs from your previous palace, I will bring them back for you tomorrow. After all, you have used them for so many years, it will be convenient for you to continue using them. Qin Rong was very thoughtful. Thank you, princess. Between you and me, there's no need to thank each other. Qin Rong smiled and said, okay, you should go to bed early. After saying that, he left her room. The next morning, Qin Yan had just woken up when he heard some noise and someone outside pushed the door open and walked in. Your Highness, you are awake, get up and wash up. Two beautiful palace maids came in carrying toiletries. Of these two people, one is relatively tall, and the other is of normal height. The tall palace maid looks more aloof, while the other one is more lively and playful. When she smiles, she has two shallow dimples on her cheeks, which makes her look particularly sweet. To be honest, because the original owner died in the first chapter of the original book, she really didn't know much about the people around her. But it is also conceivable that the palace maids who have lost their masters will be reassigned to other palaces according to the usual routine in novels. If it is distributed to the master, it would be fine. If it is not divided well, life will be quite miserable. Ellipsis. Xiaojun, don't you know what they're called? Qin Yan, nonsense. Xiaojun, the tall one is called Lengyan, and the short one is called Nuanlei. Qin Yan, this name sounds pretty nice. Xiaojun, of course, this was given by concubine Lu. She was also very good at music, so the names of the maids and eunuchs around her were generally related to musical notes. Qin Yan, I see. Ellipsis. Lengyan and Nuanlei stepped forward and raised their hands to help Qin Yan wash and dress. Oh, no, I can do it myself. When Qin Yan was in modern times, she was used to being alone, so she felt uncomfortable when someone suddenly served her, and quickly refused. Yes. Lengyan and Nuanlei didn't find it strange. They respectfully placed the toiletries for Qin Yan and then stood aside. Qin Yan finished washing up quickly. Your Highness, let me dress you up. Lengyan's voice is just like her appearance, with a cool taste. It is good. If she could wash and dress herself, then this ancient hairstyle was too complicated and she still needed help. Nuanlei took the toiletries downstairs, then came back to wait by Qin Yan's side. While Lengyan was dressing her, she would help pass things to her from time to time. You two, it seems, don't like to talk very much. Qin Yan felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so he couldn't help but ask. That's not the case. It's just that we are in Wanrong Palace after all, and we are afraid of causing trouble for your Highness. So before coming here, we decided to speak as little as possible. Lengyan explained. Nuanlei agreed, yes, it's already difficult for His Highness in the palace. Now that the so-called biological daughter of the Queen has returned, I'm afraid it will be even more difficult in the future. We certainly can't make things difficult for His Highness. Both of them truly cared about Qin Yan. That's right, now that my mother's biological daughter has returned, don't you consider joining her? Are you still willing to follow a fake like me? Qin Yan asked slowly. Hearing this, Lengyan and Nuanlei were both shocked. He fell to his knees with two thumps. Did we do something wrong? Does His Highness not want us anymore? If we do something wrong, Your Highness, please tell us and we will definitely change it. Both women's faces turned pale. Qin Yan didn't expect that the two of them would react so strongly. After being stunned for a moment, he quickly stood up and reached out to help them. Why are you kneeling? You haven't done anything wrong. I just feel that I am no longer Mother's child in terms of blood. If you want to continue to be loyal to Mother's children, perhaps you should go find the current second princess. No, we are His Highness's people in life and His Highness's ghosts in death. Nuanlei said seriously. In this life, we only recognize Your Highness as our master. Even if Your Highness is not the Queen's biological daughter, it doesn't matter. The Queen treats you sincerely, and you treat her sincerely. Over the years, we have seen what kind of feelings Your Highness has for her. Lengyan's voice was no longer as clear and cold as before, but was now trembling a little. No matter your blood relationship, in the eyes of these servants, you are the daughter of the Empress, and you will always be. Nuanlei agreed. What Lengyan said is exactly what the servant wanted to say. Moreover, the second princess who just returned moved into the Queen's palace as soon as she came back. Everyone knows that the Queen didn't like our Queen back then and always deliberately targeted her. Your Highness has had such a hard time these years, and it was also due to the Queen's instructions. And she actually. Therefore, the servants will not recognize her as their master. Listening to the two of them speaking earnestly, Qin Yan would be lying if he said he wasn't moved. She always thought that since the original owner died, no one would care about her anymore. Also, although she was not Concubine Lu's biological daughter, she truly regarded Concubine Lu as her own biological mother. But in the original book, no one mentioned this. They only saw that her blood was not hers and thought that she was a heinous criminal as an imposter. She doesn't care at all. Does the so-called biological daughter really care about her mother? But now, Lengyan and Nuanlei's words told her. Not everyone had noticed the original owner's feelings for Concubine Lu over the years. Someone saw it and knew it. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 15 The ending of the two women. What the original owner did was not meaningless, someone will always remember it. She is not like in the book, where death is death and she has no value of her own except being a tool of the heroine. Even in the book, the original owner has someone who cares about him, understands him, and accompanies him. Ellipsis. Xiaojun, alas, these two girls. In fact, in the original book, they were also very miserable. Qin Yan, what do you mean? Xiaojun, the plot in the book you know is not specifically written. After the original owner was beaten to death, these two girls were extremely distressed and spent the days in King Liu Palace in a daze. The Imperial Household Department wanted to assign them to other palaces, but they didn't want to. No matter how many times they are beaten, they must stay in King Liu Palace. They say that the original owner's soul is still here, and they must accompany their prince, otherwise, they are afraid that the original owner will be lonely. At first, the people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs would bring people to control them, or beat or scold them, hoping that they would surrender. But over time, these two people became obviously a little crazy, and the people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs were too lazy to control them. Anyway, King Liu Palace is no different from the Cold Palace. Originally, they could have lived peacefully like this, but one day someone accidentally told them the reason for the original owner's death. After that, the two girls really went crazy. They even ignored their own lives and secretly set fire to the heroine's palace in the middle of the night. Later, of course, he was caught and killed by the male protagonist with a single sword. His body was thrown into a mass grave and eaten by wild dogs. It was very tragic. Qin Yan, if you say that, I seem to remember a plot in the book. One night, the heroine and the hero were talking to each other and looking at the stars and the moon outside. Suddenly, a fire broke out in the heroine's palace. That night, 2 palace maids were burned to death. They were said to be from King Liu Palace, and later came to serve the heroine's palace. They were particularly loyal to the heroine. They wanted to take some of her belongings out of the room, which delayed their escape and led to the death in the fire. Xiaojun's voice was obviously filled with disdain. What do you mean by being buried in a sea of fire? She was killed by the hero. However, the heroine was very careful about her reputation and didn't want people to know that she, the biological daughter of Concubine Liu, was assassinated by the maid that Concubine Liu had left behind. If people knew about this, I'm afraid her character as a filial woman would be ruined. That's why I made up such a lie. Qin Yan, no one cares whether the 2 palace maids live or die, and no one cares whether they're completely reduced to ashes in the sea of fire or not. Xiaojun, that's the truth. Ellipsis. When she looked at Leng Yin and Nuenla again, her expression became even gentler. I know you are loyal to me. I just asked casually. You don't have to think too much or panic. Get up quickly. She really didn't think that much. I just thought that they were originally from King Liu Palace, and their purpose was to help the late Concubine Liu take care of her daughter. And I am not Concubine Liu's biological daughter. So, it is understandable if they want to take care of Yi Luwei. She just gave them a chance to choose. After all, she is the heroine, and it is not certain how long she can live. There is no need to delay other people's future. No, we dare not. Please don't chase us away again in the future, Your Highness. Leng Yin and Nuenla both shook their heads, looking even more terrified. Okay, I promise you. Hurry up and get up. Do you want me to help you up myself? Qin Yan knew that Leng Yin and Nuenla had been slaves in the palace for many years and were used to being humble. If he was too kind to them, they would become uncomfortable. She pretended to be like what she had read in novels before and acted like a princess. Sure enough, Leng Yin and Nuenla felt much more comfortable. No, Your Highness is a valuable person. We will get up right away. The 2 women then stood up. I already know what you 2 are thinking. Don't worry, today's questioning will not happen again. But, at the same time, if you want to leave, you will no longer have the chance, understand? Qin Yan said lightly. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will never want to leave. I only wish to follow Your Highness forever. Leng Yin and Nuenla expressed their attitudes one after another. Okay, continue with your makeup. Qin Yan's gaze returned to the bronze mirror in front of him. Leng Yin and Nuenla came forward to help her with her makeup. Soon, the 2 of them dealt with Qin Yan. Looking at himself in the bronze mirror, Qin Yan felt that he could not see clearly. It seems that if there is a chance, maybe I can make another clear mirror. Of course there are mirrors in the mall, but if we just take them out like this, it would be difficult to explain. You still have to find a suitable reason. You 2 can go and do your own things. You don't have to stay with me all the time. Qin Yan touched his cheek and said. Yes. Qin Yan also liked to be alone in the past. Leng Yin and Nuenla knew this, so they didn't think it was strange. The 2 women left her room. Qin Yan had just come through yesterday and had encountered so many things. Only now did he really have the time and opportunity to get familiar with the golden finger he had obtained. There are a lot of things in the mall, and there is also a small storage space, about 5 square meters in size. It doesn't look very big, but it's still no problem to fit some things in it. All items in the mall require points to purchase. Xiaojun explained, this storage space will become larger as you complete more tasks. Of course, you can also use points to redeem space in the storage space. It's just that it's not cost effective to use points. After all, it's not cheap. Qin Yan nodded. Of course I know this. Since completing tasks can expand the storage space, I don't need to use points to expand it. But why are some of these things grey? Xiaojun, these are items that you, the host, have not yet developed. When you, the host, have completed enough tasks and I have been upgraded, the purchase rights for some things will be unlocked. After all, the things in this mall are not found in this world. If too many of them appear at once, then this world will be in chaos. This can be considered a restriction on your purchase of goods. Then why is it activated after the task is completed? My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 16, Starry Heart Technique. As the plot of the book progresses, the more tasks you complete, the more things in the mall this world can accept. So, they will be opened. In other words, it can be said that as the tasks are completed, this world is also evolving. When it evolves to a point where it can use these things and it is more reasonable, they can be opened for use. Qin Yan seemed to understand. Anyway, it can be used when it will not have an unreasonable impact on the world, right? Xiaojun, that's about it. Qin Yan said that she still didn't quite understand it, but it didn't matter. Anyway, she could use it when it was needed. The most urgent thing now is to exchange for a clearer mirror and see what I look like now. Exchange the mirror. Consume 5 points. Are you sure? Sure. Exchange successful. The next second, a dressing mirror appeared in the room. Looking at myself in the mirror, my eyebrows are as picturesque as a painting, my lips are like red cherries, and every frown and smile is so stunning. Oh my god. I didn't expect that the original owner was so beautiful. She can definitely be called stunningly beautiful. No wonder Qin Yue always targeted the original owner. With such a beauty, who wouldn't be jealous? Not to mention Qin Yue, she herself was a little jealous. This original owner, this face is really... Qin Yan couldn't help but raise his hand and touch his face. He was almost stunned by the appearance in the mirror. She had always thought that the descriptions in books such as skin as white as cream and skin as fair as ice and as delicate as jade were all exaggerated adjectives. But at this moment, she felt that these words were not exaggerated at all. Although the original owner did not have a very good life in the palace. However, the skin on her cheeks was so delicate and glowing white that even when she was so close to the mirror, she still couldn't see any trace of pores. She was at a loss for words and didn't know what language to use to describe it. All in all, it's so beautiful. It's really beautiful. With such a look, she can definitely be called God's favorite. Xiaojun agreed. The original owner was indeed very beautiful, but it's a pity that she had a tragic fate. Thinking of this, Qin Yan couldn't help but sigh and nodded. By the way, host, you seem to be born with great strength. Why don't you find a technique to practice? Xiaojun suggested. Okay. Qin Yan was slightly stunned. What kind of skills? This world has inner strength, and one can practice inner strength. There are secret manuals of inner strength in the mall. If you... Before Xiaojun finished speaking, Qin Yan began to look for the so-called secret manual of martial arts in the mall impatiently. In her previous life, because she loved martial arts and was naturally strong, she learned Sanda and some simple free fighting. I dream of becoming a chivalrous woman who walks around the world and helps others when she sees injustice. However, in that world, there is no so-called internal energy technique. She always felt it was a pity. I didn't expect that it exists now. Let me see, is there really such a good thing? Her eyes swept across the mall, and finally, they stopped on a book that looked very ancient. There are 4 big characters in the letter. Starry Heart Sutra. Qin Yan looked at the book curiously. Is this what you were talking about? The Starry Heart Sutra. Xiaojun, yes, that's it. This is the only mental method in the mall. It is specifically used to practice internal strength. In addition, there are many martial arts secrets, but those are just methods of teaching how to use internal strength. This is the only one that really practices internal strength. Xiaojun explained, this Starry Heart Sutra doesn't sound like anything special, but as the only secret book of the Heart Sutra in the mall, it must be extraordinary. Qin Yan asked, before that, have you ever practiced with a host? Xiaojun, no, most of my hosts just wanted to have a beautiful love affair after coming here, or make a fortune by using the items in the mall. They didn't seriously complete the mission. Moreover, the practice of this Star Heart method is a bit painful. When they heard that it would be painful, they all gave up. Qin Yan, wait, you mean that the hosts that were bound to you before were not necessarily Qin Yan's identity, right? Xiaojun's voice was as matter of course. This identity binding is random. Most of them will be bound to the homes of princes and nobles, or very important characters in the book. Their identities are all very noble. Qin Yan gritted his teeth. So, there are actually very few people like me who died in the first chapter of the binding, right? Xiaojun obviously hasn't realized the seriousness of the matter. Well, you're the only one who's unlucky enough to be tied to a character who died in the first chapter. Qin Yan. Suddenly I don't want to work hard anymore, I just want to lie down, really. Xiaojun said, however, host, you are still very powerful. Although you had a tragic start, the ending is good. You completed the first mission very smoothly, unlike my previous hosts. Although the characters they wore were better than you, most of them were directly wiped out when they encountered the first mission because they could not complete it. That's it, it's still a fairly ordinary task, and it's not the same as your hell level difficulty, host. Qin Yan. Thank you, I was not comforted. Forget it, now that it has happened, what else can she do? Just keep trying to live, otherwise why would you seek death? This is absolutely not possible. After all, she has such a beautiful face now, she must live beautifully. How many points does this Star Heart technique require? Not much, just 500 points. What, you're trying to steal points? Qin Yan's eyes widened. Including the tasks she completed, she only had 5,500 points in total. She used 1 to buy a colored glass lamp, 5 to buy a mirror, and 500 to buy the method of making colored glass. She doesn't have many points left. Isn't this technique too expensive? Xiaojun, host, you have to believe me, this method is absolutely worth the money. 500 points is already a very reasonable price. Qin Yan, is this true? I have little education, please don't lie to me. Xiaojun, we are one, okay. If something happens to you, it won't be good for me. After all, I have developed consciousness, which is not tolerated by the main system. If you die, I will definitely be discovered by the main system. At that time, I will have to be buried with you. Qin Yan thought about it and felt that it made sense. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 17 is Qin Rong's poem. If anything happens to her, Xiaojun will be buried with her. It might cheat her, but it would never cheat itself. Okay, then I'll buy it. Qin Yan said with some pain. Xiaojun happily gave the Starry Sky Heart technique from the mall to Qin Yan. Host, you have to believe that this method is absolutely useful and is especially suitable for you. It's better tilde. Qin Yan deliberately dragged out the last syllable, sounding a little weird. Ellipsis. Your Highness, the eldest princess invites you to have breakfast. Qin Yan was just about to continue studying the Starry Sky Heart technique he had just acquired when Nuanla's voice was heard outside the door. Okay, I'll come right away. She got off the bed, put her mental method and dressing mirror into her storage space, patted her dress, pushed the door and walked out. The sun is shining outside. When she pushed open the door, she narrowed her eyes subconsciously, and then she felt her whole body and mind warmed. Well, when the weather is good, I feel good. Especially since I'm still alive, that's even better. Let's go. She looked at Nuanlei, who was standing at the door. Nuanlei hurriedly led the way for her. In fact, there was no need for anyone to lead the way. After all, the room she lived in was next to Qinrong's. However, everyone in the palace likes this. They like to be served all the time, which makes them seem very noble. Although Qin Yan felt it was unnecessary, he had to adapt to the local customs. She couldn't have too much personality change, otherwise, if people suspected that she was possessed by a ghost or something, that would be no fun. When we arrived at Qinrong's room, she was sitting at the table, holding a book in her hands and reading it carefully. Hearing the noise, she raised her head and looked at Qin Yan. Sister Yansa, you are here. Please take a seat. I don't know what you like to eat, so I just prepared some dishes. You can eat whatever you like. She smiled and pointed to the side dishes on the table in a gentle tone. Where is the concubine Shu? Qin Yan sat down opposite Qinrong and asked. Mother is still feeling a little unwell, so she doesn't need to have breakfast. Someone will deliver her some medicinal food later, so the two of us can just eat it. Qinrong explained. All right. Qin Yan nodded, picked up the chopsticks on the table, and started eating without being polite to Qinrong. Nuanlei stood beside her and helped her serve the food. Qinrong put down the book in her hand and ate slowly and elegantly. Compared with Qin Yan's speed, her movements were really slow. She seemed to chew each bite for a long time before slowly swallowing it. When Qin Yan finished eating, she was only 3/4 full. Qin Yan put down the chopsticks in his hand. Imperial sister, I'm full. It's good to be full. I may need some more time. There are many books in my room. If you are bored, you can take some and read them. Qinrong said softly. Can I really watch it? Qin Yan's eyes lit up when he heard that. In her previous life, she loved reading books, all kinds of books, not just novels. In fact, she likes to read finance, politics, law, history, geography, astronomy, etc. The reason why she was so close to Qinrong was not only because she did not do anything bad in the original book, but also because her mother was a bookworm. In the entire imperial palace, if we were to ask who has the largest collection of books, it would undoubtedly be concubine Shu. Similarly, as the daughter of concubine Shu, Qinrong also has a huge collection of books. As soon as she entered Qinrong's room, she saw many books in the room. Of course can. Qinrong smiled slightly. As long as you don't damage the book for me and take good care of it, I can read it as much as I want. Then if I return to live in King Liu Palace in the future, you can also take it home to read, but as I said before, you must cherish the book. No problem. Qin Yan happily agreed and told Nuanlei to go back to work. She began to look at which books she liked. The characters in this world were the same as the regular script in her previous life, so she was lucky not to become illiterate in this world. As they walked around, they came to Qinrong's desk, on which was a piece of plain white rice paper with a poem written in small calligraphy. This poem. Qin Yan picked it up and looked at it curiously. In June, when the grass is green and the orioles are flying, I drink a few glasses of wine. P.S. Because the author has limited literary talent and is not good at writing poetry, you don't need to worry too much about the content of the poem, just take a look at it casually. I just wrote this down casually. I suddenly had some realization a couple of days ago, so I wrote it down. Qinrong answered casually. Her emotions did not fluctuate much, but when Qin Yan saw this poem, his whole mind was shaken. If she remembered correctly, Yi Luwei wrote such a poem in public at the flower viewing poetry gathering 2 days later, and was successfully hailed as the most talented woman in Kyoto. Moreover, because the content of the poem is somewhat sad, many people in the capital believe that Princess Shangxian lived an extremely miserable life before returning to the royal family. He even spit on the original owner who was already dead. Even the Liu family, where she was born and raised, was criticized. Afterwards, Yi Luwei came out again and pretended to be tolerant and generous and said a few good words for the Liu family and also said a few good words for the original owner. Instead, everyone praised her for her broad-mindedness, kindness and generosity. It can be said that he is filled with good reputation and everyone's sympathy. Because when she was reading the content of the book, she deliberately studied this poem and felt that this poem was not particularly outstanding, it was just average. After all, she has been influenced by thousands of years of great literature such as Tang poetry and song lyrics. She really had trouble reading ordinary poetry. However, because she took a closer look at it at that time, the poem still left an impression in her mind. Isn't this the song written on this piece of paper right now? The imperial sister said that she wrote this poem. The imperial sister would never lie. Then Yi Luwei is not. She plagiarized the poems written by her imperial sister, so she is called the talented woman. Indeed, no wonder she felt that it was a bit incongruous that this poem was written by Yi Luwei, who was brought up meticulously since childhood. After all, she is the heroine, and she has been lucky all the time. What could be wrong with her that requires her to drown her sorrows in alcohol? And if the author was changed to Qinrong, then it would make sense. Although concubine Shu was a concubine in the palace, she was always in poor health and was extremely obsessed with the contents of books, so she neglected to take care of Qinrong. In the palace, Qinrong's life was only slightly better than that of a motherless child. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 18 Plagiarizing My Sister. In this deep palace, who doesn't have some melancholy and the urge to go crazy? I'm afraid that in the eyes of a royal princess like Qinrong, being able to drink a lot of wine would be an incredible madness. By the way, in the original book, Yi Luwei asked Qinrong to take good care of her from the beginning, so after entering the palace, she often came to stroll around Wanrong's palace. Presumably, she saw the poem written by the imperial sister, copied it down, went back to memorize it, and then recited the poem before the imperial sister at the flower viewing poetry party. And what about the imperial sister? She is a gentle and soft-hearted person, and since she is his own sister, it is not easy for her to tell others that her poems were plagiarized. After all, Li Luwei at that time was a princess with a title, while she was just an unpopular princess in the palace. There are quite a few princesses in the palace, and she is not considered special in Emperor Chia's eyes. The only special thing about her is that she might have been the first daughter of Emperor Chia. However, after the birth of Princess Qin Yue, Emperor Chia was no longer so fond of her. So, how can she compare to others? In addition, Li Luwei also has the help of the male protagonist Ling Yuancheng, so she has no qualifications to compare with others. Therefore, I could only swallow this grievance and choose to remain silent. I'm afraid that the fact that Qin Rong didn't have many roles in the book later on is also largely related to this incident. Being accused of plagiarizing poetry by her own sister made her feel even more indifferent and disappointed with the world, and thus, she became even more silent and reclusive. Thinking of this, Qin Yan couldn't help but feel even more disgusted with the heroine Yi Luwei. Originally, she thought Yi Luwei was just a green tea, just a white lotus, but she didn't expect that she actually plagiarized other people's poems. Copying your sister. This woman is so disgusting. My sister's poems are so well written. If they were recited at the flower viewing poetry party, I'm sure they would astonish everyone. Qin Yan suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, turned around to look at Qin Rong, and smiled slightly. I was just writing it for fun. It's not as impressive as you say. Qin Rong had finished her meal by now and signaled the palace maid to take everything away. No, my sister is really amazing. If I were to say, the title of the most talented woman in the capital belongs to you. Qin Yan said seriously. That's not necessarily true. There are many talented ladies in the homes of princes and ministers. They're also very capable. Qin Rong didn't think she had any literary talent at all. She just liked to read more poetry because her mother liked reading and she was a quiet person. No, my royal sister is the best. Qin Yan came over and took Qin Rong's arm, his voice clear and full of pride. She looked like she would make a scene if she dared to say anything bad about herself again. Qin Rong had no choice but to smile dotingly. Okay, you were right, is that okay? Of course. In the following time, Qin Yan and Qin Rong each took their favorite books and sat in the yard to read. The surrounding palace maids brought them fruits and snacks. From time to time, a breeze blew by, and the whole place was peaceful and quiet. However, there are always annoying people who want to destroy this beauty. Oh, sister, I came at a bad time. I didn't expect that the eldest sister and Shoa were reading. Did I disturb you? A soft and clear female voice sounded. Then, Yi Luwei, dressed in gorgeous palace clothes, walked into the gate of Wanrong Palace with the palace maids and eunuchs. She looks completely different today than she did yesterday. If the clothes she wore yesterday was still very simple, then today, she was dressed really gorgeously. If you don't know her, you might think she is the queen of some palace. Being able to dress himself so luxuriously overnight, he must have received a lot of rewards from the queen. This is really strange. Logically, the queen hated concubine Lu because the heroine was born at about the same time as the prince contracted the serious illness. Why did the queen's disgust only affect the original owner and never the heroine? Ellipsis. Xiaojun, is there a possibility that the queen already knew the original owner's identity, and the one she really hated was the original owner, not Yi Luwei? Qin Yan was slightly surprised. You mean, the queen thinks that it was the birth of the commoner's son that affected the crown prince, not Princess Yi Luwei? Xiaojun, it's not impossible. Otherwise, the plot in the book cannot be explained. You know, in the original book, since Yi Luwei entered the palace, the queen and Qin Yue have never targeted her and have always been very kind to her. Not only that, the book also praises the deep love between the queen and Emperor Chia. Among them, many of the queen's methods of competing for favor were taught to her by Yi Luwei. In fact, even after the banquet yesterday, Qin Yue and Yi Luwei already had a very good relationship. Just like in the original book, he took her to live in the queen's palace. Qin Yan, but if the queen knew from the beginning that the original owner was a commoner, not a royal princess, why didn't she say it? Xiaojun, isn't this simple? Because she doesn't like concubine Lu. Or, any woman doesn't like her husband's concubine, so why would she say that it's not fun to watch a woman she doesn't like raising a child that's not hers? Qin Yan, that makes sense. Maybe, before Yi Luwei entered the palace and revealed her identity, she had already established contact with the queen, so Qin Yue deliberately let the original owner break the glass lamp and then lured the original owner out. Perhaps Yi Luwei has promised the queen some favors. Yes, why didn't I think of that? Ling Yuancheng is on the queen's side. They deliberately planned to let the original owner die so that Yi Luwei's identity can be restored without any obstacles. Xiaojun admired it very much. Host, you are so smart. Ellipsis. Qin Yan ended his inner communication with Xiaojun, looked away from the book, and looked at Yi Luwei. Since you know you're disturbing me, just leave quickly and don't be an eyesore here. After saying that, he continued to look down at the book in his hand, not taking her seriously at all. As for the heroine, sorry, she really doesn't want to bother with it. The smile on Yi Luwei's face froze. Obviously, he didn't expect that Qin Yan would be so disrespectful to him. Qin Rong raised her eyes and was about to say something when she was stopped by a look from Qin Yan. Well, she actually didn't like this second sister who had just returned that much. Since Sister Yansa doesn't want me to bother with her, then I'll just ignore her. My whole family is in the book. I'm cheating. The female supporting role in the control group I. Chapter 19. Read it here. You are not allowed to take it away. Go. Yi Luwei will never leave. She shamelessly stood not far from the two of them. The palace maid beside her quickly brought her a small stool and asked her to sit down. Qin Yan glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. Wow, he is worthy of being someone in the queen's palace. His vision is extraordinary. Well, you were quite thick-skinned. The masters of Wanrong Palace didn't say anything, but they moved things on their own initiative, which was quite arrogant. I came to see my sister today because of the flower viewing poetry gathering in 2 days. Yi Luwei didn't bother beating around the bush with the two of them. After sitting down, she spoke directly. I guess he was mainly afraid of Qin Yan's mouth. He was always so straightforward that she couldn't get off the stage. Hearing this, Qinrong put down the book in her hand and set her sights on Yi Luwei. Yi Luwei was delighted to see that she had attracted Qinrong's attention, and hurriedly continued, I learned from the queen that the royal sister has a lot of books here. Luwei has not had any good teachers to teach her outside the palace these years, and her literary talent is average. Since she is going to the poetry gathering, she would not want to embarrass her father, so she came to the royal sister to borrow some books to read, which can be regarded as sharpening her sword before the battle. I wonder if my royal sister could lend some books to Luwei to read. Qinrong thought it was no big deal. This request was nothing. So he was ready to agree. What do you want to borrow? The books here are all unique and worth a fortune, you know. Oh no, they're priceless treasures. Who knows if you will not take good care of them after you take them back and thus destroy them. Qin Yan raised his eyes and looked at Yi Luwei. His tone was not very friendly. Anyway, the heroine is going to kill her, so there's no need for her to be polite to her, right? Hearing this, Qinrong, who was about to agree, immediately shut her mouth. She really cherishes these books. If it was really damaged, she would be very sad. If you really want to see it, just watch it here and leave after you're done. Yi Luwei was silent for a moment. There was a hint of grievance in her eyes. She did not respond to Qin Yan's words, but instead focused her gaze on Qinrong. Does the emperor think of Luwei in the same way? Seeing her aggrieved look, Qinrong felt a little soft-hearted. As the emperor's sister, this is her own sister after all. Don't bother talking to the emperor's sister. If you want to see it, just watch it here. If you don't want to see it, just leave. Qin Yan didn't get used to her at all. Or are you just annoyed by us being here, so you can't watch it? Of course I don't find my sisters annoying. How is that possible? Yi Luwei retorted immediately. Since you don't mind us being annoying, let's watch it together. As he said that, Qin Yan went to Qinrong's room and took out a few books for her. They are all poems and songs written by great people in the past. It's enough for Yi Luwei to see. She didn't even let Yi Luwei enter Qinrong's room. Well, these poetry books are all good, and my sister has made annotations in them. If you want to cram for the exam, these books are very suitable for you. Qin Yan directly handed the book in his hand to her. Qinrong took a look at the books she had given to Yi Luwei. They're indeed good books on poetry, and I have also made annotations on them. It seems that Sister Yansa is still kind-hearted. Even though her second sister has come back, she still considers her sisters. These books are very suitable for my second sister. Sister Yansa has made a good selection. If you want to learn more poetry, these books are suitable for you. Ah, really? Yi Luwei took the books with an overwhelmed look on her face. Looking at Qin Yan, his eyes were full of gratitude. Thank you, Showa. Small things. Qin Yan sat down and continued to read the book in his hand. After that, Yi Luwei behaved well for about an hour. Then he started to feel restless again and couldn't help looking around. If you have something to do, just leave. Don't move around here and disturb others. Qin Yan put down the book in his hand and looked at her with a bit of annoyance in his eyes. Why are there so many weird things when I'm just reading a book here? Hearing the noise, Qinrong, who had been immersed in a book, raised her head and looked over. Yi Luwei felt a little embarrassed by the gazes of the two people. He smiled and said, well, I think these books are still too profound for me. Can I go to my sister's room and choose one myself? There was a hint of flattery in her tone. If it were Qinrong, she would definitely agree. But unfortunately, Qin Yan was also present at this time. What are you choosing? This is the simplest one I picked for you. I also thought that you had been raised outside and had not received any royal education. I was afraid that you would not know much, so I specially found a book with annotations by the imperial sister for you. If you can't understand this and find it profound, then I think you should not attend the poetry gathering. Otherwise, you will really bring shame to the royal family. In her opinion, these poems are similar to basic reading materials in elementary school. How could she have the nerve to say such profound things? Isn't it just to find an excuse to break into the imperial sister's room and steal the poems she has written? She just won't get what she wants. Yi Luwei. No, what's wrong with this Qin Yan? Is he so stubborn? Didn't she just want to go to Qinrong's room to see if there were any good poems? Before entering the palace, she had heard that the eldest princess had outstanding literary talent. If she could get some poetry from her eldest sister at the poetry gathering in 2 days, it would be easier for her to cope with the situation. Who knows, she might even make people look at her with new eyes. Why, they're not willing to help her with such a small request. That's it, what about the deep sisterly love? Especially this Qin Yan, she was full of hostility towards me since the first time they met. But it's true, after all, she was the one who stole my position. The luxurious life I had enjoyed for so many years was all stolen. Now that I'm back, she has become my adopted daughter. After all, there is a gap between a biological daughter and an adopted daughter. It's normal for her to dislike herself. It's really annoying. Why didn't they beat her to death with sticks at the banquet yesterday? There was a hint of murderous intent flashing in the depths of his eyes. However, she hid it very well, and her face showed a look of grievance and stubbornness. It seemed as if Qin Yan's words had insulted her dignity. Sure enough, there are always people who are soft-hearted. Sister Yansa, your words are too harsh. This is not what second sister wanted to cause, right? Qinrong felt that Qin Yan's words were a little too blunt. Although, it's all true. But they're sisters after all, so they still have to give the younger sister some face. So, isn't that a bad thing? It's true that she didn't want to cause this, but I heard that she grew up as my mother Wang Ying's daughter. My whole family is in the book. I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 20 more princess than a real princess. But because my mother and I entered the palace early, Madame Lu was thinking about her daughter, so she turned her motherly love to Lu Wei. She has been treated very well since she was a child. Although she is nominally the daughter of a maid, she lives the life of a legitimate daughter in the mansion. I guess Lu Wei must have been taught by many female teachers, right? If that's the case, she can't even understand such simple poems. It seems that it has nothing to do with her family's teaching since she was a child, but it has something to do with herself. It was her own fault that she didn't like to study and was lazy and gluttonous, so how could she blame everything on the Lu family? In the original book, the Lu family really had nothing to say about her. Even when the young master and mistress of the Lu mansion had children later, their status in the Lu mansion never surpassed Yi Lu Wei. Originally, the Lu family raised the royal princess and never abused her. They kept her with great care. If anyone had any filial piety, they would surely promote the Lu family after they became successful. But what was the fate of the Lu family in the original book? They were criticized by the world, saying that they actually treated the royal princess as the daughter of a maid, and the daughter of a real maid was sent to the palace as a princess, saying that they were blind and selfish. All the insulting words have been used to describe Lu Fu. In other words, whenever the heroine was praised, the Lu family would definitely be brought out and severely insulted and criticized. As the opposite of the bright and dazzling heroine, it is full of darkness and evil. The Lu mansion was only the residence of an 8th rank official. Not only had Mr. Lu never been promoted because of his daughter's entry into the palace, but because of the heroine, he was disliked by Emperor Chia and was demoted to the 9th rank. He and his family were banished to a remote place. Even though they said it more than once, they had never treated Yi Lu Wei unfairly. But who would believe it? No one will believe it. One is a princess, the other is a lowly official, everyone knows which is more important. As for Yi Lu Wei, of course she knew the situation in the Lu mansion, but she said nothing and would not say anything. Otherwise, how could she use her life experience to gain sympathy? Lu mansion. From the beginning to the end, it was just a tool for her to gain misery. Hearing this, Yi Lu Wei's expression finally changed completely. She subconsciously glanced at Qin Rong, and seeing that she didn't seem to realize anything was wrong, she couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Then he glanced at the palace maids and eunuchs around him, waved his hand, and signaled them to go down. Your Highness, we are under the Queen's order to take good care of you. If we leave, I'm afraid it would be inappropriate. A palace maid with a somewhat sarcastic look spoke up. Yi Lu Wei's eyes dimmed again. On the one hand, these people were sent by the Queen to take care of her, but in fact, weren't they also supervising her? It seems that we still need to cultivate some talents of our own in this palace. I want to have some private conversation with my sisters. It is not appropriate for too many people to be here. Why don't you stay here, Sister Shuhei, and the others can leave first. As a princess, calling the palace maid, sister, was a great honor for her. The smile on the face of the palace maid named Shuhei who spoke first became more sincere. Yes, just as your Highness said. You all go down first. She waved her hand, and her style was even more princess-like than Yi Lu Wei, a real princess. Qin Yan looked at her deliberately, but saw that her expression did not change at all. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, wow, she really is worthy of being the heroine. This kind of scheming and endurance is truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. Qin Rong frowned. But she also knew that this was Yi Lu Wei's own choice. So, it is reasonable that he is now being monitored by the Queen's people. Yi Lu Wei ignored Shuhei and looked at Qin Yan, the smile on her lips still so gentle and elegant. I didn't expect that Zhao He has been growing up in the palace and knows so much about the outside world. What, are you trying to test me? Qin Yan sneered in his heart. She replied calmly, of course I understand. After all, I have always been in contact with the Lu mansion. The two elders have always been concerned about the daughter and granddaughter. Even though they're far away, they always hope to know more about the situation in the palace. Of course, this letter also mentioned a lot about you, Lu Wei, in the Lu mansion. Of course this is false. The two people in the Lu mansion must be concerned about concubine Lu, but they're only 8th rank officials after all, and it is very difficult for them to deliver letters from home to the palace. When concubine Lu was still alive, she did send her several letters, which also mentioned Yi Lu Wei's affairs. Concubine Lu always felt that Wang Ying'er was very loyal to her, so she replied in the letter, asking them to take good care of Yi Lu Wei. But after concubine Lu passed away, it became difficult to deliver these letters into the palace. In particular, the Queen also targeted Qin Yan. As for the account books being sent into the palace, the Queen could not stop them. After all, as a princess, according to the rules of the Great Chia Kingdom, she can handle the accounts of shops outside the palace. Especially, it was left by concubine Lu to the original owner. The Queen once wanted to suppress this, but was stopped by Emperor Chia after he found out about it. As for why the Lu family did not send the letter into the palace by placing it in the account books, it was probably because they were low-ranking officials and timid. To put it in a serious way, this kind of thing would be a crime of deceiving the emperor. The Lu family cannot, nor dare to. But Yi Lu Wei didn't know all this. So it doesn't matter, she took it out and scared her. If Yi Lu Wei had some brains, she would go back to ask Qin Yue and investigate, and she would be able to find out that, in the beginning, the Lu mansion had sent a letter to the palace, but it was stopped by the Queen's people. After all, if the concubines in the palace want to contact their families outside the palace, the letters must go through the Queen. If the Queen doesn't let us go, then we won't be able to communicate. After all, once you marry into the palace, you become the emperor's person. How can you still keep in touch with your parents' family? This is also a regulation of the Great Chia Kingdom. It is an established rule to prevent the relatives of concubines in the palace from becoming powerful. The Lu family sent letters, but as time went on, there was no reply, so they became discouraged and stopped sending letters to the palace. At least, in the past 5 or 6 years, no letters have been delivered. But will Yi Luwei really ask and check? Will not. Just based on the fact that the palace maid named Shu He brought up the queen just now, I'm afraid Yi Luwei has already developed dissatisfaction with the queen. She is the heroine. How can you bear such injustice? That's it. Yi Luwei smiled awkwardly. It seems that I was too naughty before. Now that I need it, I find that I have learned too little. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 21 The Master's Prophecy. Really? Qin Yan nodded seriously and spoke very sincerely. Grandma mentioned you several times in her letters, saying that you always like to go out and play, and don't like to learn things. This is different from Mother. But, after all, we were born on the same day. Sometimes, Grandma also thinks that you have a bit of a true character. Although we have never met before, I still have some understanding of you from the letters. I just never thought that something so dramatic would happen between the two of us. I've only seen such scenes in storybooks before. Hee hee. Yi Luwei laughed dryly twice, and her face turned a little dark. Maybe, these stories are all based on reality. Sometimes, things that happen in reality may be more exciting than the stories in the stories, sure, don't you think so? She was unwilling to call Qin Yan sister or something like that. She felt that calling her by a title was already giving Qin Yan a lot of face. Qin Yan was too lazy to argue with her about this. In fact, she didn't want to discuss each other with Yi Luwei's sisters. Yes, it is indeed wonderful. If it weren't for my father's love and care for me, and the father-daughter relationship we have had for so many years, I would have been beaten to death by now, let alone having a title. Yi Luwei gritted her teeth secretly. What are you showing off to me? Are you trying to show off that you are now a princess with a title? Are you trying to show off that even though you are not of royal blood, you can still be your father's adopted daughter and still have the dignity of a princess? But if it weren't for my identity, how could you, as the daughter of a maid, have the chance to see the holy face? However, when Yi Luwei thought so, did she ever think about this? If Qin Yan had not helped her to fend off all the attacks against the queen in the palace at the beginning, she might not have even lived to adulthood. Ellipsis. Kunxiang Palace. Qin Yue was obediently patting the queen's knees gently. She pouted in dissatisfaction. Mother, I don't quite understand. Didn't you say before that concubine Lu's daughter was unlucky for my brother, so my brother got a serious illness and died? Why is it that now that concubine Lu's daughter has been replaced by Yi Luwei, you are not targeting her? Even, we have to make our daughter look like her sisters. Oh, how can a child born by a minor official's daughter be worthy of being called the sister of a princess of noble status like me? She felt very unhappy. The queen raised her eyes slightly and glanced at the people around her. The senior palace maid Quifu beside her immediately understood. He greeted the palace maids and eunuchs around him. Go down, you don't need to serve here anymore. Yes. As the palace maids and eunuchs in the hall retreated, Quifu closed the doors and windows for the two of them before leaving the house. You don't understand this. When your brother was infected with a serious disease and died from it, I really hated concubine Lu's daughter. That's why I have been very rude to Qin Yan for so many years, and even suppressed her intentionally or unintentionally. But when Yuan Cheng came back some time ago and told me that the real daughter of concubine Lu was Yi Luwei, he also brought me another piece of news. That is, he specially consulted the master of Xianguo Temple, and the master predicted that although these two women were not born of the same mother, they were born twins. If one is strong, the other will be weak, and the strong one will carry great luck. Since Yi Luwei is a true princess of the royal family, she must be the strongest one, which means that she has great luck. If we make friends with her, or control her, then in the future, not only will our position as Queen Mother be stable, but we can also slowly wait for your royal brother to grow up. When your brother succeeds to the throne, you will be the most honorable princess of the great Jia kingdom, and I will be the Queen Mother. By then, our family will truly hold power and prosper forever. Do you understand? Qin Yue looked at the queen in surprise. Is this true? Of course it's true. The queen said with certainty. That master from Xianguo Temple was once saved by your grandfather. It was a life-saving grace. At that time, he promised that if he found out that our Ling family had a chance to soar to the sky, he would definitely find someone to tell them. And this Yi Luwei, this twin star, is the opportunity that the master calculated for our Ling family to achieve this goal. Qin Yue suddenly realized, that's why. I was wondering why you, mother, had to make me torment Qin Yan by breaking the glass lamp. I thought that although she was indeed prettier than me and made me very jealous, she was in the deep palace and no one would notice her. Now, I finally understand. At the banquet, you, the Queen Mother, wanted to create a dead end. If Qin Yan died, then Yi Luwei would truly have all the luck. Our Ling family has never had a bad relationship with Yi Luwei, so it would be easier for us to get involved with her. But if it's Qin Yan, it won't work. We have been targeting her for so many years. If her luck becomes stronger, no matter how much we want to repair our relationship with her, it may not be successful. So, let's just throw it all away. This person with great luck can only be Yi Luwei. The most important thing is that Yi Luwei comes from a family of an 8th rank minor official, and has no roots at all in the capital. But Qin Yan is different. Concubine Lu has left a lot of space for her. The queen looked at her with appreciation. As expected of my daughter, you are really smart and have a very good idea. It's just a pity. She sighed slightly. I didn't expect that Qin Yan was so lucky to escape and even get a title. Yes, who would have thought that she actually had a better way to make colored glass? Qin Yue was very jealous when she talked about this. Obviously, as the legitimate princess, all these honors should belong to her. Although she had many sisters, they were all born to ordinary concubines. How could their bloodline be as noble as hers? These things should belong to her. Only Qin Yan, this bitch, dared to snatch her grace, she deserves to die. In comparison, Yi Luwei is indeed better. She is not as pretty as myself, her family background is not as good as mine, and she is not as favored by the emperor as myself. It's also easier to control and can bring out the best in yourself, isn't that great? The queen's eyes darkened. You were right, I didn't care enough about her before. I thought she was a child raised in the deep palace and tortured. She wouldn't have any ability. She was just letting me do whatever I wanted. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 22, straightforward request for poetry. Now it seems that I was wrong. I actually allowed her to secretly do such an amazing thing. I know your father's character. With the method of making colored glaze in hand, it will not be so easy for Qin Yan to kill her. Qin Yue nodded, but there is always a way, right? We can't let her hinder the development of our Ling family. Yes. The queen nodded slightly, it's just that this matter now, I'm afraid we need to think about it for a long time. After all, there was a commotion at the banquet. If something happened to Qin Yan during this period, I'm afraid he would be criticized by many people. It's better to wait and see. Speaking of this, she suddenly remembered something. By the way, Yi Luwei doesn't seem to be in Kunxiang Palace today. He is definitely not here. Qin Yue said, I saw her early this morning, and she seemed to be in a hurry to go to the eldest imperial sister. I asked her, and she said that the eldest imperial sister was going to take her to attend the flower viewing poetry meeting in 2 days. But she is not very knowledgeable and doesn't know much about poetry. She wants to borrow some books from the eldest sister, or learn more about the details of participating in the flower viewing poetry meeting. She has just entered the palace and is very afraid of losing face for our royal family outside. The queen said, the eldest princess is indeed good at learning poetry. If you have time, you can go to your eldest sister's place more often. Look at Yi Luwei, she just entered the palace and knows how to study hard and learn something. If your father knew about this kind of child, you would definitely be happy. Hearing this, Qin Yue was somewhat reluctant. She hates studying the most, okay. In particular, the eldest imperial sister was gloomy, not very talkative, and only liked reading. She didn't like getting along with the eldest imperial sister very much. However, no matter how dissatisfied she was, she still listened to the queen's words. Yes, mother, I will go find my second sister and learn more from my eldest sister later. The queen nodded with satisfaction. My dear child, your mother loves you well, you are very sensible. Ellipsis. Yi Luwei felt that she really couldn't stay in Wanrong Palace any longer. This Qin Yan, when he speaks, either directly confronts me or always hints at something. In just a short while, she was already filled with anger. She felt that if she continued to stay here, she would be angry to death. Royal sister, I am really a little scared about the poetry meeting in 2 days. I wonder if you have any poems you wrote so that I can use them in the poetry meeting. She felt that she couldn't beat around the bush any longer and asked Qin Rong directly for it. Okay. Qin Rong looked at her with slight surprise. Somewhat unbelievable. Is the second sister going to ask me for the poems I have already written, and then use my poems as hers at the poetry meeting? Isn't this cheating? Royal sister, I am doing this for the sake of our royal family's reputation. Otherwise, if I can't write a single poem, wouldn't it be very embarrassing for our royal family? Yi Luwei's words were so confident and well-reasoned. Qin Rong was a little confused by her twisted logic. For a moment, I didn't know how to respond. Why, in the eyes of my sister, are the poems I wrote not as important as the reputation of the royal family? Yi Luwei asked back. A huge tall hat was pressed down on her. Qin Rong's face turned pale in an instant. Second sister, you can't say that casually. When will I? Seeing that Qin Rong seemed to be about to compromise, Qin Yan was speechless. The heroine Yi Luwei is really shameless, but the eldest sister is also really a fool. She is too easy to bully. If she hadn't been here, even if the eldest princess didn't let Yi Luwei enter her room, her poems would have been snatched away by others in broad daylight. I don't know what others think, but I really admire her shamelessness towards the heroine. It turns out that if a person has no shame, he can really be invincible. If you think you'll be embarrassed, then don't go. We don't have to ask you to go with us. Qin Yan said expressionlessly. At that time, the imperial sister only invited me and not you. It was you who shamelessly wanted to go with her. Why do you feel that you are so ignorant and shallow now, and are afraid of being embarrassed? Then just throw it away. It's just your face that's lost. Don't talk about the royal family's reputation. You really think that others can't hear this kind of bullshit? Do you really think that others can't hear it? Don't use moral blackmail. You didn't grow up in the palace, and you didn't receive royal education. Even if you embarrass yourself, others will only think that it's your own fault. After all, the Lu family should have taught you everything. You are now forcing the imperial sister to take her poems. This is really shameless. Sorry, she just speaks a little bluntly and harshly. If she doesn't like what you say, you can just stay away from her. Since she wants to be shameless in front of her, then of course I have to fulfill her wish. Will she feel better if I scold her harshly? Yi Luwei's face flushed red, and she couldn't help but raise her hand and point in Qin Yan's direction. How could you say that about me? Father has said that we sisters should be friendly and united. Besides, I don't want anything excessive. I just want some poems that my sister wrote in the past. You said such harsh words. Do you take father's words to heart at all? Her tone was sharp. Oh my, I just recognized you as my father yesterday, and today I'm talking about what my father said. My father also said that people should not be too ambitious and desire things that do not belong to them. Why didn't you remember this sentence? Especially, you can't cheat. If the emperor knew about this, he would be furious. I can give you this poem if I want to, and I won't if I don't want to, because it's my thing. Does that mean I have to give it to you as long as you ask for it, in order to show the solidarity and friendship between sisters? Yi Luwei took it for granted, not feeling that she was wrong at all. Of course, I am in trouble. As the emperor's sister, shouldn't I help my sister? Even if the emperor knew about this, he would definitely ask the elder sister to help the younger sister more. Isn't this the case for all the country women if they have several children at home? As an older sister, the saying goes, an elder sister is like a mother, which means that you should make selfless contributions to your younger siblings. What's more, she had just returned to the palace and really didn't know much about poetry. As the imperial sister, wasn't it her duty to help her? When she can write in the future, she can write by herself. Why would she need her sister's poems? My whole family is in the book. I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I. Chapter 23. Please eat shit. It means that I just need my imperial sister's help temporarily. She felt that she was particularly right in this matter, so if she reported it to her father, she would also be right. You don't have to say such harsh words. How can cheating be so serious? It's just mutual help between sisters. We are all sisters. Whoever writes the poem gets to use it. Isn't it the same? Qin Rong's face turned slightly pale. She couldn't help but tug at Qin Yan's sleeve, and said in a low voice, otherwise, Yansa, this matter is. Actually, I have written a lot of poems. Queen. Qin Yan yelled at her. They all looked dissatisfied. How could she be so easy to bully? These poems were obviously written by her. She had never seen anyone coming to steal things and being so self-righteous. And the person whose things were robbed was actually told by the other party that he was ashamed. Just outrageous. Qin Rong had never seen Qin Yan so fierce, and seemed a little scared. She immediately shut up and stopped talking. Well, she couldn't afford to offend the second sister who had just returned, but she couldn't afford to offend Sister Yansa either. She is so miserable. Qin Yan, you are so disrespectful to my elder sister. Why are you so mean to my royal sister? Yi Luwei seemed to have caught one of her mistakes. She appeared very angry on the surface, but deep in her eyes, she was full of complacency. As children of the royal family, we should pay more attention to our words and actions. According to the hierarchy of seniority, if you spoke to your elder sister like this in the countryside, you would be criticized by the whole village. What did I do to the imperial sister? The imperial sister doesn't care, it's none of your business. Qin Yan rolled his eyes. This shameless guy still has the nerve to preach to me. Why is her face so big? Qin Rong nodded silently. She really didn't care. She didn't dare to care. After all, Sister Yansa had always been helping her, didn't she? Although she couldn't help, she definitely couldn't hold Sister Yansa back. Qin Yan looked at Yi Luwei and spoke again. You said that as long as there is something between sisters, then as sisters, we must help each other, so as to reflect the friendship between sisters. Is this what you mean? Yes. Yi Luwei glanced in the direction of Qin Rong and saw that she really didn't say much, nor did she show any angry expression after being yelled at by Qin Yan. I knew that I couldn't make any fuss about what happened just now. The pride in her eyes disappeared, and she became a little annoyed instead. This Qin Yan is really annoying. Why didn't she just die yesterday? The tone of her answer was full of impatience. Okay, since you're sure that's what you mean, now, as your sister, I beg you to eat some shit. I really want to see you eat shit. If I don't see you eat shit, I might die. Since we are sisters, please have a bite, okay? She had a pleading look on her face, and her eyes were full of sincerity as she looked at Yi Luwei. What? Yi Luwei was a little bit unbelievable. What did she hear? What, are your ears not working well? But it doesn't matter. Even if your ears are not working well, it won't affect your ability to eat shit. Qin Yan looked at her seriously and said, you said that sisters should help each other if they have any requests. I have such a request now. If I don't see you eating shit, I will be miserable. Even if it's for my life and our friendly sisterhood, you'll have to have a bite, right? As she spoke, she winked at Nuanle and Lengyan who was standing beside her. The two women's expressions were also somewhat indescribable. Your Highness, could it be that you really want to? Ah, it's really disgusting. However, this is His Highness's order after all, and as His Highness's servants, they naturally have to carry out it. The two women looked at each other. Lengyan took a step forward, a serious look on her cold face. The second princess wants to eat shit, right? Although I don't quite understand, I respect the second princess's choice. I will go get some for her right away. Having said that, he turned around and was about to get some, what is that? Hey, Sister Lengyan, let me go with you. I know where the food is fresher. After all, it's the second princess who wants to eat it, so we should get some hot food. Nuanle chased after her, speaking seriously. The two of them sang in unison, as if they were going to prepare some delicacies from land and sea. Yi Luwei's face turned pale upon hearing this. Okay, you guys, okay. She pointed at Qin Yan angrily, then at Lengyan and Nuanle. He shouted angrily, let's go. He turned around and left with Shuhei. Soon, the palace maids and eunuchs who were waiting outside Wanrong Palace also left with her. No, this. Qin Rong didn't react until Yi Luwei had been gone for a long time. She looked at Qin Yan with an indescribably complicated look. Sister Yansa, you. Qin Yan glanced at her and said, why, do you think I was wrong to confront her? That's not true. Qin Rong shook her head and bit her lower lip, seeming to find it difficult to speak. What happened to the emperor's sister? Qin Yan was puzzled. Sister Yansa, after all, we are princesses and members of the royal family. When we go out, we represent the dignity of the country. Shouldn't we talk about that all the time? Qin Rong looked very uncomfortable. Qin Yan suddenly realized, is the imperial sister saying that I talk about shit all the time? Oh, What's wrong with that? Since this word was invented, it is for people to use. Everyone has to poop, so what's so indecent about it? Is it possible that if you don't say it out loud, you won't poop? Chin Rong. Come on, I told you not to say anything, but you gave me a long speech and even talked even more excitedly. You are awesome and you are right. Is it okay if I don't want to talk to you about this anymore? Ellipsis. Yi Luwei left Wanrong Palace angrily. Not long after she walked away, she ran into Qin Yue, who was accompanied by a large group of palace servants. Hey, second sister, what's going on? Qin Yue stopped and called Yi Luwei, who didn't see her. It's the fourth sister, why are you here? Yi Luwei suppressed the anger she had just received from Wanrong Palace, put on a perfect smile, and walked towards Qin Yue. Aren't you here to learn from my elder sister? My mother said that I should learn more from my elder sister. If I do well in my studies, my father will be even happier. So, I came here. Qin Yue smiled and walked forward to hold Yi Luwei's wrist. Her eyes swept in the direction of Wanrong Palace. Seems a little confused. But why did second sister leave so soon? It's not even time for lunch yet. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 24. What am I afraid of? It would have been fine if Qin Yue didn't mention eating. As soon as she mentioned eating, Yi Luwei immediately thought of Qin Yan's remarks that made her eat shit. The expression on his face suddenly twisted uncontrollably. Second sister, what's wrong with you? Did someone offend you? Qin Yue noticed the change in her expression and asked with concern. Who else could it be? Of course it's Showa, Yi Luwei said with grievance. I originally thought that in order to win face for our royal family, I would come to discuss with Big Sister at the poetry meeting in 2 days, learn from her, and come up with the perfect plan, but who knew that Showa was so arrogant, monopolizing Big Sister and not allowing me to ask questions. In the end, they kicked me out. Fourth sister, you said, although I came back to the palace a little late, I am still everyone's sister. Why did Showa treat me like this? What? She did this to you? Qin Yue opened her eyes wide in surprise. Is this still the Qin Yan who was easy to bully and could be easily dealt with by her? Why does it sound like he's a different person? Oh, no, she seemed to have changed a lot at the party yesterday. I haven't paid attention to her for a long time. Could it be that something happened during this period of time that caused Qin Yan's personality to change so drastically? Or maybe what happened at the banquet yesterday irritated her. Let her just ignore it now. Of course, her suspicion only lasted for a moment, and she immediately put it behind her. Yeah, I just don't understand. We are sisters, how can this happen? Yi Luwei's eyes turned red with grievance. She looked so pitiful, and coupled with her pretty face, she even had a more pitiful feeling. Qin Yue was told by the queen to have a good relationship with her. Seeing this, how could I bear it any longer? Pulling Yi Luwei, he walked towards Wanrong Palace. Come on, second sister, let's go back now. I want to see what's wrong with Qin Yan now. How dare he treat his own sisters like this? Even if we report this to our father, we are still right. Shuhei was standing aside and opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. But after looking at Yi Luwei's expression again, he finally shut his mouth. Don't worry, let's wait and see. The fourth princess was very angry at the moment. If he said too much, it might cause her disgust and lead to the second princess targeting him in the future. It was obvious that the fourth princess liked the second princess very much. Since she was just a servant, she should not meddle in her affairs. Anyway, in her opinion, the previous quarrel between Qin Yan and Yi Luwei was nothing at all. Could it be that Qin Yan really dared to speak so rudely to the legitimate princess? Ellipsis. Qin Yan and Qin Rong just started reading quietly. After a while, a coquettish female voice sounded in the yard. Qin Yan, come out here. Qin Yue pulled Yi Luwei and rushed in hurriedly. Qin Yan closed the book in annoyance. These people are really never going to stop, are they? One by one, no one can live in peace. Qin Rong was somewhat helpless, because the person coming was Qin Yue, and no one in the entire palace would dare to stop her. Looking at the helpless faces of the palace maids in Wanrong Palace, she had no choice. What's your name? What's your name? I'm your elder sister. Do you know what seniority and inferiority mean? If you don't understand, I'll go talk to my father and ask him to send you a few tutors so you can learn from him. Qin Yan raised his head lazily, his eyes full of impatience. Her patience today was almost exhausted. These little girls really have nothing to do, right? They always come to cause trouble for her. I didn't expect you to understand the rules of seniority. Do you know what sisterly love is? Tell me yourself, how did you treat your second sister? Even if you are not my father's biological daughter, you are his adopted daughter. By doing this, aren't you making my father sad? Qin Yue glared at her and said with a pout. Of course, you keep talking about sisterly love, but I see that you have never been friendly to me. Fourth sister, do I need to remind you what kind of life I have been leading in the palace these years? In fact, you probably know better than me how the glass cup was broken at the banquet yesterday. Her eyes were fixed on Qin Yue, with a hint of sharpness. Really? She was indeed stimulated at the banquet yesterday. That's why his temperament changed so drastically and he seems like he doesn't care about anything. Qin Yue was secretly shocked. My mother is right. When dealing with someone like Qin Yan, we should either kill her directly. If I don't kill her and she doesn't care at all, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with her. She secretly hated herself in her heart that the crime she had accused her of yesterday was too minor, which was why she escaped punishment so easily. What do I have? I am just a worthless life. What do I have to fear? Don't talk about sisterly love in front of me, especially your fourth sister. You have no right to talk about sisterly love in front of me. Qin Yan's gaze fell on Yi Luwei, with a playful smile on his lips. And you, how come you figured it out and are planning to come back and eat shit again? Are you here to show your sisterly love? Yi Luwei. How could this woman be so vulgar? She keeps saying such dirty words every day. She doesn't have the demeanor of a royal princess at all. Sure enough, a maid's daughter is a maid's daughter. Even though she has been raised in the palace for so many years, she is still so vulgar and not presentable. I'm not, I didn't. Seeing that Leng Yin and Nguyen Le seemed to be planning to get her that filthy thing again, Yi Luwei hurriedly shook her head. That kind of thing made her feel sick just thinking about it. Qin Yan, how dare you be so arrogant? Qin Yue's eyes were about to spit fire. In front of her, she actually dared to insult Yi Luwei like this. This is not taking her, the legitimate princess's reputation into consideration. What am I afraid of? Qin Yan said, you are the legitimate princess, and I am a princess with a title. In terms of status, we are now equal. I am also older than you and I am your sister. Logically, you should show courtesy when you see me. Why do you think that I dare not? Okay, then do you have the guts to go with me to see my father? Qin Yue was so angry that she laughed and decided to complain to Emperor Chia. Go ahead. Anyway, I have a clear conscience, unlike some people. Her gaze fell on Yi Luwei intentionally or unintentionally. Yi Luwei's face changed when she thought of the request she made to Qin Rong at the beginning. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 25, report to the Qingchan Palace. If my father knew that I not only had no literary talent, but also wanted to use my sister's poems as my own, I'm afraid he would dislike me. The reason why she dared to ask for it so arrogantly before was because she knew that with Qin Rong's gentle personality, she would definitely swallow such a loss herself and would not report it to Emperor Chia. Even before she entered the palace, she asked Ling Yuancheng to help her get information about Qin Yan. According to the information, Qin Yan's personality is similar to Qin Rong's, and both are easy to bully. But from yesterday and today, it seems that Qin Yan is not quite the same as shown in the information. This person is obviously very aggressive. She opened her mouth, wanting to tell Qin Yue that it should be forgotten. But it was obvious that Qin Yue had never experienced such provocation and could not endure it at all. Go now. Ellipsis. On the way to the Qingchan Palace. Yi Luwei wanted to tell Qin Yue about the general situation several times, but she never had the chance. She was extremely anxious and sweat was visible on her forehead. When they arrived at the gate of Qingchan Hall, the group was stopped. The chief eunuch Li Fu asked in confusion, what do the princesses want to hear? Your Majesty is discussing state affairs with Prime Minister Fu at this moment. Please inform Eunuch Li that I have something important to report to my father. Qin Yue said loudly. It was too late for Yi Luwei to stop it. Qin Yue is the most favored princess and holds a high position in Emperor Chia's heart. Therefore, Li Fu did not dare to neglect. The princesses will wait here for a while, I will go and report now. He bowed to Qin Yan and others, then went in to report. At this time in the Qingchan Palace, Emperor Chia was discussing with Prime Minister Fu the recent floods in the south and how to open the granaries to release grain so as to get as much grain as possible into the hands of the people, rather than being embezzled by corrupt officials. I think that we should send a prince to deal with this matter so that we can better control the situation, said Prime Minister Fu. Having the prince as an imperial envoy to escort the grain all the way to the south can also prevent any ill-intentioned people along the way from having any ideas about the grain and silver. What you said makes sense, my dear minister. However, this matter is not simple after all. Which prince should be sent? Asked Emperor Chia. He doesn't have many adult princes. There are not many people who have this ability. Just as Prime Minister Fu was about to continue speaking, he saw Li Fu hurriedly walk in, and then whispered something into Emperor Chia's ear. You mean, they're all outside the palace now? Emperor Chia raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yes, Your Majesty, the fourth princess said that she wants to see you for something important. Li Fu said. Emperor Chia glanced at Prime Minister Fu who was still here and frowned. They're just a bunch of little kids, what could happen? Let them wait outside for a while. Since Prime Minister Fu could become the Prime Minister of a country, he must be very perceptive. Although he couldn't hear clearly what Emperor Chia and Li Fu were saying, he managed to catch a few key words. For example, the four princesses, for example. Your Majesty, do the princesses have anything to ask for an audience? Prime Minister Fu asked. Emperor Chia looked a little embarrassed. Well, my dear minister, I don't know why they're here. I'm sorry to make you laugh. They're just children and don't know how to behave. It's okay, just let them wait. Prime Minister Fu is a most important official in their country. In many political affairs, he has to rely on his. Especially now, they're talking about politics, and everything else, no matter what it is, has to be put aside. I have to say, from this point of view, Emperor Chia was definitely a qualified monarch, and state affairs were always put first. I think it's okay. The princesses are all cute and adorable. If there is no major event, they will definitely not come here. Anyway, disaster relief cannot be solved in a short time. Why not see what the princesses want to see Your Majesty for? I wonder if Princess Shua is here. Since he went back yesterday, he felt more and more that this Shua princess might also be a time traveler. And their words and actions are very familiar. He really wanted to have more contact with the other person and find out why he had this familiar feeling. However, the other party was a princess after all, and it was not easy for him, as a foreign official, to meet her. If Princess Shua were here at this moment, he would be able to get to know her a little better. Since Prime Minister Fu said so. Naturally, Emperor Chia had no objection. In that case, let them in. Emperor Chia spoke calmly. Yes. Li Fu left the hall and relayed Emperor Chia's words to Qin Yue and others. Princess, His Majesty allows you to come in. Thank you, Eunuch Li. Several people bowed to Li Fu, and then followed him into the Qingchan Hall. As for the palace maids and eunuchs, they were naturally not allowed to enter the palace and were left outside. Looking at Jin Yue and others who had already entered, Xu He thought about it and still felt that it was not appropriate. She said something to the sisters beside her and went towards Kunxiang Palace. Father, you have to make the decision for my second sister. As soon as Jin Yue entered the hall, her voice became controlled, sounding particularly pitiful. Emperor Chia was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked in the direction of Qin Yan. I am still confused. Why is it so strange today that Yue would still make a request for Qin Yan? Haven't the two of them always been at odds with each other? Oh, no, to be precise, isn't it that Yue has always unilaterally disliked Yansa? Even Prime Minister Fu subconsciously looked in the direction of Qin Yan. Then, the Emperor and his minister saw Qin Yan with an extremely brilliant smile. My daughter greets the Emperor, may the Emperor be well and safe. He bowed to Prime Minister Fu and said, Greetings, Prime Minister Fu. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Yue and others then noticed that Prime Minister Fu was also there, and they hurriedly saluted him one by one. He was a powerful official second only to the Emperor in the entire Great Chia Kingdom. Even though they were princesses, they had to show him enough respect. Princess, there is no need to be so polite. Prime Minister Fu smiled slightly, and when he looked at Qin Yan, his eyes became more gentle. This second princess is very likable and comfortable to look at. Oh, that's not right. It seems that now we should not call her the second princess, but Princess Shua. And so, the second princess that the fourth princess was referring to was Yi Luwei, who had just regained her identity at the banquet yesterday. Emperor Chia also reacted at this time. The person Yue asked to make the decision was not Yansa, but Yi Luwei. Originally, he felt very guilty about his daughter having been wandering outside for more than 10 years. He was even thinking that after this busy period, he would pay more attention to his daughter and give her enough fatherly love. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 26, there is an indescribable sense of security. But, how come I just entered the palace and something bad happened to me today? For a moment, he felt somewhat dissatisfied with Yi Luwei, his newly found daughter. What is it? Do you need me to make the decision for you? Emperor Chia sat up straight and looked at Qin Yue. Father, it was Zhao He who bullied my second sister. My second sister just returned to the palace and just wanted to learn more from my eldest sister. Not only did she not allow my second sister to have contact with my eldest sister, she even insulted and humiliated her in various ways. My daughter couldn't stand it and said a few words. Zhao He then said that my daughter had no manners. Father, you have to make the decision for Yue and my second sister. Qin Yue is obviously used to filing complaints. When telling the story, Qin Yan's words were deliberately magnified and exaggerated. And put herself in a very innocent and fair position. He looked as if Qin Yan had taken his anger out on him. Shua, is this true? Fortunately, Emperor Chia knew Qin Yue's usual personality, so he did not believe all her words, but looked at Qin Yan. He had never paid close attention to his daughter before. In his impression, his daughter was like a transparent person, living in the palace. The number of times he appeared before him was very few. Today I suddenly discovered that not only did she have an extremely beautiful face, but her temperament was also exceptionally different. She was easily noticed and impossible to ignore. Replying to father, what fourth sister said is partly true and partly false. Qin Yan said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Oh, then tell me more specifically. During the whole process, Emperor Chia had no intention of asking Yi Luwei and simply ignored this so-called victim. Yi Luwei also realized this and bit her lips slightly. I wanted to say something, but I didn't dare. This is the Emperor, not someone she could be dissatisfied with and throw tantrums with when she was in the Lu mansion. Moreover, the Emperor's majesty made her feel a little scared. In the original book, the reason why Yi Luwei had a very good relationship with Emperor Chia and was not afraid of him was because in front of her, Emperor Chia deliberately restrained his imperial majesty. But now, Emperor Chia didn't like her as much as in the original book. He was even a little annoyed. Naturally, he would not care about her feelings and deliberately restrain his own aura. First of all, regarding the fact that I scolded Yi Luwei, I admit that I did scold her, but she deserved it and it wasn't intentional on my part. Secondly, fourth sister took sides right away and attacked me without any reason. Although I am not my father's biological daughter, I am her elder sister after all. And my father gave my daughter a title yesterday, which means he acknowledged her identity. I cannot bear her not to distinguish between the old and the young and the high and the low. That's why I said a few words to her. In the end, the real victim of this matter is my sister. I am just helping her get what she deserves. Chia Dai raised an eyebrow in interest. Expand and tell me. Prime Minister Fu stood aside and watched Qin Yan speak sharply and fluently, recounting everything that had happened in Wanrong Palace before without any personal feelings. Really, it feels more and more familiar. Is it really? He felt that he needed to observe more. However, this did not prevent him from being very fond of this Shua princess. The more Yi Luwei listened to Qin Yan's story, the paler her face became, and the uglier her expression became. Emperor Chia looked over and knew without asking any questions that what Qin Yan said was true. I was immediately angry. Well, you were really brave. I just returned to the palace. I felt that I owed you a lot and was thinking about compensating you in the future. I didn't expect that you would do such a thing. Why, do you think Rong Er is soft-hearted and easy to bully? You even want to copy her poems, how dare you? Plop. Yi Luwei knelt on the ground, her face pale. Father, I don't dare to do that. I really don't dare to do that. I just feel that if I can't write a good poem, it will bring shame to our royal family. My daughter had no choice but to have evil thoughts. Please forgive me, father. I couldn't help but secretly hate Qin Yue. If she hadn't insisted on coming here, how could she have been scolded by Emperor Chia? Blame her. She seemed to have forgotten that the reason Qin Yue got involved in the beginning was because she was the one who played the victim to her first. From the beginning to the end, Qin Yue was just used as a gun by her. You are embarrassing my royal family. Emperor Chia sneered. Does that mean that if you plagiarize your sister's poems, it won't be embarrassing for the royal family? If you don't have enough literary talent, then stay in the palace and don't go out and wander around if you have nothing to do. As long as you don't go out, there will be no loss of face for the royal family, right? Yi Luwei opened her mouth and her expression became even uglier. Is it true that my father won't allow me to attend the poetry reading? However, she still hoped to meet Yuan Cheng at the poetry meeting. However, she didn't dare to say anything more now. Yes, my daughter understands. And you? Emperor Chia turned his gaze to Qin Yue. As soon as she listened to Qin Yan's story without any exaggeration, she realized that she had done something stupid this time. But who would have thought that Yi Luwei was so bold as to plagiarize Qin Rong's poems? With a thud, Qin Yue also knelt on the ground. His face turned pale. Although she was her father's favorite princess, she was still afraid of Emperor Chia. She couldn't help feeling uneasy. My father has banned my second sister from walking. I wonder how he will punish me next. The queen requests an audience. Just when Emperor Chia was about to scold his brainless daughter, Li Fu came in again to report. Emperor Chia frowned slightly. Lately, the queen seems to be taking care of too many things. But he still spoke. Xuan. The queen is here. Qin Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that the enemy's reinforcements would arrive so soon. It seems that this time, I'm afraid I'll have to handle the matter with caution. She glanced at Yi Luwei and sneered in her heart. Good luck to her. Qin Rong subconsciously shrank behind Qin Yan. She has always been afraid of the queen. As for why she shrank behind Qin Yan, she thought about it afterwards and realized that it might be because Yansa gave her an indescribable sense of security. It seemed that as long as she was there, nothing would be scary. Prime Minister Fu frowned slightly and glanced in Qin Yan's direction with some concern. Seeing that she remained calm, I couldn't help but admire her even more. This show princess is indeed completely different from before. My whole family is in the book. I'm cheating. The female supporting role in the control group I. Chapter 27 asking for a token to leave the palace. Yes. Li Fu stepped back, and soon the queen, dressed in gorgeous palace clothes and looking elegant and graceful, walked in slowly. I have met your majesty. Prime Minister Fu bowed to the queen and said, Greetings, Her Majesty. I didn't expect that Prime Minister Fu is here too. Thank you for your courtesy. The queen nodded slightly to Prime Minister Fu, then glared at Qin Yue and looked at Emperor Chia. I was in the palace and heard that your majesty had been discussing state affairs with Prime Minister Fu today and had not rested for a long time. I was afraid that your majesty would be tired, so I specially made bird's nest and sent it to your majesty so that your majesty can have a proper rest. He never mentioned anything about Qin Yue and others, and was only concerned about Emperor Chia's health. She waved her hand, and Xu He, who was following her, immediately brought up a bowl of stewed bird's nest. The queen is interested. Emperor Chia took a look and nodded slightly. I will eat it later. Your majesty works hard for the country and the people all day long. You should pay more attention to your health. The queen smiled gently and generously. Hearing the queen's concern for him, Emperor Chia's anger subsided a little. Although these daughters made him a little upset, fortunately, the queen was still very sensible. He was also willing to give her this face. He waved his hand, signaling Qin Yue to stand up. Forget it, since your mother is here, I will give her face and not punish you anymore. In the future, you have to use your brain more and at least figure out the matter before you make any more trouble. Do you understand? Qin Yue nodded obediently. Yes, father. Also, don't bring every little thing to me. I have endless memorials to review and endless government affairs to handle every day. The fast between you little girls can be handled by the queen. Emperor Chia looked at the queen and smiled slightly. As the mother of a country, your mother should be dignified and graceful in her appearance and manners. As a legitimate princess, you should learn more from her instead of making a fuss every day. Do you understand? Yes, father, your daughter understands. Qin Yue knew that her father would not punish her again, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The look he gave the queen was full of gratitude. The queen didn't look at her, but looked at Qin Yan. I have also heard about what happened in Wanrong Palace. Zhao He and Rong Er were both wrong today. It is true that Yu Er and Weiso were wrong in this matter. As the head of the harem, I have failed to discipline them and am guilty of dereliction of duty. How about this? I will send some Liu Yunjin over later, which will be regarded as an apology to you, okay? Liu Yun brocade is a tribute brocade usually offered by the South. One piece is enough to be sold for 1,000 taels of silver. Every year, only 5 or 6 horses were presented as tribute to the palace. The queen will get some favored concubines in the palace will get some, and the queen mother will get some. It can be said to be an extremely precious treasure. You know, even concubine Shu had never been rewarded with Liu Yun brocade. Qin Yue was unhappy and opened her mouth to speak, but was glared at by the queen and immediately shut up. That flowing cloud brocade is hers. Originally, the queen mother was going to make clothes for her, but it was such a good deal for Qin Yan and Qin Rong. There was jealousy deep in Yi Luwei's eyes. Naturally, she also knew about Liu Yunjin. Unexpectedly, this incident not only failed to achieve her goal, but also allowed Qin Yan to gain such a huge benefit. It was really infuriating. If so, how wonderful it would be if she could wear this Liu Yun brocade. Thank you for your kindness, queen. Can Yansa exchange a gift for another one? Qin Yan had no idea about Liu Yun brocade. It's just cloth. What kind of cloth can't be used to make clothes? This kind of thing has no practical value at all. Oh, what do you want? Tell me, asked the queen. Emperor Chia and Prime Minister Fu also set their eyes on Qin Yan at the same time. Qin Yan looked directly at Emperor Chia. My daughter wants to ask for a token that allows her to enter and leave the palace freely. Free access to the palace. Emperor Chia was surprised. Why do you want this? He couldn't quite understand. Don't other girls like beautiful clothes and expensive jewelry? Why does Yansa have such a request? The queen was equally puzzled. She thought that taking out the Luyun brocade was the greatest gift she could give to Qin Yan and Qin Rong. Unexpectedly, they didn't want it at all. This made her feel a little uncomfortable. However, she did not show it in front of Emperor Chia. Father, you also know that mother once left the kiln factory to her. If we want to produce large quantities of colored glaze, we need someone to monitor it. Otherwise, if there is a mistake in any process, it will not be produced. My daughter spent a lot of effort on the research and development. Therefore, if she can be present to watch and give timely instructions when the colored glaze is being fired, I believe that large quantities of colored glaze will be produced soon. In this way, I can only leave the palace one day a month, which may not be enough. As a princess, you can leave the palace from time to time. But generally, people can only leave the palace on specific days of each month. Usually, you can only stay in the palace. If one really needs to go out for something, one usually needs the queen's consent. For example, the poetry meeting 2 days later had the queen's approval. If any princess in the palace wants to go, she can go. In the past, in addition to the account books of the shops outside being sent in every month, the original owner would also go out of the palace to take a look at those shops every time she left the palace. Of course, because of the short time, she would usually just visit a store casually and had no time to understand the specific situation of each store. But even so, thanks to her extraordinary business talent, the development of these shops is still very good. Of course, she needed a token that allowed her to enter and leave the palace freely, not for making colored glaze, but using this as an excuse was still a pretty good idea. Prime Minister Fu was listening on the side and couldn't help but speak. The production of colored glaze is a major development for our great Chia country. Princess Xiaohe is so wholeheartedly considering our country. I think this request is not excessive. Your Highness, this is also for our great Chia kingdom, isn't it? Emperor Chia nodded and said, Prime Minister Fu is right. It is rare that Yansa has the heart to contribute to our great Chia kingdom. As a father, I naturally cannot disappoint the children. Then I will give you a token. In the future, you can enter and leave the palace freely without passing others. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and Li Fu quickly took out an exquisite token and walked over. Handed it respectfully to Qin Yan. Princess Shoa. Looking at the exquisite token in front of him, Qin Yan couldn't help but reveal a big, sincere smile. My whole family is in the book. I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I. Chapter 28. You just want books. Thank you, father. What about you, Rong Heir? What do you want? Emperor Chia's gaze fell on Qin Rong again. He also liked this gentle eldest daughter very much. Although he was not particularly fond of concubine Shu, Qin Rong was his first daughter after all. After all, feelings are still a little different. Rong Heir has never used Luyun brocade before, so why not give all this year's Luyun brocade to Rong Heir? The queen said with a smile. Qin Rong looked at Emperor Chia, then at the queen, her face turning pale. Daughter, what's the matter? Just say it if you have anything to say. Is there something you want more? Emperor Chia asked gently. Yes, you have always been the most obedient and well-behaved. If you want anything, just tell me. The queen looked tolerant and elegant. She didn't think that the Leyunjin she proposed would be rejected. After all, Qin Yan refused because she didn't know how to appreciate it. A child who had not been well educated since childhood might not even understand how precious Luyun brocade was. It's really ridiculous that he just went to exchange it for a token that allows him to enter and leave the palace freely. Father, can I really ask for what I like? Qin Rong asked timidly, with a hint of fear in her big eyes. Yes, just say whatever you want to say. Emperor Chia said softly. Then I want a box of books from my father's imperial study. It doesn't matter what type they are, as long as they are good books. Qin Rong hesitated for a moment, but still said what she really wanted. She didn't really care about Luyun brocade. She knew how precious Luyun brocade was, but no matter how precious it was just a piece of clothing. As a princess, even though she was not as favored as Qin Yue, she never lacked clothes. As for books, she heard that there were many ancient books in her father's imperial study. However, as a woman, she had no chance to discuss matters with her father, and naturally no chance to enter the imperial study to read books. If she could get a box of books from the imperial study, that would really make her happy. Books? Are you sure you just want books? Emperor Chia was slightly stunned. The smile on the queen's lips faded a little awkwardly. Have you thought it over? Do you really just want the book? Qin Rong knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the two of them respectfully. Rong Heir only has this one hobby. I hope to get a box of books from my father. Prime Minister Fu glanced at Qin Yan, then smiled and spoke for Qin Rong. I didn't expect that the eldest princess is so studious. Such talent and grace are something that all the women in Daxia should learn from. Who says only men can read? Women are probably no less knowledgeable than men. Your Majesty is so lucky. It is a blessing for the great Chia kingdom to have a daughter like the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess is a role model for women in the great Chia kingdom. If everyone can be like this, then our great Chia kingdom will have no worries about prosperity. What Prime Minister Fu said makes sense. Emperor Chia nodded, feeling very happy to be praised. In that case, I will make an exception and give you a box of ancient books from the imperial study as compensation for what you did this time. Qin Rong's face was full of joy. Thank you, father. After a pause, he also thanked the queen. Thank you, your majesty. The smile on the queen's face was a little stiff. Okay, good boy, get up quickly, get up quickly. The matter was resolved. Except for Yi Luwei, who was temporarily confined to the palace, Qin Yue did not reward or punish anyone. Qin Yan and Qin Rong both got what they wanted. The group walked out of the Qingchan Palace. Qin Yan and Qin Rong were both in a very good mood. The queen's face looked a little bad, so she took Yi Luwei and Qin Yue away first. Let's go, sister, we are going back too. Qin Yan took Qin Rong by the hand and prepared to walk towards Wanrong Palace. Princess Shoa, please stay. A man's voice sounded behind him, and Qin Yan subconsciously stopped. Looking back, she was slightly surprised when she saw who was coming. Prime Minister Fu, what's the matter? There is also a record about this Prime Minister Fu in the original book. He is a villain who opposes the heroine, and his ending is not good. She could clearly feel that Prime Minister Fu seemed to be helping her intentionally or unintentionally over the past 2 days. This made her very confused. In fact, at yesterday's banquet, perhaps Emperor Chia had some hesitation in her heart. If it weren't for Prime Minister Fu's words that it was the adult's fault and the child was innocent, it would have been difficult for her to avoid being implicated. In addition, Prime Minister Fu proposed that Emperor Chia adopt him as his adopted daughter. It seems that it has never appeared in the original book. I wonder if Princess Shoa could go over there and talk alone. Prime Minister Fu pointed to a corner not far away. Qin Yan tilted his head and looked at Qin Rong. Royal sister, how about you wait for me here for a while? Okay, I'll wait for you here. Qin Rong agreed. Prime Minister, please. Qin Yan made a gesture of invitation and went to the corner with Fu Xiang. Prime Minister Fu looked around. Since it was near the Qingchan Palace, there would not be any outsiders around. They can't be heard by anyone when they talk here. After making sure it was safe, Prime Minister Fu looked at Qin Yan seriously, the corners of his mouth even trembling uncontrollably. It seems that the emotions are a little excited. Prime Minister Fu, I wonder what you want me to do. Seeing his reaction, Qin Yan became even more confused. Why did she feel that this Prime Minister seemed to give her a very familiar feeling? Moreover, it seems particularly friendly. However, from her understanding of the original book, this Prime Minister Fu has no relationship with the original owner. I have a few questions that I would like to ask Her Royal Highness the Princess. Please speak, Prime Minister Fu. Fu Xiang looked into her eyes seriously, calmed himself down a little, and spoke in a voice as calm as possible. When you were 3 years old, you loved eating cakes, but your mother thought that eating too much sweets would damage your teeth, so she didn't let you eat them. In order to eat them secretly, you often cooperated with your brother or asked your brother to take the blame for you. When Qin Yan heard this, his pupils trembled. Isn't this something that happened in my previous life? How does Prime Minister Fu know this? But this is far from over. Prime Minister Fu continued speaking. When you were 10 years old, you broke your leg. Your mother was not at home at the time. I thought it was okay at first, but you ended up bleeding a lot. I was terrified and carried you to the doctor overnight. Later, because of my negligence, you were left with a 3-centimeter scar on your left calf. Qin Yan subconsciously retracted his left leg. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 29. Father and daughter recognize each other. The original owner had no scars on his body. She seemed to have a physique that did not produce scars. Even though she had suffered many injuries since childhood, there were no scars left on her body. But it was different in my previous life. I had a physique that easily caused scars, and serious injuries would leave scars. The only scar on my body is a scar on my left calf. When you were 12 years old, you fell in love with painting. Although you didn't have much talent for it, you were still allowed to learn it. Who knew that you would not get along with your classmates in the painting class? Later, you threw your paintbrush and went home by yourself. After that, you never mentioned learning to paint again. Fu Xiang's eyes were fixed on her. Looking at the shock, confusion, and finally disbelief that appeared on her face when she heard what I said. He felt that his guess should be correct. She should really be. Dad. Qin Yan opened his mouth, his eyes already red. There was excitement sparkling in her eyes. Hey. Prime Minister Fu responded with the same excitement. It's her, it's really her. Qin Yan is indeed his daughter. She is Qin Xiangyu's daughter. Unexpectedly, after so many years, he actually met his daughter in this world. This is definitely a gift from God to him. If this wasn't in the Imperial Palace, Qin Yan would have been unable to hold back and would have thrown himself directly into Prime Minister Fu's arms. Since she was a child, she has been the one that her parents are most worried about. Her parents have loved her a lot since she was a child. Originally, after school that day, she planned to go home happily to eat the braised pork her mother made for her, because she got the first place in the grade in the exam again. Moreover, she had already thought about showing off to her brothers and sisters when she returned. However, she never expected that she would encounter such a thing. She couldn't bear to watch a little girl standing in the middle of the road being crushed to death by a car. She really couldn't bear to do it. So she ran over, pushed the little girl away, and she herself died under the car's tires. She thought that she might never see her parents again in this life. Didn't expect. Xiaojun felt the excitement surging in his host's heart. He didn't want to disturb him, but there was nothing he could do now. Host, there is someone walking towards this side not far away. It is estimated that they will pass by here soon. Xiaojun's voice brought Qin Yan back to his senses. She looked at Fu Xiang with eyes full of admiration as a daughter looks at her father. After all, Prime Minister Fu has been the Prime Minister for such a long time, and he is extremely alert to his surroundings. He soon sensed someone approaching. My daughter, you are in a lot of trouble in the palace right now. When you leave the palace, we can find a chance to have a good chat, okay? Aha. There was no way Qin Yan would refuse, so he nodded quickly. You have to be careful about Yi Luwei. She makes me feel very uncomfortable and may target you. Also, be careful when you are alone in the palace. If you feel something is wrong or you feel wronged, don't keep it to yourself. Send someone to send a message to me. Although I am not the emperor, I will never let you be bullied even if it costs me my life. Qin Xiangyu, who is Fu Rong, the prime minister in this world, spoke in a serious tone. I know, Dad, don't worry, I will never let myself suffer. Haven't you noticed these past 2 days? The corners of Qin Yan's lips curled up slightly. Of course I know you are a shrewd girl and you will never let yourself be wronged. However, in this dynasty, there may be many times when you are helpless. But it doesn't matter, since you are here and Dad is here, then there will be no such helplessness. Dad will definitely protect you. Fu Rong raised his hand and patted her shoulder. Then, he took out a stack of silver bills from his sleeve and stuffed it directly into Qin Yan's hand. Take these flowers first. If they are not enough, ask someone to come to the Prime Minister's mansion to ask me for them. Got it. Qin Yan was helpless. Dad, don't you know that my current identity is a princess? Moreover, concubine Lu also left me a lot of property. I have no shortage of money. Maybe I, your daughter, am richer than you. She was the heroine's golden finger at the beginning. It was only with the money she gave that the heroine was able to blend into the circle of noble ladies in the capital so quickly. Even Emperor Chia looked at her differently and treated her specially. This shows how much wealth the original owner had. She knew that her father, although he was the prime minister, would not engage in corruption or anything like that. With just a salary, he probably wouldn't have much money. You girl. Fu Rong glared at her unhappily. The father and daughter quickly returned to their previous way of getting along. Okay, that's enough for today. Someone's coming. Okay, I'll come to see you some other day, Qin Yan said, and left the corner first, walking towards Qin Rong. Fu Rong didn't move. He just stood there, watching Qin Yan's back as he left from afar. He didn't even notice that the corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up. Unexpectedly, they would meet again in this world. Although their identities were different, it was good enough to be alive. Meet Prime Minister Fu. When the palace maids passing by saw Fu Rong, they hurriedly bowed. Ah. Fu Rong nodded slightly, but this time, Qin Yan and Qin Rong had already left, so he stepped away. Ellipsis. After returning to his room in Wanrong Palace, Qin Yan talked to Xiaojun with some excitement. I couldn't help but turn around 3 times. Fortunately, I was in my own room and no one would see me. Xiaojun, did you see that? My dad is also in this world. Xiaojun, host, calm down. I see. Qin Yan, I was still sad last night. My parents would be very sad when they heard the news of my death. I didn't expect to see my dad travel through time like me today. Moreover, he is actually the prime minister who is second only to the emperor. My father is awesome. No wonder my dad spoke up for me at the banquet yesterday. He must have been suspicious when he saw me take out the glass. Besides, my dad has known me very well since I was a child. From some of my habits, he must have recognized that I am no longer the original owner. My whole family is in the book. I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I. Chapter 30 I won't let you go easily. Xiaojun agreed. Master Fu is indeed powerful, but he is also a villain in the original book, and his ending is tragic. As a qualified system, even when the host is emotionally excited, it must remind her in time what will happen in the original book. Qin Yan, yes. In the original book, the ending of this Prime Minister Fu is not good, but now that I am here, I will definitely not let my father follow the same plot in the original book. She thought about it for a while and then came up with some ideas. Ellipsis. Not only Qin Yan was excited, Fu Rong was also particularly excited when he returned to his own house. Someone is coming. Master, what are your orders? Soon, a lot of people gathered in his yard. You guys, count all the money in the mansion. If anyone from the palace comes to take money, give them as much as they want. Fu Rong pointed at the accountants. You guys, from now on you have to clean the house every day. Even some corners must be kept clean. If Xiaoyun comes, he must make her feel like she used to feel at home. And the rest of you, go and buy all the items on this list immediately, then clean up Qingyan Garden according to the design I drew, and furnish and decorate it according to the design. If Xiaoyun leaves the palace in the future, she can live directly in his prime minister's mansion. Besides, Fu Rong gave instructions for a lot of things in a row. This immediately made everyone in the mansion busy. The prime minister is the head of all officials in the entire Great Jia Kingdom. The sudden commotion in the prime minister's mansion could not be concealed, and of course, Fu Rong had no intention of concealing it. Soon, many speculations spread in the capital about the sudden commotion in the prime minister's mansion. Is the prime minister in love? Otherwise, why is there such a big fuss all of a sudden? Yes, I heard that the things they bought seemed to be for girls. One of my distant cousins works in the prime minister's mansion. Our prime minister Fu has even started to decorate Qingyan Garden, which is closest to his courtyard. That is the best courtyard in the prime minister's mansion, except for the prime minister's main courtyard. I remember that this courtyard was originally prepared for the future mistress of the prime minister's mansion, wasn't it? Yes, that's it. I didn't expect that the prime minister, who has been single all his life, now has a lover. This is a good thing. It is definitely a great thing for our Great Jia nation. The prime minister has worked hard and made countless contributions to our Great Jia country. If he can have a sweetheart, he must be a rare talent. These rumors in the capital soon spread to the palace. It is said that Prime Minister Fu has a lover. While reviewing the memorials, Emperor Chia was chatting with Li Fu beside him in a casual tone. I heard from everyone that this is the case. Otherwise, there would be no need to renovate Qingyan Garden. Yes, I know about Qingyan Garden. I was the one who proposed the name myself and even joked with Prime Minister Fu that if he got a wife in the future, this courtyard would be very suitable as the main courtyard for the mistress to live in. Li Fu smiled and poured Emperor Chia a cup of tea. That's right. Moreover, the things that Prime Minister Fu bought all look like they're used by women. Even the decorations in the room don't look like things Prime Minister Fu would normally use. I didn't expect this. I have always been worried about Mr. Fu's lifelong event. It seems that it will finally be settled. Speaking of which, he had arranged marriages for Fu Rong several times before. But Fu Rong rejected them all with various reasons. Fu Rong became famous at a young age and passed the imperial examination, becoming the top scorer. He was outstanding in both appearance and talent. Moreover, he never goes to places of red light district and is particularly self-respecting. Back then, he was the ideal lover in the eyes of countless noble ladies in the entire Kyoto. It's a pity that he doesn't seem to be interested in anyone. Never get close to women. Even though countless noble ladies expressed their love to him, he never fell in love with any of them. There was even a time when he doubted whether Fu Rong liked men but not women. However, he later became too lazy to care about it. After all, it was a minister's family affair, and he couldn't interfere even if he wanted to. As long as Fu Rong can contribute his talents to the Great Chia Kingdom and help the Great Chia Kingdom develop better, it will be enough. Unexpectedly, Fu Rong, who was over 40 years old, was moved and had some thoughts about her. He was really curious about what kind of stunning woman Fu Rong would fall for. Have you heard in the capital recently which daughter of a wealthy family is Mr. Fu close to? Emperor Chia stopped writing and looked at Li Fu. Li Fu thought about it seriously, then shook his head. That's not the case. I didn't expect this guy to be so well hidden. Emperor Chia smiled and said, it's okay, don't worry, just wait and see, one day he won't be able to hold back any longer. Your Majesty said so. Ellipsis. Kunxiang Palace. The emperor's face looked very ugly. When she thought about what happened today, she became angrier and angrier. The Luyun brocade was a piece of cloth that she was reluctant to use, so she pretended to be generous and gave it to him as a reward today. God knows how determined she was before she spoke. Who would have known that neither Qin Yan nor Qin Rong was rare? One exchanged it for a token that allowed him to leave the palace freely, and the other exchanged it for a box of books. Isn't this a slap in her face? And the Prime Minister Fu, didn't he always not care about anything? Why would he speak up for Qin Yan and Qin Rong today? She doesn't understand. But it doesn't matter if she doesn't understand. Anyway, since Prime Minister Fu is against her, she won't let him go easily. Of course, it's not just because of what happened today, but if the Fu family doesn't fall, how can their Ling family come to power? Mother, you asked me to come over. Qin Yue pushed open the door of the hall and walked in. The queen nodded slightly, indicating that she should close the palace door. What do you think of what happened today? Of course I'm angry. Qin Yue said bluntly, if I knew Yi Luwei would do this, I would never have complained to my father. But now, in my father's eyes, I am afraid that I will become unreasonable. Yi Luwei is really enough. If she had said it earlier, how could I have done this? It makes me look like an idiot, being used as a tool by her. Originally, she still had some goodwill towards Yi Luwei, but now, she just felt that Yi Luwei was as annoying as Qin Yan. One was that her dislike was expressed openly, and the other was that it made her feel a little sick. Actually, what happened today wasn't all bad. The queen thought for a moment before speaking. Why do you say that, mother? I was scolded by father. Father has never been so fierce to me. My whole family is in the book. I'm cheating. The female supporting role in the control group I. Chapter 31. She looks stupid. Speaking of this, Qin Yue felt extremely wronged. She has always been the center of attention since she was little. How could she have been used like a gun like this? It really makes her look stupid. Yes, Yue was indeed wrong today, but at the same time, your father was full of guilt towards Yi Luwei who had just returned, but after what happened today, this trace of guilt has completely disappeared. In the future, no matter what Yi Luwei does, she will never surpass you. Besides, how could your father not know about your grievances? He would only think that you were naive and easy to deceive, and that you were taken advantage of by Yi Luwei who came back from outside the palace. With Yi Luwei, who is so calculating, your simplicity is even more precious. Plus, after this incident, Yi Luwei is obviously not tolerated in the harem. The only one she can rely on in the future is our Ling family. We can completely control her. But what's the use? I don't think this Yi Luwei is as good as Qin Yan. Speaking of this, although Qin Yue was very reluctant to admit it, she did think that Qin Yan was much smarter than Yi Luwei. If so, this is not something they can decide, but it is decided by our Ling family. The queen smiled gently. What the queen mother means is, whichever one our Ling family supports will be better, right? The queen said calmly. This. Qin Yue thought about it seriously, then smiled. I understand, what mother said is right. Today's incident has completely tied Yi Luwei to our Ling family in the future, which is also a good thing. Besides, she's a little bit stupid, but also a little bit smart. People like her are actually the easiest to use. As long as she sees enough benefits, she will definitely follow our plan. Anyway, she has lost her image in the father's heart. In the future, we can let her take some blame. When you think about it this way, it's a good thing indeed. If Yi Luwei could gain some status in her father's heart by virtue of the guilt that the emperor felt towards her, that would make it difficult for them to control her. But now, this trace of guilt is gone. If she wants to gain her father's love and favor again, it will not be so easy. Besides, they wouldn't give her that chance. The queen looked at Qin Yue with great satisfaction. Yue is really smart, that's what I meant. After thinking for a while, she pointed to a piece of light blue flowing cloud brocade in front of her. You will send this to her later, comfort her and win her over to our side. Do you understand? She is a princess after all. How can you win her over without giving her some benefits? Although things like Liu Yunjin are precious, they must be used wisely. Yue understands, but, mother, isn't this Liu Yun brocade too precious? Qin Yue looked at the Liu Yun brocade on the table and felt reluctant to give it away. My dear child, you will have Liu Yunjin in the future, but you don't always have the opportunity to win people over. In particular, this Yi Luwei was obviously related to the fortune of their Ling family. It's just a piece of Liu Yun brocade, but she is willing to spend this little money. Okay. Even though Qin Yue was reluctant, she had no choice but to agree. By the way, I heard that after Prime Minister Fu left the palace today, he seemed to have bought a lot of things for women, and he also started to clean up Qingyan Garden. The status of Qingyan Garden in the Prime Minister's mansion is different. Qin Yue nodded. My daughter has also heard this news. It is said that Prime Minister Fu has a lover and is planning to prepare to marry her. No, it's not that simple. The Queen didn't think so. Why? Isn't it said that Qingyan Garden in the Prime Minister's mansion is the courtyard for the future Prime Minister's wife to live in? Prime Minister Fu has been alone for so many years. I once wanted to marry my sister to him, but he refused. It doesn't make sense that he was normal before entering the palace today, but changed so much after leaving the palace. Could it be that the woman that Prime Minister Fu likes is a palace maid that he met in the palace today? Is this what they call love at first sight? Qin Yue made a bold guess. I don't know. I'll go check it out later. There's no rush for this matter. If a man like Fu Xiang really has a woman he likes, he will probably protect her very well and will not reveal her identity easily. Otherwise, once he has a weak spot, he will be easily targeted. Compared to the Ling family, Fu Rong relied entirely on his own efforts to sit on the position of Prime Minister. That talent amazed the world. Of course, it is also because he has no soft spots or weaknesses that he can have a smooth career in officialdom. A smart man like him would definitely hide someone if he really liked someone. Such a big fuss is actually somewhat unlike his character. After all, Fu Rong is no longer a hot-blooded boy in his early 20s who would do something impulsive for a girl. Of course, there was no need for her to tell Qin Yue these words. She wouldn't understand even if I told her. The Queen waved her hand and said, all right, go see Yi Luwei and tell her that she doesn't need to worry about the house arrest. I will go to His Majesty tomorrow to plead for her. She can still attend the poetry meeting in 2 days. Since Qin Yan and Qin Rong will both go, and given Yi Luwei's current disgust and aversion to these two people, if she is allowed to attend, something will definitely happen, and she won't have to do anything at all. Therefore, Yi Luwei must go to this poetry meeting. Yes, Queen Mother. Ellipsis. Qin Yue brought Liu Yunjin to the side hall where Yi Luwei was temporarily living. Second sister, are you okay? Yue is here to see you. Yue, why are you here? Hearing the voice, Yi Luwei, who was originally in a daze, hurriedly stood up and opened the door of the palace. Sure enough, Qin Yue was standing outside the door with a tray in her hand. In just a moment, she was attracted by the things on the tray in her hand. Under the sunlight, the light blue cloth seemed to be glowing with a faint cloud-like glow. Just one glance and one can tell that this cloth is definitely not an ordinary thing. There is no girl who doesn't love beauty. Yi Luwei was completely attracted by it. Sure enough, Yi Luwei is also a vulgar person, but it's okay this way, as Liu Yunjin alone can win her over. If it were that guy Qin Yan, it would be difficult to come up with something that would really make the other person fall in love with it. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 32 so you don't pretend anymore. And such people are the most difficult to control. I'm afraid I can't be my own person. Accustomed to being in a superior position, the Ling family members don't like the existence of something that is out of their control. Qin Yue said in her heart. This is Liu Yun brocade. Mother said that my second sister was frightened today and suffered a lot of grievances. I didn't speak up for my sister in the palace, fearing that my father would think that mother was meddling. But mother really loves my sister, so she asked me to bring a piece of Liu Yun brocade to make some clothes for my sister. I think my sister will be happier. Qin Yue suppressed her emotions, and the smile and concern on her face were very sincere. After all, she is a princess who has lived in the palace for so many years, so she still has some ability to conceal her emotions. How can this be so embarrassing? Yi Luwei said she was sorry, but her eyes almost never left the tray. She had never seen such beautiful cloth before. She wished it could be made into clothes and worn. What a beautiful scene that will be. Just thinking about it made her feel her heart surge. As expected, being a princess is great. Qin Yan has occupied her position over the years and has lived a really good life. In comparison, although she was being raised as a legitimate daughter in the Liu mansion, how could it compare to the precious life of a princess in the palace? Damn Qin Yan, if it weren't for her, why would I have to suffer before? It's all her evil mother's fault, and her too. Since Wang Ying'er is dead, Qin Yan will have to pay the debt on her behalf in the future. After all, she was the one who stole his things. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Second sister and I are real sisters. I know that today's incident was definitely provoked by Qin Yan. Second sister just wanted to read and learn the poems written by eldest sister. It's not a big deal at all. It's just that Qin Yan is taking it too far. Qin Yue said seriously. No, I was also wrong today. I should have explained everything to you earlier. Otherwise, you would not have been scolded by the emperor. A look of annoyance flashed across Yi Luwei's face, but her gaze still did not move away from the tray. It can be seen that she really likes it. Qin Yue was very satisfied with her reaction. I'm glad you like it, I'm just afraid you don't like it. Yue, come in quickly. It's hot outside. Don't get sunburned. Yi Luwei opened her door and let Qin Yue come to her room with the tray. Because she was in a bad mood, she was afraid that her misconduct would be seen by others and spread outside. She could feel that her current position in the palace was somewhat awkward. Although she is a princess, many people still secretly discuss that she came back from the common people and still has those bad habits and things that are not presentable. She blamed all these gossips on Qin Yan. It's all because of her. If she had died, or if she had not occupied her identity for so many years and had grown up in the palace, no one would have said this. In addition, she could feel that her father didn't care that much about her this time. Just look at the different ways Qin Yue and I treat each other and you will know. I was punished with house arrest, but what about Qin Yue? But nothing happened. She also had some resentment towards Qin Yue in her heart, but now she was living in Kunxiang Palace, so naturally she didn't dare to let other people know her feelings. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this Kunxiang Palace won't be able to accommodate her. Therefore, she did not let the palace maid stay to serve her. At this time, she and Qin Yue were the only ones left in the room. She closed the door and sat opposite Qin Yue. I was too reckless today. I didn't think it through, and I didn't explain it clearly to my sister. It's all my fault. I apologize to you, fourth sister. Yi Luwei tried hard to take her eyes off the tray and looked at Qin Yue with guilt in her eyes. If you hadn't been so nosy and couldn't argue with Qin Yan, I wouldn't have been grounded. It's obviously not a big deal, but you have to report it to your father. You are such an idiot. After all, she is the queen's biological daughter and a legitimate princess. It is so humiliating to be pointed at and scolded by Qin Yan, a man without a mother. He cursed in his heart, but it didn't show on his face at all. No, you can't blame my second sister. If you want to blame someone, blame Qin Yan for being too nosy. Speaking of Qin Yan, Qin Yue's face didn't look very good. That guy was really easy to bully before. I'm afraid she was really pushed into a corner at the palace banquet yesterday. Otherwise, his temperament wouldn't have changed so much. Or maybe this guy was never an easy person to deal with, but he hid it very deeply in the past. But now that he has revealed his role like his father, he stops pretending. Sis, you have just entered the palace. Some of the clothes that were supposed to be made for you may take some time to be made and sent to you. This Luyun brocade can be made into beautiful clothes with just a few cuts. Sister, you can have the clothes made in the next 2 days. When you attend the poetry meeting in 2 days, you can wear this Luyun brocade. I believe that by then, it will astonish everyone. Yi Luwei also yearned for the scene she described. But she smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that won't work. I've been confined by my father. I probably won't be able to attend the poetry gathering in 2 days. It's okay. Father is still angry today. Tomorrow, mother will go and say a few good words for sister. She will definitely be able to lift her house arrest. Then, sister can still go to the poetry meeting. Qin Yue said. Really? Yi Luwei's expression was full of joy. Of course it's true. This Luyun brocade was originally given to my sister by my mother, so that I could come and comfort her. This news was said by my mother herself, so it can't be false. Qin Yue said affirmatively. The queen is so kind. Lu Wei just entered the palace. If it weren't for the queen, I don't know how Lu Wei would be bullied by others. The queen's kindness and kindness, Lu Wei will never forget it in this life. Yi Lu Wei was touched. These words seemed to come from the bottom of his heart. Alas, second sister, you are so pitiful. Qin Yue looked at her with sympathy. Not only were you replaced back then, you also had to endure a hard life for more than a decade outside. As soon as you entered the palace, you were bullied by Qin Yan, a guy who had usurped the throne. In my opinion, she was able to be so arrogant because of the shops that concubine Lu left for her. I heard that those shops are extremely profitable, and there is also a kiln factory that allows her to develop better colored glaze. I think that with Qin Yan's ability, she would not be able to produce such colored glaze. It is estimated that one or several skilled craftsmen in the kiln factory jointly developed and made it, but she took it as her own credit, which made the emperor look at her differently. My whole family is in the book. I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I. Chapter 33. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to stand it. If it weren't for this contribution, she wouldn't be so arrogant, and she wouldn't dare to go against me, the legitimate princess. Today's incident wouldn't have reached my father's side. Second sister, I feel so sorry for you. Those things should have belonged to you, second sister. She uses your things and lives the life you should be living, and she's still so arrogant. It's really infuriating. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to stand it. Originally, Yi Luwei had not thought of these things. But after Qin Yue reminded her, she finally reacted. Yes, she only got the status of a princess, but she didn't get back the things that her mother left behind. Why should those things be given to Qin Yan? Those were all things her mother left for her. Before going to Beijing, Brother Yuan Cheng told her that after concubine Lu died, she left her many shops, and these shops were very profitable. After so many years, I'm afraid he must have a lot of money. If she could get it back, she would have the capital to gain a foothold in Beijing in the future. What happened at the banquet yesterday happened too suddenly. She thought she could just let Qin Yan die, and then these shops would naturally fall into her hands. But she didn't expect that Qin Yan not only did not die, but also became her father's adopted daughter and was given a title. So she forgot to mention the shops left by her mother. Now that Qin Yue brought it up, she felt that she really had to take these shops back as soon as possible. Just as she said, these things originally belonged to her, left to her by her mother. And the method of making colored glaze that enabled Qin Yan to be named a princess should have been her credit, and she should have been the first princess of the Great Jia Kingdom to be given a title. All these honors should have belonged to her. Take it back, she wants to take back all the things that belong to her. But, I'm afraid it's not that easy now. Still needs some more planning. Yi Luwei thought she had hidden her emotions well, but Qin Yue, who had been staring at her, could still see the reluctance and calculation in her heart. For some things, just a reminder once is enough. Needless to say. It seems that Yi Luwei should have some ideas. Sister Yue is right. These are things my mother left me. I am not here for the so-called money, fame, or merits. Rather, these are the thoughts my mother left me. I have to take them back. Otherwise, how can I repay my mother for giving birth to me? Her words sounded particularly righteous. If someone who doesn't know her hears this, they might think she is truly filial. The kind that's touching. And Qin Yan was labeled by her as a villain who robbed the inheritance left by another mother to her own child. Qin Yue sneered in his heart. This Yi Luwei is indeed not a good person. And he's also a good pretender. But it doesn't matter, isn't this why she likes her? The more unhappy Qin Yan is, the happier she is. Second sister is right. Sigh, Sister Zhao He is really too unkind. Now that second sister is back, she should take the initiative to return the things that Empress Lu left for you, instead of continuing to take them for herself. However, there are some things I can't say. After all, I have no position. However, if second sister needs help, as long as Yue is able to do so, she will definitely help second sister. After all, we are blood-related sisters. She held Yi Luwei's fingers in a sisterly manner. Thank you, Sister Yue. Yi Luwei showed a touched look. Ellipsis. After the excitement, Qin Yan decided not to waste time. Since the heroine had already appeared, he was afraid that they would have a lot of interactions in the future. She must become strong as soon as possible. Just like today, if ordinary people were to plagiarize poetry or cheat, they would be disliked by everyone. And your reputation will be ruined. But what about Yi Luwei? He was just grounded for a few days. To put it bluntly, it doesn't hurt or itch. After all, she is the heroine, although she has changed part of the plot in the original book. However, it is not so easy to defeat her completely. In particular, she now recognizes her father. Dad is still a particularly tragic villain in the original book. In order for her father to survive, she must grow up as quickly as possible. He took out the Book of Star Skills and began to practice it. But after all, it was her first time to come into contact with internal energy, and there were many things she didn't understand. Fortunately, with Xiaojun's guidance from time to time, she learned it smoothly. In the next 2 days, Yi Luwei and the others did not cause any trouble. Except for meal times when he ate with Qin Rong, Qin Yan spent the rest of his time practicing the Starry Sky Heart method. Ellipsis. Mother, how do you feel? Qin Rong came over with a medicine bowl to give medicine to Concubine Shu. You feel much better now. You should be almost recovered now. Concubine Shu looked at her daughter with a smile. Although the palace is lonely, fortunately, she still has strong air. It made her life not seem so difficult. Are you okay with what happened the other day? It's all mother's fault. If I hadn't been sick, I would never have let Qin Yue be so arrogant and dare to come to Wanrong's palace to cause trouble. It just so happened that she was resting after taking medicine at that time. Because of her illness, the imperial physician prescribed her a sleeping pill. Once you drink it, it will be difficult to wake you up unless you wake up naturally. That's why she knew nothing about what was happening outside. It was not until Qin Rong and the others came back and she woke up that she learned about these things. Naturally, she felt aggrieved and distressed for her own daughter. But she also knew that she herself was not very favored by Emperor Chia, and she was afraid that Emperor Chia would not really make the decision for her and her daughter. Even if you make the decision, it's usually done to make big things small. Not to mention, this time, she hasn't shown up yet. The Rong family is standing behind her, so His Majesty will still give her some face. But if it was just Rong Heir, she would definitely end up suffering injustice. Unexpectedly, Rong Heir could get a box of ancient books as compensation this time, which was something she could never imagine. It's alright, mother, I don't feel wronged. Sister Yansa scolded me back, and I even got compensation. I don't think this is a bad thing. I have gained a lot from reading these ancient books these days. Qin Rong has always been a gentle person. My whole family is in the book. I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I. Chapter 34. We don't really want to take you with us. What's more, she really didn't feel that she was wrong this time. The Emperor has so many children and has always been a little partial to one of them. It is a particularly good ending that she can be compensated this time. She is very satisfied, really. Speaking of which, Yansa is indeed different from before. She must have been suppressed too much. Although I didn't go to the banquet a few days ago, I think if she hadn't come up with a new method of making colored glaze, she might have died. After going through something like this, the child's personality has changed a bit, which is normal. Concubine Shu sighed softly. You should learn from her when you have nothing to do. Although the Ling family behind the queen is powerful, our Rong family is not just for show. You are still the eldest sister and the eldest princess. Sometimes you have to be tougher and don't be afraid, understand? Her daughter is naturally gentle and she has been taught that way before. But she always seemed afraid of getting herself into trouble. So, I always tolerated. It's okay even if I suffer a little more injustice. But this is her daughter. The Rong family is not bad either, and she really doesn't want to see her daughter being wronged. It is true that in His Majesty's heart, she is not as good as the Queen, and His Majesty may not necessarily uphold justice, but she still does not want her daughter to be wronged, not at all. If my daughter can stand up for herself, after all, she is the daughter of His Majesty, and she has the Rong family behind her. I believe that your Majesty will not really punish her. Otherwise, wouldn't it be disheartening for them, the ministers? I understand, concubine. Qin Rong leaned over and pressed her cheek against the back of Concubine Shu's hand. After this incident, my daughter has learned a lot from Sister Yansa. She won't be bullied so easily in the future. Really? I try my best. Okay. Concubine Shu also knew that Qin Rong had always been soft-hearted. It will take time to make her stand up. I just hope that if she spends more time with Qin Yan in the future, he can influence her to change a little. Okay, mother, I won't say any more to you. Take the medicine and get some more sleep. Your daughter is leaving the palace to attend a flower viewing poetry gathering. Speaking of going out of the palace to participate in poetry competitions, Qinrong's eyes were bright. She really likes discussing academic matters with others. Go ahead, go ahead. Be careful and stay safe. Concubine Shu smiled. Don't worry, mother. Sister Yansa is with me. We will take care of each other. What's more, I'm a princess. Generally, no one dares to mess with me. Qinrong tucked the quilt in for her and left Concubine Shu's room. When she arrived at the yard, Qin Yan had already finished dressing up, followed by Leng Yin and Nuanla. Sister, can I take them with me? These two children had rarely left the palace, and she wanted to take them out for some fresh air so that they wouldn't get bored from being suffocated in the palace every day. What's more, in the future she might need to ask Leng Yin and Nuanla to go out of the palace frequently to help her deal with things. Both of them entered the palace at a young age, and after entering the palace, they never left again. If I don't take them out for a walk, they will be left in the dark when they leave the palace, which would be terrible. Of course can. Qinrong naturally would not refuse. As princesses, isn't it normal for them to bring their maids with them when they travel? She also had a personal maid named Lang Kai with her. Compared to Leng Yin's coldness and Nuanli's gentleness and cheerfulness, Lang Kai is more lively and aggressive. Well, and a bit talkative. Along the way to the palace gate, the little girl kept chattering. Qin Yan was even a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Qinrong is such a gentle person, but her personal maid is so talkative. In fact, this was also arranged for her by Concubine Shu. Qinrong's personal maid used to be a quiet one. Later, because Qinrong was always bullied, Concubine Shu replaced her with one with a more aggressive personality. Lang Kai is a young girl who has just entered the palace and her temper has not yet been smoothed out. Some are full of drive and brute force. As long as she was around, Qinrong was not easily bullied. In fact, sometimes, Qinrong, as a princess, just can't express herself well. But if the people around her really helped her fight back, as a princess, the other party would not dare to do anything. When they had a conflict with Yi Luwei and Qin Yue that day, Lang Kai happened to be sent by Qinrong to deal with the matter for her. If she had been there, then it would definitely not be just Qin Yan who was against Yi Luwei that day. Of course, Lang Kai is just a palace maid after all, and there are limits to what she can do to protect Qinrong. But it's better than nothing, isn't it? She did see Lang Kai in the next 2 days, but because she went back to her room after dinner, they didn't have much contact. It was at this moment that she realized that Lang Kai seemed a little noisy. No wonder the emperor wanted to send Lang Kai out when she was reading that day. Along the way, I just listened to Lang Kai talking, and Nuanla added a sentence or two from time to time. The atmosphere among the group was extremely harmonious. Until they arrived at the palace gate and saw Yi Luwei standing there, apparently waiting for them. Several people were in a bad mood. Imperial sister, Shua, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you here for a long time. Yi Luwei came over with a gentle smile on her face. It was as if she wasn't the one who had the big fight with them a few days ago. This thickness of skin is incredible. What are you doing here? Aren't you under house arrest? Qin Yan asked without waiting for Qinrong to speak. My mother asked my father for mercy on my behalf. He temporarily exempted me from house arrest and allowed me to go to the flower viewing poetry gathering with you. Yi Luwei's eyes seemed to be filled with sadness. After all, this is the first time I have participated in an event with my sisters since I came to Kyoto. I don't want to miss it. It's not necessary. Qin Yan said bluntly, we don't really want to take you with us. It's annoying to be with her. It makes me feel bad just looking at it. Yi Luwei. It's really just some superficial work, you don't even do it. However, she was indeed thick-skinned. Even though Qin Yan spoke so impolitely, she still shamelessly followed them out of the palace. We only prepared 2 carriages. The one in front belongs to me and my sister. Otherwise, you can just squeeze in with Leng Yin and the others. Qin Yan pointed at the carriage behind, not bothering to see what Yi Luwei's expression was, and prepared to help Qinrong get on the carriage. Yi Luwei bit her lip gently and said, there are quite a few people in their carriage. Sure, and you are the only ones here, you and the Emperor's sister. Can't I ride in the same carriage with you? My whole family is in the book. I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I. Chapter 35. Don't blame me for fighting back. What's the matter with letting a princess like her ride in the same car with a palace maid? If she arrives at the flower viewing spot and is seen by others, won't they laugh at her? She just didn't believe it. Now that she had asked him, could Qin Yan really reject her again? Qin Yan didn't even turn his head. Our place is full. If you really don't want to be with Leng Yin and the others, you don't have to go. After saying that, he got on the carriage himself and signaled to the coachman that he could go. The carriage passed by Yi Luwei, and there was really no intention of letting her get on. Leng Yin drove the carriage to Yi Luwei's side and said, Second princess, would you like to get in the carriage? If not, then we servants will leave first. Yi Luwei gritted her teeth and really wanted to say that she would not go. However, thinking that she could only see her brother Yuan Cheng by attending the flower viewing and poetry gathering, she swallowed her anger. She motioned Leng Yin to help her get on the carriage. In the carriage, Yi Luwei sat between Lang Kai and Nuanla. Her face didn't look very good. However, neither of the two women cared. Sister Nuanla, do you think there will be any particularly good-looking young masters from aristocratic families at this flower viewing poetry gathering? Lang Kai looked full of longing. She was still a little girl and had some fantasies about beautiful love. Yes, but it has nothing to do with us, Nuanla said seriously. Oh, I know it has nothing to do with us, but it's always okay to take a look. Lang Kai said. Of course you can take a look, but you have to be careful. After all, we are Her Royal Highness the Princess's people and we represent Her Royal Highness's face outside. Nguyen reminded. I got it. Have you two ever been out of the palace before? No. The two of them chatted back and forth, completely ignoring Yi Luwei, the so-called second princess. Her face looked even uglier. However, Nguyen and Lang Kai didn't care and chatted even more enthusiastically. Yi Luwei's fingers were tightly clenched around the handkerchief in her hand, with a secret hatred in her heart. She remembered the humiliation she suffered today, and she would repay Qin Yan double in the future. Oh yes, there is also Qin Rong. Ellipsis. In the carriage in front. Qin Rong disagreed. Sister Yansa, are you too? Does Imperial Sister mean to be mean? Qin Yan looked at her indifferently. Qin Rong's expression was a little unnatural. It's okay, sister. Just say whatever you want to say. In fact, it's normal for you to think I'm a little mean, because I'm targeting her. She admitted it straight away. I just don't like her. Although I exchanged identities with her and I have indeed been a princess for more than 10 years, you should know very well what kind of life I have led in the palace. Not only have I never enjoyed any benefits, but I have always been worried about my possible death. I live on thin ice every day. In fact, I'm afraid they're even worse than the ordinary people outside. And what about Yi Luwei? She is in the Lu Mansion. Although she is not a princess, the people in the Lu Mansion have loved her to the core over the years. But what did she do? At the banquet that day, she did not mention the kindness of the Lu Mansion to her over the years. Instead, she kept playing the victim, as if her life was very difficult over the years. Qin Yan stretched out her hand. Her fingers were not as delicate as Qin Rong's. Instead, they had many small wounds. These were the injuries the original owner suffered from being bullied on a daily basis. Even though she still had Leng Yin and Nguyen to take care of her, as an unpopular princess, everyone in the palace was treating her in a different way. There were so many ways to mess with her, overtly or covertly. To put it bluntly, all the suffering she had endured in the palace over the years was actually suffered on behalf of Yi Luwei. She has no gratitude for the kindness of the Lu family in raising her, and instead keeps creating her own miserable persona. Sister, do you think that what she is doing is appropriate for the Lu family? Qin Rong shook her head. It's not appropriate, it's a bit ungrateful. If it were her, she would definitely tell her father on the same day that the Lu family had taken care of her over the years and hoped that her father would reward the people in the Lu family. But Yi Luwei didn't say a word. She was just accusing Qin Yan of robbing her of her princess life for so many years. Royal sister, do you believe it? If I hadn't brought out the method of making colored glaze at the banquet that day, I would have been chopped to pieces by my father just based on those few words she said, let alone getting the current title of Showa. Qin Rong understood that what she said was true, and that if the situation at that time had been the same, this incident would indeed have happened. Although it was Wang Ying'er who deliberately swapped the child for her own selfish reasons, she did not suffer in the Lu Mansion over the years. Instead, it was me who suffered countless hardships in the palace. It can be said that the one who owed her was my biological mother whom I had never met, not me. She didn't want to call Wang Ying'er mother at all. That woman deserved to die. She really deserves to die. It's just plain bad. But what did the original owner do wrong? She was also innocent and had suffered for so many years. Why did Yi Luwei want to take her life as soon as she came? She also wants to live a good life. To put it bluntly, the author of this book simply wants to give the heroine a particularly tortuous life story. The original owner is just a tool in this book. Why does she want me to die so badly? If I could just give her back her princess status, I would be happy to do so. But she shouldn't want to kill me. Qin Yan looked at Qin Rong. Her tone was very serious and solemn. I lived a muddled life for the past 10 years, but now I have figured it out. I want to live a good life, even if it's just for my mother who is so kind to me. So, if anyone wants to kill me, don't blame me for fighting back. The original owner really regarded concubine Lu as his biological mother. She also only acknowledged that concubine Lu was her mother. As for Wang Ying'er, she is a person who brought all the tragedies to the original owner just to satisfy her own selfish desires. She doesn't deserve it. The reason the original owner was able to stay in the palace for so many years was because concubine Lu hoped that she could live a good life before she died. Later, at the banquet, the original owner learned that she was not Lu Fei's biological daughter, and the faith in her heart for so many years suddenly collapsed. Coupled with Yi Luwei's poor, she felt that she shouldn't be alive in this world and that she had stolen someone else's life. So, when Emperor Chia wanted to beat her to death, she did not say a word for herself, nor did she resist at all. Just died like that. No one pitied her, and no one remembered her. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 36, Wang Yuanbo's mansion. Even if she died, everyone would still think she was a thief, a complete thief. After listening to what Qin Yan said, Qin Rong fell silent. She tried to put herself in the situation. If she were to encounter such a thing, she would have lost the desire to live long ago. And Sister Yansa is still living so hard, and even living better than before. Really, very impressive, very impressive. Moreover, what she said was not wrong. She herself did nothing wrong. Although she occupied Yi Luwei's identity as a princess, she did not gain any benefit at all. On the contrary, Yi Luwei grew up being loved by countless people. No matter how you look at it, he's living a better life than her. After Yi Luwei came back, she wanted to kill her directly and denied the fact that she had lived a good life over the years. He didn't even mention concubine Lu. If it were her, she wouldn't be willing to accept it either. I understand, Sister Yansa, you did nothing wrong. We don't take the initiative to provoke others, but if someone wants our lives, we can't just sit and wait for them to take it, right? Qin Rong looked at her, feeling a little distressed. No one knows better than her what kind of life Qin Yan has been living over the years. Really, so pitiful. Qin Yan smiled slightly. It's rare for you to say such a thing, sister. If it were in the past, you would definitely not say so. Qin Rong felt a little embarrassed by what she said. I used to think that less trouble is worse than more trouble, but after what happened in the past 2 days, I realized that sometimes, if you become stronger, you will really have less trouble. On the contrary, the more you give in, the more the other party will become more aggressive. After going to the Qingchan Palace that day, she thought that after she came back, the queen would secretly send people to target their Wanrong Palace. She was even prepared to be criticized. Who would have thought that the queen would not take any other action at all? Instead, she actually received a box of books. In addition, there are the words that my mother said before I left today. Some of her thoughts have gradually changed. Maybe, sometimes, we shouldn't be so cowardly. I'm glad you figured it out, sister. Oh, and one more thing, Yi Luwei is so shameless that she insisted on attending this poetry gathering. It must not be that simple. We should all be more careful and don't get cheated. Qin Rong nodded. I understand. From the fact that Yi Luwei came to her to plagiarize poems, it can be seen that this second sister is definitely not a simple-minded person. It's always better to be more cautious. Ellipsis. Ding tilde tasks issued. Prevent the heroine from making a splash at the flower viewing poetry party. Time limit, 2 days. Reward for completing the mission, 500 points. A mechanical voice suddenly rang in Qin Yan's mind, followed by Xiao Jun's excited voice. Host, this is giving us free points. If Yi Luwei hadn't received Qin Rong's poems the other day, then she definitely wouldn't have been able to make a splash at the poetry conference. This is definitely an easy question. Qin Yan, I don't think it's that simple. After all, she is the heroine. It's unlikely that she can be suppressed by me so easily. For example, Emperor Chia had already confined her to her room that day, but today, she was still able to come to the poetry meeting. Perhaps she doesn't have the royal sister's poems, but she may have other ways to obtain them. Xiao Jun exclaimed, no way, I can't be so unlucky, right? Qin Yan, if this plot could be completely changed so easily, then you wouldn't have developed consciousness. Xiao Jun. It seems that this is really the case. The host is right. Ellipsis. The person who hosted the flower viewing and poetry gathering was the wife of Wang Yuanbo, a very famous person in the capital. This lady had no other hobbies, but she particularly liked poetry. Although Wang Yuanbo did not have any real power in the court, his Wang Yuanbo mansion had a high status in the capital because his ancestors had accompanied the previous emperor in building the country. As long as they don't make trouble, don't cause trouble, and don't seek death. This title can be inherited from generation to generation. Emperor Chia was also quite indulgent towards Wang Yuanbo. Of course, Wang Yuanbo was a good person. Although he was influenced by his ancestors, he did not have any messy romantic history or concubines. On the contrary, he has a deep love with his wife. Wang Yuanbo's reputation for doting on his wife has long been well known in Kyoto. Therefore, Mrs. Wang Yuanbo became the envy of countless noble ladies in Beijing. Well, since his wife liked poetry, he immediately invited people to hold this poetry reading. Many talented men and noble ladies were invited. Mrs. Wang Yuanbo's reputation is quite famous throughout the capital. After all, she is good at controlling her husband. In the past, many ladies came to her to learn from her how to maintain their relationship with their husbands. Of course, this kind of thing cannot be learned. So later on, these things were left unresolved, but Mrs. Wang Yuanbo's reputation was still spread. Naturally, many people came to this poetry reading out of respect for Wang Yuanbo. Because this poetry competition only considers talent and learning, not background. Therefore, even if you are a commoner, as long as you have literary talent, you can still come and participate. The flower viewing poetry meeting was held at the residence of Lord Wang Yuan. At this time, there was already a crowd of people in front of Wang Yuanbo's mansion, and many carriages were parked there. Apparently this was not the first time that the people from Wang Yuanbo's mansion had hosted such a poetry gathering, and they naturally guided the carriages to stop at the appropriate locations, without causing congestion on the streets. They were all from Beijing, and many of them met people they knew as soon as they arrived and started greeting each other. Oh, Mr. Wang, I didn't expect you to come to this poetry gathering. How can we not come? Isn't this kind of poetry gathering an opportunity for us? That's right, we are not qualified to attend the banquets of the nobles on weekdays. Only the poetry gathering held by the Wang Yuanbo mansion every year does not consider any identity and does not set any threshold. It just so happens that I have recently written some good poems. If they can stand out at this poetry gathering, maybe some noble person will take a fancy to them. That would be a great success. I didn't think so much about it. I just came here to broaden my horizons. Brother Zhao, it's so rare to see you. I thought you wouldn't go out until the spring examination. Brother Li, you are making fun of me. Madame Wang Yuanbo is a famous talented woman in Kyoto. If I can have a few words with her, it will be better than reading dozens of books for me. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 37 Two Princes. Sister King, I didn't expect you to come too. Tilda, do you think I want to come? I am your mother at home. She thinks I should communicate more with the noble ladies in the capital, so she insisted that I come. That's the reason for me too. I heard that Her Royal Highness the Princess might come to the palace today. I wonder if I will be lucky enough to see Her Royal Highness's divine beauty. I heard that every princess is like a fairy from heaven. I really want to meet one. You are so bold, aren't you afraid of being caught and taken back to be a royal consort? I heard that there are already quite a few princesses of marriageable age. According to the laws of the Chia dynasty, the prince consort still had equal rights to participate in government affairs in the court and could continue to be promoted to higher positions. However, the princess is a member of the royal family after all, so if you marry her, you naturally have to coax her and provide for her. Moreover, after all, he is related to the princess, so it can be said that he is related by nepotism. Even if one gets promoted, it is easy for outsiders to think that it is not due to one's own ability but to nepotism. Therefore, most men are unwilling to marry a princess. In their words, there are thousands of beautiful women, so why should you ruin your romantic luck for the rest of your life for a princess? It's easy for people to gossip about you, so why bother? If I'm going to be a prince consort, I'll be a prince consort. With a princess who is as beautiful as a fairy as her as my wife, what's the harm in staying with her for the rest of my life? Some people think that marrying a princess is a bad thing, but others don't think so. Being favored by the princess is the luckiest thing that could happen to you. Compared with this, what is the significance of the others? What's the point if you simply like the beautiful appearance? My dear, you are wrong to think like that. There are so many beauties in the world, and there may be some prettier than the princess. Why do you have to abandon all the beauties for the princess? As soon as the man finished speaking, a series of dissatisfied female voices rang out. TSK, this guy really thinks he's something. Is it possible that beauties and princesses don't like him? Oh no, even the most ordinary women don't like him, and he actually picked one here. Is this the popular Pakistan man in Beijing recently? He is ordinary and confident. PFFT, this is the first time I've heard this. It's so new. Our Lady Wang Yuanbo is a woman of great talent. She often says interesting things. Sometimes, they're really concise and make sense. Hey, come to think of it, I really want to meet this legendary wife of Wang Yuanbo. Me too, me too. To put it bluntly, I came here just because of her reputation. I want to meet this lady. Amid the bustle, carriages stopped one after another in front of Wang Yuanbo's mansion. Ah, isn't this the son of the Minister of Rights? He is really handsome. Shush, keep your voice down, no one can hear you. Don't worry, there are so many people here, everything will be fine. These are the eldest and second daughters of the Minister of Revenue, right? The eldest daughter is truly as beautiful as a fairy. It doesn't matter how beautiful you are. This poetry gathering is about poetry and literary talent, not beauty. Some women couldn't help but speak out of jealousy. If I could marry a girl like this, I would be willing to die. Come on, Brother Lee, didn't you just say that we can't give up a bunch of beauties for the princess? Why, now you can give it up for the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. Of course not. If you marry a princess, you can't take concubines. Otherwise, it would be a loss of face for the royal family. However, if you marry this official's daughter, you can take concubines. Come on, I won't talk to you anymore. I need to think carefully about what poem I can write later to make this lady look at me differently. Seeing the scholar walking away, many people around who had just heard his remarks couldn't help but spit in disgust. You are so ugly, but you have wishful thinking. She is the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, and she is not blind. There are so many young talents here, why would anyone fall for a scumbag like you? Gululu, gululu. The sound of carriage wheels was heard again. Everyone's eyes turned away again. The carriage that came this time was particularly grand and luxurious in appearance. It did not look like a carriage that ordinary people could use. Who do you think is in this carriage? I can't guess, but he should be an extraordinary person. This carriage is even more magnificent than the one owned by the son of the Minister of Rights. I'm afraid his status must be even higher. Amidst everyone's discussions, a young man walked out of the carriage. The young man had a stern face, with sharp eyebrows and sharp eyes. Many girls couldn't help but cover their cheeks and felt like they were in love again. However, the clothes he was wearing were very ordinary and he did not look like the owner of the carriage. Sure enough, after the young man got off the car, he respectfully opened the curtain and waited quietly by the side. A man wearing a purple dragon robe, a golden crown on his head, and with an even more handsome face walked out slowly. The moment they saw this man, almost everyone present knelt down on the ground. Meet the third prince. Yes, the person who came was Emperor Chia's third son, Qin Hao. Emperor Chia had more than a dozen sons, but not many of them had reached adulthood. Among them, the most favored one was the eldest prince born to the queen, who is the late crown prince. The second prince's biological mother did not have a high status, so her status in the palace was also not very high and she rarely appeared in public. He was also present at the banquet a few days ago, but his presence was not very noticeable. Next comes the third prince. His biological mother is the current concubine Chen, who is regarded as the most powerful candidate for the position of crown prince. He has the support of many ministers in the court. He was ill and did not attend the banquet that day. I didn't expect my brother to arrive earlier than me. A lazy voice sounded. Then, the crowd parted to both sides, and a young man in a red robe, surrounded by countless servants, slowly walked into everyone's side. Compared to Qin Hao's handsomeness that is completely masculine, his appearance is actually a bit feminine. Coupled with that lazy temperament, it is also quite eye-catching. Fourth brother, you still look listless. The third prince Qin Hao glanced at the young man and spoke lightly. There wasn't much change in his expression. The fourth prince, Qin Qi, is the queen's second son. He has always been lazy and free and easy. Originally, he should have been the only candidate for the position of crown prince, but because of his rather frivolous personality, he seemed unreliable. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 38, learning the princess's manners. However, because he was born of a legitimate wife, many ministers supported him. Because of Emperor Chia's favor, the queen gave birth to 3 sons and 1 daughter. In addition to the deceased crown prince and the 4th prince Qin Qi, there is also the 7th prince Qin Qi. Yes, you are the most energetic brother every day, okay. Qin Qi opened the folding fan in his hand and waved it gently in a romantic manner. He doesn't look like a prince of the royal family at all, and instead looks a bit unserious. The tone was really, indescribably perfunctory. Qin Hao's expression remained unchanged. If the queen saw you like this, she would probably be angry again. Third brother, can you please stop preaching? I came out to have fun, not to listen to your nagging. Qin Shi put away the folding fan in his hand and strode towards the gate of Wang Yuanbo's mansion. I have met His Highness the Fourth Prince. The doorman immediately bowed respectfully with a flattering smile on his face. Qin Shi didn't care about this at all and waved his hand casually. No need to be polite, where is your uncle Wang Yuan? The lord is entertaining guests in the Huyuan Hall. Your Highness, please come in. The concierge gestured respectfully and led the way. TSK, this Wang Yuanbo is really getting more and more arrogant. He knew that I would come today, but he didn't even come out to greet me. Fourth brother, be careful with your words. Qin Hao walked beside him, followed by the stern-looking young man. Seeing that Qin Shi was talking without any control, he couldn't help but remind him. Oh, third brother, just keep acting so arrogant all day long. What's the big deal? We are princes. Qin Shi didn't care at all. After all, Uncle Wang Yuan is a person that our father treats with great courtesy. Fourth brother, you'd better not have this attitude. Qin Hao finally frowned slightly. This extra expression on his already handsome face made countless girls even more intoxicated. Seeing that the two had already walked into the gate of Wang Yuanbo's mansion and were getting further and further away, everyone couldn't help but start talking. The third prince is so handsome. It would be great if I could become his woman. The fourth prince is not bad either. I like the way he looks like he doesn't care about anything. He's so casual and makes people envious. I envy you too. Although we are born beautiful, we are from aristocratic families and cannot decide our own marriages. We can never be as casual as the fourth prince. Yes. I still prefer to look at the upright third prince. When he frowns slightly, I feel like my heart is broken. Me too. He is just like the bright moon in the sky, beautiful and inviolable. Don't dream on your own. Marrying into the royal family is not a good thing. An extremely discordant voice sounded. Then, a girl with neat clothes, long hair tied up high with a red silk ribbon, a soft whip tied around her waist, and no other decorations on her body strode over. Behind her, two girls who looked like maids followed quickly, but their speed was far behind the girl in front of them. In the end, they had no choice but to jog to barely keep up. Seeing this girl, the girls who were talking around them all moved aside a little. Isn't this the residence of the first-rank military marquis? Isn't it Yu Changwei, the daughter of Marquis Wei Yuan? Why is she here too? Oh, can she write poetry? Isn't it said that she hates writing poetry and loves swordplay? What is she doing here? Yes, this is a poetry gathering, not a martial arts arena. She's a little fierce, I'm a little scared. I think she's very cool and looks very safe. Hey, you guys don't know. I heard that Marquis Wei Yuan seems to be planning to marry her to the third prince. Histilda, no way, with the third prince being like that, if she were to marry him, wouldn't she torture the third prince to death? Oh, poor third prince. So, she came here today for the third prince. Should be. The discussions of these women all fell into the ears of Yu Changwei. Even though they tried to keep their voices as low as possible, those who practice martial arts could still hear them clearly. She swept her cold eyes around, with a hint of disdain at the corners of her lips. You only judge people by their appearance. It's a waste of your brain. After saying that, she walked straight into the gate of Wang Yuanbo's mansion. TSK, why are you so proud? When it's time to write a poem later, let's see if she can't do it. Isn't it embarrassing? Yes. Ellipsis. There were two carriages parked at the gate of Lord Wang Yuan's mansion. At a glance, everyone could see that the two carriages seemed very low-key, but the materials used to make the carriages were extremely rare. Your Highness, we have arrived. The driver of the first carriage got off the carriage and brought out a small stool and placed it next to the carriage. Soon, the car curtain opened, revealing an extremely delicate little face. She looked around, didn't step on the small stool, and jumped off the carriage directly. We're finally here, sister. I'll help you. After Qin Yan landed steadily on the ground, he turned around to help another woman in the car. The woman had a gentle appearance, and every move she made was extremely elegant. The clothes they wear are all made of top-quality materials. When they appear at the same time, it really makes people feel as if they have seen fairies in the sky. Many people stood there in a daze, not reacting for a long time. Meet the eldest princess, Princess Shoa. Those who recognized the two women hurriedly saluted. Some people who had never seen Qin Rong and Qin Yan also quickly came to their senses and followed suit. This must be the Wang Yuanbo residence, right? We are finally here. If I sit in the carriage for a while longer, I am afraid I will be shaken to pieces. Qin Yan complained to Qin Rong in a low voice. Qin Rong was helpless. Sister Yan, sir, you should pay more attention to your image outside the palace. Yes, I know. I will definitely learn from my sister and behave like a princess. Qin Yan smiled. After leaving the palace, I felt much more relaxed. Although the scenery in this palace is beautiful, for some reason, there always seems to be a feeling of stuffiness. On the contrary, the noisy atmosphere outside the palace made her feel very comfortable. Big sister, Shoa, wait for me. A soft voice sounded. Yi Luwei, wearing a water-green dress, walked slowly down from the second carriage. She really wanted to learn to be as elegant and calm as Qin Rong, but that was a demeanor that was ingrained in her bones since childhood. How could she learn it just because she wanted to? It actually looks a bit strange. However, no one dares to say it. Many people looked at her curiously. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 39, Speak Up for the Two Princesses. Some people had attended the banquet that day, so they quickly recognized Yi Luwei's identity. It turns out to be the second princess. I've met the second princess. Someone took the lead, and others followed suit. It turns out that this person is the second princess who was switched in the legend. It looks like it's going pretty well. Why do I feel like I'm a little weak and vulnerable? Maybe, because I grew up in a bad living environment, my health is not very good. Many people think so. No need to be so polite, everyone. Lu Wei has just returned to Beijing and is not very familiar with the environment in Beijing. In the future, we should communicate more. She looked at the talented men and ladies around her with a smile, and the smile on her lips was very friendly. Wow, the second princess is so kind. As expected of a princess who grew up among the people, she is close to the people. That's right, compared to those two who are so high and mighty, I think this second princess is really good. Everyone couldn't help but lower their voices to discuss. Of course, although the sound was small, it was heard by Qin Yan. She herself was born with supernatural powers, but unexpectedly, that power was also transferred into the original owner's body. Moreover, as she began to practice the Starry Sky Heart method, she discovered that the original owner was definitely a martial arts genius. At the very least, after only a few days of practicing internal energy, she felt that her physical condition had greatly improved. Look, even my hearing ability has improved a lot. Their voices were low, but she could hear them clearly. She is indeed worthy of being the heroine. Qin Yan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Even though the plot has changed a lot, she is still inevitably loved by everyone. In fact, if someone else said such words, they would definitely be considered pretentious or a green tea, which would be disliked by others. But, who can blame her for being the heroine? When these words are spoken, the effect is naturally completely different. Looking at the friendly and admiring eyes of the people around her, Li Luwei felt very proud. You see, this is the public support that only a true princess can gain. And Qin Yan, a fake one, can't compare with her at all. If you like to show off here, just keep showing off. We are going in. Qin Yan rolled his eyes without giving any face, took Qin Rong's arm and walked towards the mansion of Lord Wang Yuan. Leng Yin, Nuenla and Lang Kai, who got off the second carriage, hurried to catch up with the two. Open the screen. What screen should I open? Li Luwei was stunned at first, but then she reacted quickly. This Qin Yan actually said that she was a peacock in heat. Okay, she would remember these words. However, in order to prevent the character she had just established from collapsing, she tried hard to suppress the anger in her heart. Chased him. Sister, Shoa, please wait for me. Seeing the three of them entering Earl Wang Yuan's residence, the discussions of the people around them became louder. It looks like this fake one is fake. Her demeanor and speech are far inferior to those of a real princess. Who said it wasn't true? Look at that Princess Shoa. Although she has been raised in the palace for so many years, she is really petty. The second princess just said a few words to us, but look at what she said. It was really rude. Yes, the eldest princess didn't say anything. She was the first to be dissatisfied. I really don't understand why His Majesty wants to adopt her as his adopted daughter and give her a title. In my opinion, this is the identity and status of the second princess. This title should be given to the second princess. Even more, Shoa, the thief who stole someone else's identity, should be killed directly. Hush Tilda, you don't want to die. You dare to say anything. Do you dare to go against the Emperor's will? Alas Tilda, I am just speaking up for the second princess. It's not your turn to complain. Mind your own business. There are many noble men and women here today. If your words get out and are heard by someone with ulterior motives, you're done. Forget about your future career. It seemed that everyone around heard what this person said, so the heated discussion paused slightly. The atmosphere became quiet for a while. Ellipsis. Not long after Li Luwei followed Qin Yan and the others into Earl Wang Yuan's mansion, she disappeared. Qin Yan frowned. Sure enough, Li Luwei is not a peaceful person. I'm afraid she will have to think of other ways. It's okay, just deal with it yourself. Thinking of this, she did not deliberately ask the servants of Wang Yuanbo's mansion to look for someone, but followed Qin Rong to Huyuan Hall first. There are already quite a few young people chatting there. Probably the women stood in one direction and the men stood in another direction. From time to time, some people would have a burst of inspiration and ask the servants of Wang Yuanbo's mansion for paper and pen, write poems on the spot, and then read them aloud. Some well-written ones will naturally receive everyone's praise, while some doggerel or ordinary ones will also receive everyone's friendly smiles. The Chia Kingdom did not have strict rules regarding sex separation. Overall, the people there were quite open-minded. Unmarried girls and boys can also attend banquets and other activities together. When Qin Yan and Qin Rong arrived, the lively scene suddenly became quiet, and many people looked at Qin Yan with surprise. They were not surprised that the eldest princess Qin Rong would come. After all, everyone in Beijing knew that Qin Rong was obsessed with poetry. However, it was surprising that Qin Yan, the adopted daughter of His Majesty who had just been named Princess Shoa, would also come. Many people put themselves in Li Luwei's shoes and thought that if their lives were replaced by someone else, and this person had occupied their status and blessings for many years, they would have been angry to death long ago. So, naturally, he was unhappy with Qin Yan. Meet the eldest princess, Princess Shoa. A young girl in a gorgeous pink dress slowly walked towards the two of them. When he came closer, he bowed slightly to the two women as a greeting. I didn't expect Princess Shoa to come today. Princess Shoa, when did you start liking poetry? It's really rare. Her words seemed to be ordinary greetings, but they also seemed to be sarcastic about something. Look, I've heard that the eldest daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Yun Feiyang, is a person who hates evil. In addition to her beauty, her character is also first-rate. Today I see that it is indeed true. That's right, he actually dared to make sarcastic remarks directly in front of the princess. That's really impressive. If I had a father like the Minister of Revenue, would I dare to do that? She is just relying on her good family background. Come on, you are just bragging. Even if you were given such an identity, you still don't have the guts to do this. My whole family is in the book. I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I. Chapter 40, poor child, it's so miserable. I have met your two highnesses. Another girl in plain clothes came over, her expression a little timid. He seemed a little afraid of Qin Yan and Qin Rong. It looks like he's easy to bully. Oh no, to be precise, it makes people want to bully her. It must be interesting to watch her cry. Ellipsis. Xiaojun, host, I can feel your emotions, you are so evil. Qin Yan denied, I think it's okay, this is just a normal feeling. Don't you think you don't have this feeling? Xiaojun, I admit, there is a little bit, but it's not. Qin Yan, tell me, if I really bully her until she cries, will some of her hatred be transferred to me? TSK, just from her appearance, who could have guessed that this woman is actually a woman with a heart as vicious as a snake and scorpion? Xiaojun paused. Yes, host, now that you mentioned it, I remember, isn't this the second daughter of the Minister of Revenue in the original book, Yun Fen? This woman is quite cruel. But it can be considered as a cool script. Her appearance is far inferior to that of Yun Feiyang, the eldest daughter of the Minister of Revenue. Yun Fen herself is just the daughter of a concubine of the Minister of Revenue. She doesn't have a very good life in the mansion. But, Yun Feiyang is kind-hearted and hates evil. Ever since Yun Fen's mother died, she has been very kind-hearted. She felt that Yun Fen, a motherless child, was particularly pitiful, so she asked her mother to register her under her name, making her a legitimate daughter. Originally, this should have been a beautiful story of sisterly love, but Yun Fen is just like her mother, with evil intentions. Because Yun Feiyang is so beautiful, and has great talent and family background, she was engaged to the second prince. But on the day before the wedding, she suddenly died in her room. I heard that she had a serious illness. After that, the Minister of Revenue had no choice but to change the bride the next day, and let Yun Fen replace Yun Feiyang and join the second prince's mansion. Because Yun Fen was very good at pretending to be weak, and the second prince was a warrior, he really treated her like a treasure in his hands for fear of dropping her, and like a treasure in his mouth for fear of melting her. Even after he found out that she was not Yun Feiyang but Yun Fen, he still treated her very well. He was so afraid of making her sad that he became ill from anger, and never took a concubine in his entire life. She can be said to have had a smooth life, but it's a pity that Yun Feiyang, such a good girl, is gone. Qin Yan, that's right. On the day before her wedding, she was killed by her own sister, and her husband was robbed. She wasted what should have been her good life. Yun Feiyang is really miserable. But also, it's really stupid. Ellipsis. While communicating with Xiaojun, Qin Yan couldn't help but feel a bit more sympathy and disgust when he looked at Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang felt very strange. For some reason, she always felt uncomfortable when being looked at by this Showa princess. It seems that some of my things have been seen through. Sister, it's better not to say such things. Maybe Princess Showa also liked poetry in the past. Yun Fen looked like a little white flower. She gently tugged at Yun Feiyang's sleeve, her voice low and soft. He looks a little pitiful. But it is also more likely to arouse others' desire to protect. For example, Yun Feiyang. Don't be afraid, Yansa. Feiyang is just asking casually. I'm sure Princess Xiaohe won't care, right? Yun Feiyang barely suppressed the feeling that Qin Yan was a little strange, raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked at Qin Yan. She is the daughter of a minister, so she is not afraid even if she is a princess. What's more, she was just a fake princess in the past and now your majesty's adopted daughter. Yun Feiyang hated thieves the most in her life, and she hated thieves like Qin Yan who stole other people's identities and enjoyed everything that others should enjoy. I heard that as soon as they arrived today, Her Royal Highness the Second Princess was suppressed and ridiculed by her. Yun Feiyang would never give face to such a vicious person. I really don't care. Originally, I came here to accompany my sister. I don't have much interest in poetry. What she said was absolutely true. She actually liked science more and had little interest in the nitpicking of liberal arts. Oh yes, now it's not just to accompany Qin Rong, but also to ruin the heroine's mission to make a splash at this poetry meeting. Yun Feiyang was a little surprised at Qin Yan's reaction. Unexpectedly, this Showa princess didn't get angry. Isn't it said that she has a bad temper, and the second princess just said one word and she immediately started to attack? How come she is still so nice to me even though I have said something very targeted? How could she know that Qin Yan was sighing with Xiaojun at this moment? Ellipsis. Qin Yan, poor child, he will die miserably in the future. He will be suffocated to death by a pillow. So pitiful, really pitiful. Xiaojun, that's right. Since she's so pitiful, I don't think it's too much for her to target you, the host. Qin Yan, oh, she's already so miserable, why can't we forgive her? Xiaojun, the host is right. So pitiful. Ellipsis. Yun Feiyang felt that Qin Yan's look at her was even more strange. Fortunately, Qin Yan quickly turned his attention to Yun Fen. This must be the second daughter of the Yun family. I didn't expect that. As a legitimate daughter, Miss Yun's clothes are luxurious, while you are quite simple. Yun Fen's face turned pale when she heard this. Subconsciously looked at Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang was a person who didn't care about details, and he had never paid attention to what Yun Fen was wearing before. When he turned his head to take a look, he saw that she was dressed very simply. In fact, the clothes she wore might not be as good as those of an ordinary merchant's daughter. That's not right. Yansa, I remember a few days ago you said you wanted to attend the poetry meeting, so I had someone send you the clothes you're wearing today. Why, you're not wearing the ones I sent you. Yun Feiyang was not just being kind-hearted for a moment. When she helped Yun Fen, she really treated her as her own sister. Even though the minister's wife was helpless, she still didn't quite understand. But since her daughter liked Yun Fen, she didn't say much. In the Shangshu mansion, everyone knows that the second young lady, who was born out of wedlock and became a legitimate daughter, may be living a better life than the eldest young lady Yun Feiyang. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 41. The meaning of the word Showa. No matter what time, she always played her role as an older sister and tried her best to protect her. In the mansion, if Yun Fei Yang has a copy, Yun Fen will definitely have a copy. Sometimes, Yun Fei Yang even felt sorry for her and would give his share to Yun Fen. Therefore, Yun Fei Yang couldn't understand why she didn't dress properly before attending this poetry reading that she really wanted to attend. That's right, I was wondering just now. I thought the Minister of Revenue treated the two daughters differently, so the second Miss Yun dressed so simply. I thought so too. I didn't expect that Miss Yun too had clothes. I felt so sorry for her before. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Listen to the discussion around you. Yun Fen's little face turned even paler. She was indeed dressed simply on purpose. Yun Fei Yang, with his carefree personality, wouldn't notice it anyway. But other people can notice it. People outside don't know what is going on in the Shangshu mansion. Everyone would just think that she had suffered a lot of grievances in the mansion and couldn't even wear nice clothes. Especially when she stood next to Yun Fei Yang, the contrast was even stronger. In this way, she can gain a lot of sympathy and pity. She has always done this, and never expected that one day someone would point it out. Yun Fen's eyes dimmed, with a hint of dissatisfaction. Qin Yan, her life was stolen, how could she have the nerve to point out her problems? So what if she is a princess? Deep down, isn't she still the blood of a lowly person? No matter how harshly I curse in my heart. However, her little face still looks pitiful. Sister, I didn't want to either, but before leaving the house today, that dress got dirty accidentally while I was having breakfast. I had no choice but to change into a random dress before leaving. Then there's no need for you to dress so plainly. Doesn't your family make a lot of clothes for you on a daily basis? Yun Fei Yang said. It's not like it's all dirty, is it? Yun Fen lowered her head pitifully. I'm sorry, sister, I didn't look, I just picked one up at random. Yun Fei Yang opened his mouth. I always felt that what she said was a little strange, but she couldn't tell what was strange about it. TSK, what she said can only deceive Miss Yun. As the daughter of a dignified Shangshu mansion, she has so many clothes, and she picks one at random, and it is so plain. It's really outrageous. Yes, only if she was abused would she dress like this, right? This girl is from the family of the Minister of Revenue, not an ordinary girl from a small family. Why do I always feel that Miss Yun smells like tea? You think so too? I think so too. I have seen the second young lady of the Yun family at other banquets before. It seems that she always wears very plain clothes every time she goes out. Standing next to the eldest young lady Yun, the contrast is very strong. I have always thought that the Minister of Revenue treated his daughter harshly, so this happened. It turns out that he didn't treat her harshly at all. Listening to the discussions around her, Yun Fen's face turned paler and paler. Yun Fei Yang was not stupid either. Although she did not quite believe that her sister who was so good to her would use her as a control group to highlight her own pitifulness and her own shortcomings, she still had some hesitation in her heart. She recalled the past and it seemed that her sister would always wear very simple clothes every time she went out. But in fact, she was not like this usually in the mansion. She liked the silks and satins that I gave her very much. I also wear it every day. Just when I go out. If that's the case, then forget it. But Yansa, we are representing the reputation of the Ministry of Revenue outside. As a lady of the Ministry of Revenue, you must never wear this kind of clothes in the future, understand? If you don't understand, I'm afraid it will affect my father's reputation. Yun Fei Yang looked at her with a hint of warning in his eyes. If the reputation of being harsh towards his own daughter spreads, or if it is reported by the imperial censors, it will have a huge impact on their father. She didn't want to dwell too much on the past. After so many years of getting along, she still has feelings for Yun Fen. What's more, this matter is not too serious. She could forgive her once, as long as she didn't make trouble again in the future, she would still treat her as her own sister. Yes, sister, Yansa knows. Yun Fen agreed timidly. If it were usual, when she saw Yun Fen with such an expression, she would definitely feel pity in her heart. Then give her all the good things. But now, for some reason, she always felt annoyed when she saw Yun Fen like this. I heard that Miss Yun was not a legitimate daughter, but a concubine's daughter, right? Qin Yan spoke again. That's right, her mother died, so the name was changed to my mother's. Yun Fei Yang replied. Her attitude towards Qin Yan at this time was different from before. She seemed to have thought of something. After all, if it weren't for her, she would still be kept in the dark about Yun Fen's actions. Moreover, she had never met Yi Luwei, and from the comments of outsiders, she felt that they seemed to be similar to the comments about her sister. Maybe, it is possible that the two people are the same. Qin Yan was as unlucky as himself, and was taken advantage of by others. She, Yun Fei Yang, will never be taken advantage of by anyone. If Qin Yan was really a bad person, then she would definitely not treat her well, but what if she was wronged? Think about it, would His Majesty really confer the title of Showa Princess on a thief? Zhao means to make it clear to the world. Isn't it just to tell everyone that even if Qin Yan is not his biological daughter, she is also the princess of the Great Jia Kingdom? There is also a character, Hey. Doesn't this represent the harmony of the heavenly family and that there are no bad things happening? In other words, His Majesty recognizes Qin Yan as his daughter and her identity as a princess. In the eyes of His Majesty, Qin Yan is a member of the royal family and has nothing to do with her blood relationship. In fact, Yun Fei Yang's understanding of the word, Showa, is still somewhat one-sided. This word, he, not only represents the harmony among the royal family, but also represents the harmony and development of the entire Jia Kingdom. The new technology for making colored glaze that Qin Yan came up with had a profound impact on the development of the entire Great Jia dynasty. It has a great promoting effect not only in the economic aspect, but also in all aspects. After all, Yun Fei Yang is not a true superior, and her vision is still a little shallow in comparison. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 42, of course I'll blow her up. Emperor Chia had very high expectations for Qin Yan. Yes, ever since my mother died, I have been registered under my mother's name, and my sister and I are biological sisters. Yun Fen raised her eyes and looked at Yun Fei Yang, her eyes full of admiration. One can feel that she really admires and likes Yun Fei Yang. The relationship between the two young ladies of the Yun family is really good. It's really not easy. It's rare for a legitimate child and a concubine's child to have such a good relationship. That's right, I fight with my concubine sisters every day, and few of them are worry-free. I'm so envious of such a relationship. Hearing that the discussions around her had obviously changed again, Yun Fen looked at Yun Fei Yang with even more admiration and respect. Try your best to maintain your image as a little white flower outside. Really, then you are really lucky. The death of your mother was originally a bad thing, but in your case, it has become a good thing. Qin Yan spoke lightly. How could she not see through Yun Fen's little thoughts? She just found that her image in Yun Fei Yang's mind seemed not very good. In order to ensure her future position in the Minister of Revenue's mansion, she deliberately acted like this. Let Yun Fei Yang remember the sisterhood between them and continue to treat her the same way as before. But is Yun Fei Yang really that stupid? Ellipsis. Xiaojun, what if she is really that stupid? Qin Yan was very cold, then let her die. She is stupid anyway. The sooner she dies, the sooner she will be reborn. She should try to be smarter in her next life. Xiaojun, host, you are so cruel. Qin Yan, you either endure it or you still endure it, understand? Xiaojun. Ellipsis. Hearing this, Yun Fei Yang had no reaction yet, but Yun Fen's face turned pale. I couldn't help but raise my voice a little. How could it be? Mom passed away, I am really sad. Her sudden loud voice startled Yun Fei Yang. She couldn't help but look at Yun Fen. Yansa, everyone knows that you are very sad. There is no need for you to react so strongly. When Yun Fen heard this, she suddenly realized that she seemed to have overreacted. Feeling some strange looks from people around her, she hurried to explain. He raised his hand and wiped his eyes. My mother passed away. I am really sad. Whenever I think about it, I can't help but think of the day when she left me. It rained really hard that day, just like my tears. I couldn't stop them. I know that my mother wanted me to laugh, but, I really couldn't control myself. She is so pitiful. Isn't Princess Shou's words a bit too much? Her mother has passed away, how can she say this is a good thing? But why do I feel like she's a little fake? What are you talking about? Who wouldn't be sad when their mother passed away? You're just rubbing salt into someone's wounds when you ask them so bluntly. That's it. Princess Shou is a little unkind. Listening to the discussions around her, Yun Fen raised her sleeves to cover her eyes which did not contain any tears. Under the cover of her white sleeves, the corners of her lips could not help but slightly curl up. Ellipsis. Qin Yan, she is really pretending. Xiaojun, host, what you mean is, did she kill her mother? Just to change herself from a concubine's daughter to a legitimate daughter. I don't know this. It's not even recorded in the book. How do you know this? Qin Yan, how did you know? Of course I blew her up. Xiaojun, is this also possible? Qin Yan, it's very simple. Yun Fei Yang has always been very good to her, but in the end, she was able to kill Yun Fei Yang. So, in order to get rid of her status as a concubine's daughter, become a real legitimate daughter, and live a better life, do you really think she won't use tricks? Of course, I was just trying to scare her just now. I just had some guesses in my mind. But her reaction now tells me that even if her mother's death was not caused by her, it must have had a lot to do with her. Xiaojun admired. The host is awesome. Ellipsis. The words of others came into Yun Fei Yang's ears one by one. However, she didn't feel sorry for Yun Fen at all. If she remembered correctly, Yun Fen's mother died on a sunny day. At that time, she had just received a foal from her father, and every day she couldn't help wanting to go to the stable to play around. When she went out that day, her mother reminded her to be careful and not to get heatstroke. Afterwards, she learned the news that Yun Fen's mother had died. So, there was no way it could have been a rainy day. So why did Yana make up a weather story? Is it to highlight her more pitiful and tragic life experience? She looked in the direction of Yun Fen, and suddenly an indescribable chill arose from the bottom of her heart. If she could take advantage of all these things, then over the years. Is she always using the same tricks to deceive me, fool me, and get benefits from me? Once his thoughts started running in this direction, Yun Fei Yang would uncontrollably think more. The more I think about it, the more I feel like I have been a bit stupid over the years. She did not show the same heartache as before, but just looked at Yun Fen crying calmly. She talked a lot, and in short, it was all about how pitiful she was, how difficult her life was, etc. Yun Fei Yang frowned even more tightly after hearing this. Yun Fen didn't know what life was like as a concubine before. She was still young at that time and couldn't remember clearly. Moreover, her father rarely allowed her to see his illegitimate children. This is respect and protection for the mother and daughter. However, ever since Yun Fen's mother passed away, her life has definitely not been any worse than that of a true legitimate daughter. If she had just started living a life like this, it would be normal for her to behave like this. People like to lament the miserable days of the past. However, she had already enjoyed such a good life for about 10 years, and she still acted like this. Was she really trying to make others think that the Shangshu mansion was so stingy that they were unwilling to even raise a daughter? If you can't control yourself, go home and cry, don't embarrass yourself in public. Yun Fei Yang spoke coldly. When he looked at Yun Feian, there was no longer any trace of the pity he had before. She hates evil and likes to stand up for others, but that doesn't mean she is really a fool. From now on, she will never be so unreserved towards Yun Feian again. This woman is someone who can never be tamed. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 43, don't hurt sister's feelings. You have to be on guard. Yun Feian didn't expect Yun Fei Yang to say such a thing. The crying voice stopped immediately. I couldn't help feeling a little flustered. What happened? Normally, when Yun Fei Yang hears me say these things, wouldn't he immediately comfort me and feel sorry for me as a sister? Why would you say such harsh words today? Is it because they are outside now and it is not convenient for her to speak up for herself? That's true. After all, the person who asked this question was the dignified Princess Shoa, who had a title. It was normal that their Shangshu mansion couldn't afford to offend her. It was understandable that Yun Fei Yang would blame himself for her. So, it's all Qin Yan's fault. When I get back to the Shangshu mansion, I will try to coax Yun Fei Yang. That fool of hers will definitely be open-hearted to me again. Thinking of this, she felt much better. Sister, Yansa knows. Yansa will try her best to hold it back. Even though she was in a good mood, she still wouldn't shut up so easily. At times like this, of course, we have to sell the miserable products again. Her voice was choked and forced, full of grievance but also with a hint of forbearance and stubbornness. Looks more lovable. Just like a delicate flower, it needs people's love and protection. And there is never a shortage of people who love flowers in this world. Miss Yun, isn't that a bit too harsh? Isn't it normal for girls to shed tears? A female voice with a hint of righteousness sounded, and then a woman in a light blue dress slowly walked into everyone's sight. Everyone subconsciously looked in that direction. I want to see who is so bored that he wants to get involved in the other person's housework. In the eyes of many people present, there was nothing wrong with the eldest daughter of the Yun family scolding her younger sister who was once a concubine. When they saw who was coming, almost everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Oh my god, this is so beautiful. She is extremely beautiful and stunningly stunning. The clothes she wore were so beautiful, it felt like she was really wearing water on her body. No, I think it looks more like flowing clouds in the sky. Wait, could this be flowing cloud brocade? Isn't it said that there aren't many tributes from Jiangnan every year? Generally, only the ladies in the palace can wear them, and they have to be the most favored ones. I know, I've seen her at the banquet a few days ago. This is the real second princess. So this is the second princess. She really has the noble aura of a princess. Well, this makes sense. I heard that concubine Lu was very favored back then, but she died young due to her tragic fate. Now that her biological daughter is back, His Majesty will naturally love her and it is normal for him to reward her with Liu Yunjin. I'm so envious. Looking at this Liu Yunjin, His Majesty must attach great importance to the second princess who just returned. Qin Yan looked at Yi Luwei, who had changed her clothes and appeared here at some point, and pursed his lips slightly. The heroine is worthy of being the heroine. Just by relying on a piece of clothing, she successfully guided public opinion and made everyone believe that she was extremely favored. But think about it, that is Lu Yun Brigade. An extremely precious existence. If you are not favored, there is really no way to get it. You know, not every lady in the palace can use Liu Yunjin, and since she can use it, there must be someone behind her. Ellipsis. Qin Yan, does this count as a stunning success? Did I fail in my mission? She was only thinking about preventing Yi Luwei from making a name for herself by plagiarizing other people's poems, and she never thought that she would use her beauty. And, it was all with a piece of clothing. God knows how this woman brought all these clothes here. If she saw her dressed like this at the palace gate, she would definitely not bring her with her. Yi Luwei probably thought so too, so she found an opportunity to change her clothes after arriving at Lord Wang Yuan's mansion. Xiaojun, not really, not really. It just amazed people for a moment, but it's not a blockbuster. When outsiders mention it, at most they say that the heroine is pretty and favored. They won't say much else. It's far from the actual effect produced in the original book. Qin Yan, in other words, my mission has not failed, nor has it ended. Xiaojun, of course not. It seemed to think about it, and then added, come on, host. Qin Yan. Ellipsis. Yun Fei Yang and Yun Feian's eyes fell on Yi Luwei. Yun Feian's eyes were full of gratitude, as if she had finally seen the goddess who came to save her. Feeling Yun Feian's gaze, Yun Fei Yang felt even more uncomfortable. So, you said this, but actually, in your heart you felt that what I said was too much, right? Yun Feian, Yun Feian, it seems that you have always been pretending in front of me. It's a pity that I was blind before and didn't see it. In the future, she will never treat Yun Feian the same way as before. At this time, Yun Feian didn't know what she was thinking. She still thought that the second princess was a good person and would actually come forward to speak for her. In her opinion, Yun Fei Yang was a woman who was easy to coax and fool. As long as she pretended to be pitiful, she would definitely treat her the same way as before. What's more, her mind became active. Even if she didn't have the Ministry of Revenue's mansion, if she could marry the extremely favored second princess, then she would definitely live a very good life in the future. This must be Her Royal Highness the second princess. Fei Yang greets Her Royal Highness. Yun Fei Yang bowed casually towards Yi Luwei. Then, without waiting for Yi Luwei to speak, he stood up straight. The smile on Yi Luwei's lips froze. This Yun Fei Yang was really ignorant, and she was even a legitimate daughter. Before I even opened my mouth, she stood up. Doesn't this mean she doesn't take me seriously? But, she couldn't say it yet. After all, I have just established a persona that is approachable. If you fuss over such a small matter now, your image will be ruined. Therefore, she could only restore the smile on her face to normal, and nodded with a smile. Miss Yoon, there is no need to be polite. I wonder what mistake your sister made. Why is Miss Yoon scolding her like this in public? Girls are so shy. If you say something too serious, it might affect your sister's health. Do you think it's appropriate to hurt the relationship between sisters for some unimportant things? Miss Yoon said. My whole family is in the book. I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 44 Sister Control in the original book. Does it worth? Her voice was soft, and seemed to carry a hint of compassion. Her Royal Highness the Second Princess is so kind. There must be no one better than her in this world. I was wondering why Princess Shoa, who is clearly not of royal blood, did not die after the news broke, but was instead given a title and adopted as a daughter by His Majesty. I'm afraid it's because the second princess interceded for her. I think so too. Her Highness the Second Princess is so kind. Princess Shoa was able to save her life. It must be because of Her Highness the Second Princess. I think Princess Shoa is so shameless. She used to enjoy the noble life of a princess for more than 10 years by relying on her mother, who was a maid, to get her a bag. Now, she can continue to be a princess by relying on the second princess to intercede for her. Hush Tilda, how dare you say that? Don't you want to die? Are we allowed to discuss the affairs of the royal family? TSK, it's just talk. Even if she is a princess, so what? She is not of true royal blood. I don't believe that His Majesty will really punish us, the pillars of the country, for a fake princess. The second princess is kind-hearted, but since she doesn't know what happened, she keeps blaming me. Isn't that a little unreasonable? Yun Feiyang is not someone who can be easily bullied. Even if it was a princess, she would still confront her. You know, she had taken the initiative to cause trouble for Qin Yan before. And now she. I think this Shoa princess is pretty good, but the second princess who just returned is not a good person. It's so pretend and fake. That's not what I meant. Yi Luwei smiled and said, I'm just saying, if it's just a small matter, why not make it small? We are all sisters, there's nothing we can't get over, right? Girls all want to have a reputation. What Miss Yoon did was indeed inappropriate. Yun Feiyang said, Your Highness the Princess is very magnanimous. Does that mean that no matter what the other party does, because we are sisters, we should be tolerant of them? Yi Luwei nodded, that's natural. That's not my fault. It's a pity. I'm sorry, Princess. Where is Yun Feiyang? I'm not a noble princess. I'm just narrow-minded. There are some things that I just can't stand to see or hear. Otherwise, I'll get angry. Her eyes fell on Yun Feiyang, with a hint of coldness in them. What I hate most in my life is someone taking advantage of me or fooling me. If the second princess thinks that I am a good sister, how about keeping her by your side? Isn't this inappropriate? As soon as these words fell, Yi Luwei's expression changed slightly. She just wanted to show her gentle and kind image. How could she bring anyone back to the palace casually? What's more, it's obvious that Yun Feiyang is not someone who can be a worry-free person. If she were brought back to the palace, she would definitely get into trouble in the future. Besides, only she herself knows what her situation is in the palace now. It's not as favored as these people outside say. On the contrary, he might even be disliked by his father. Under such circumstances, she couldn't do such troublesome things. Yun Feiyang was also not very willing. What a joke. Her goal is to become a princess consort, not to enter the palace, okay. If she entered the palace and became a maid, wouldn't that mean she would never have the chance to become a princess consort in her life? This second princess is really meddling in other people's business. If she hadn't said anything, perhaps her matter would have just passed and would not have come to this point. There's nothing inappropriate about it. If Her Royal Highness the Second Princess feels uneasy, or is afraid that my father will not release her, she doesn't have to worry about it. If my father knew that Yansu can work by Her Royal Highness the Second Princess side, he would definitely be very happy. Yun Feiyang said. Don't you like to be a good person? Then you should just be a good person and take care of Yun Feiyang's second half of her life. Wouldn't that be wonderful? How can this be possible? Not just anyone can enter the palace. Yi Luwei frowned. So not everyone can enter. When I saw Her Royal Highness the Second Princess, I thought anyone could enter. Yun Feiyang said seriously. It seemed like she really thought so. Moreover, her just right doubts made it impossible to do anything to her. Hearing this, Yi Luwei's eyes couldn't help but flash with anger. What does this Yun Feiyang mean? Are you saying that Yi Luwei is not worthy of being a princess and living in the palace? Qin Yan was very happy watching from the side. This Yun Feiyang is really a talented person. This eloquence is really good. Seeing Yi Luwei being humiliated, she was in an exceptionally good mood. Haha, Miss Yun, you're joking. Yi Luwei pulled the corner of her mouth awkwardly. He didn't care at all about Yun Feiyang's pale face. Was she just abandoned by the second princess? Yes, I was just joking. It's just that it's okay for a servant to joke. However, Your Highness, as a princess, you must not joke. That would bring shame to the royal family, Yun Feiyang said. Yi Luwei. She regretted that she shouldn't have gotten involved in this matter. I had only heard about Yun Feiyang's hatred of evil before, but I didn't expect that she would be so difficult to deal with. It all involves the royal family's reputation. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Seeing this, the third Prince Qin Hao, who had been watching the show nearby, walked over slowly. Since the royal family's reputation is involved, it would be unreasonable for him not to show up. What are they talking about here? Why is it so lively? Qin Yan looked at Qin Hao, who was walking over, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. The noise here is so loud, and Qin Hao is not far away. Why are they pretending? Speechless. Speaking of which, Qin Hao is a typical sister con, of course, after Yi Luwei came. The ending wasn't very good. In order to help the heroine escape and find Ling Yuancheng, he died at the hands of the rebels. It's quite miserable. And what about the heroine who was rescued by him and was able to run out to find Ling Yuancheng? After becoming the queen of a country, she just casually mentioned that she was very grateful to her third brother, and then there was no further news. Ling Yuancheng didn't even let him posthumously confer a title. Although Qin Hao's ending was tragic, Qin Yan now had no intention of intervening. According to the original novel, the heroine also had a conflict with others at a poetry meeting, so Qin Hao, the third brother who had not attended the banquet before, took the initiative to help the heroine. The heroine then called him third brother affectionately. In addition, the heroine later wrote some excellent poems. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 45, it's not the hero or heroine, it's a death warrant. Qin Hao looked at her even more differently. I feel that my sister who just came back is not only beautiful and kind, but also talented. Everything is good. It's just a pity that she had such a miserable life that she had to wander outside for so many years. As an older brother, he naturally had to compensate her more. Actually, this book is really interesting. In the matter of the child swap, the original owner suffered, and no one sympathized or pitied her. On the contrary, the heroine did not suffer at all, but everyone thought that she had a hard life and was very pitiful, and treated her doubly well. When she read the book, she thought the setting was outrageous. So, except for the heroine, other women in this book don't deserve the possibility of being loved. Meet the third prince. Yun Feiyang and Yun Fein hurriedly saluted Qin Hao. Yun Fein's eyes were almost fixed on Qin Hao. If I could become the third prince's consort, wouldn't I have the chance to become the crown princess, or even the queen in the future? Thinking of this, her eyes suddenly became more eager. Qin Hao had long been accustomed to such women's admiring looks and didn't think anything of it. Anyway, a woman like this would never have anything to do with him. What he cares about more now is Yi Luwei. This is his second sister who just returned from the countryside. Are you the third brother? Yi Luwei looked at Qin Hao with a very ignorant look, looking like a simple little white rabbit. Are you Lu Wei? You have suffered a lot among the people over the years. Qin Hao had never been called like that before. Suddenly I felt a tingling sensation in my whole heart. As expected, little sisters are actually pretty cute, aren't they? Anyway, he is much cuter than his fourth brother. If he didn't have to pay attention to his image outside, he really wanted to beat his younger brother 3 times a day. Looking at his unkempt appearance, he felt very angry. I don't know why, but the queen doesn't care about him. It's okay, Lu Wei is not suffering. As long as I can return to the palace and see my father and my brothers and sisters, Lu Wei feels that nothing else matters. Yi Luwei's voice was faintly choked with sobs. It seemed like he was really extremely excited. It also seemed like those years were extremely miserable. Qin Yan resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Is it fake or not? Is it fake or not? You weren't this excited when you saw your father at the banquet before, but now you are so excited to see Qin Hao. Outrageous. Brother, how could my second sister suffer? She is a princess. Qin Qi also came over. Unlike Qin Hao who cared about Yi Luwei, he still looked like he didn't care about anyone. But when he saw Yun Feiyang, he nodded slightly towards her. He had great respect for the Minister of Revenue, and naturally, he also admired the eldest daughter of the Yun family. Of course, it was also because of Yun Feiyang's personality that made him feel good, cheerful and unpretentious. He just doesn't like this kind of white flower woman. It's annoying just looking at it. Are you the fourth brother? Lu Wei greets the fourth brother. Yi Luwei also bowed to Qin Qi. There was also a hint of timidity in his eyes. Ah. Qin Qi just nodded. You guys continue, don't bother with me, I just came over to see the excitement, the place was a bit far away just now, so I couldn't see clearly. It seems that you are having some unpleasantness because of the second young lady of the Yun family. Her expression had little effect on him. Without waiting for Yun Feiyang to speak, Yi Luwei spoke first. It's not really unpleasant. I just had a brief exchange with Miss Yun. Lu Wei just hopes that the sisters in the Yun mansion can be friendly with each other. You're in charge of a lot of things. Qin Qi said bluntly. The smile on Yi Luwei's face froze. Seeing Qin Qi arguing with Yi Luwei, Qin Yan couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Not to mention, she quite likes the fourth brother's personality. Cheerful and unpretentious. It's just a pity that the queen has such a good son but doesn't support him, and instead likes that ungrateful seventh son. Speaking of which, when the queen died in the end, it was the fourth prince who collected her body. In the original book, among Emperor Qia's sons, only the fourth son, Qin Qi, had an unfavorable relationship with Yi Luwei. He felt that Yi Luwei was very fake and never paid much attention to her. At first, Yi Luwei wanted to maintain a good relationship between them, but Qin Qi didn't buy it at all. Later, Yi Luwei was too lazy to pay attention to Qin Qi. Anyway, the queen likes the seventh prince, and Qin Qi is not important at all. Therefore, as Yi Luwei's status in Emperor Qia's heart became higher and higher, slowly, Qin Qi, the fourth prince, like the second prince, was marginalized and ignored. Ellipsis. Xiaojun, but being ignored has its advantages. In the original book, only Qin Qi died of old age. Qin Yan, that's true. Qin Qi was marginalized, but he was a smart man, so he managed to escape the Qia kingdom mutiny. Later, he even got the status of a marquis from the hero and heroine. Although he left the capital, he lived a good life. Xiaojun, in short, anyone who gets close to the male and female protagonists will be unlucky. Qin Yan, that's right. Xiaojun, how can this be the hero and heroine? This is definitely a death warrant. Qin Yan, PFFD, don't mention it, it's quite vivid. Ellipsis. Fourth brother, how can you say that to second sister? Qin Hao was a little dissatisfied. He thinks this sister is very cute. Fourth brother's words were a bit harsh. What's more, the second sister must have suffered a lot while outside these years. Now she has finally come back, they should treat her better. How can they say this in front of outsiders? Although, he also felt that Yi Luwei was a bit nosy. But she is his younger sister after all, and as her brother, he must give her some face. Third brother, you have a lot on your plate too. Qin Shi rolled his eyes, complained, and his gaze fell on Qin Rong and Qin Yan. His expression softened slightly. Meet the imperial sister, and Sister Yan, sir. To be honest, Qin Shi still has some sympathy for Qin Yan, who lives an unpopular life in the Deep Palace just like himself. Oh no, to be precise, it's sympathy for myself. He felt that their fates were very similar, both of them were disliked by the queen, wasn't it? Fourth brother, you finally noticed us. I thought you could ignore us forever. Qin Yan teased with a smile. She knew that the original owner had a good relationship with Qin Shi. In the past, only Qin Shi and Qin Rong would help her from time to time. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 46. Suddenly I felt that the imperial sister was so scary. It can be said that in the entire palace, the only people the original owner still had feelings for were Qin Rong, concubine Shu, and this fourth brother. Although Qin Shi was not liked by the queen, he was still the queen's biological son after all. Those people in the palace didn't dare to treat him as harshly as they treated Qin Yan. Therefore, Qin Shi had enough energy to help her. I've heard that you've become a lot more cheerful recently. Now it seems to be true. You even dare to tease me. Qin Shi glared at her. Qin Rong smiled slightly and said, indeed, this girl has become more and more daring recently. If it weren't for the fact that her bad habits are still the same as before, I would have thought that this girl has changed. Qin Yan. Suddenly I felt that the imperial sister was so scary. Fortunately, some of her habits are the same as the original owner. Even if there are big changes in personality, people will not misunderstand that you have changed into a different person. Ellipsis. Xiaojun, host, you don't know that after you came to this world, in order to make the plot more reasonable, some of the original owner's habits and everyone's memories of the original owner will be changed to a certain extent. In other words, it's not that you have the same habits as the original owner, but that everyone's memories have been changed to be the same. Qin Yan, I see. Xiaojun, this way, we can avoid the possibility that people in this world will doubt the host's identity, and it will not cause more bugs in the plot. The same was true for the other hosts that were bound to them before. So, people may think that their personalities have changed a lot, but they will never doubt their identities. Qin Yan, I totally understand. Ellipsis. The three of them were happily communicating here, completely ignoring Yi Luwei and Qin Hao. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Yi Luwei's eyes. This Qin Shi is really annoying. Obviously, she is his biological sister, but he treats the fake Qin Yan better than her. In comparison, the third brother Qin Hao is much better. Just wait, until she becomes successful and occupies a place in her father's heart. Even if Qin Shi comes to curry favor with her at that time, she will ignore him. In the original novel, the original owner died at the beginning. Therefore, even though Qin Shi disliked Yi Luwei, he had no way to compare his attitude towards the original owner. Yi Luwei didn't think there was anything wrong with Qin Shi. I just think it might be due to his personality. After all, everyone likes her, so why shouldn't Qin Shi like her? If he doesn't like her, it must be Qin Shi's problem, not hers. Qin Yan didn't know that because of his arrival, Yi Luwei's attitude towards Qin Shi was completely different from that in the original novel. The Yun family should handle their own affairs. We, as members of the royal family, should not interfere. Qin Hao glanced in the direction of Qin Shi and the other three, and wanted to say hello to them as well. He also has a good relationship with the imperial sister Qin Rong. Moreover, he really liked the poems written by Qin Rong. Sometimes, he would go to Qin Rong to discuss things. When I came to attend this poetry reading, I knew that Qin Rong would definitely come as well. He admired this talented imperial sister very much. He came here today just to hear Qin Rong compose one or two amazing poems again. However, before going there, things here need to be settled first. Yun Feiyang still has some good feelings towards Qin Hao, the upright third prince. He immediately agreed, of course, our Yun family will naturally handle our Yun family's affairs. Thank you, His Royal Highness the Third Prince, and Her Royal Highness the Second Princess today. When she said the last few words, her eyes fell on Yi Luwei, with a hint of dissatisfaction. She was really out of her mind before, which was why she took the initiative to cause trouble for Princess Shoa. Fortunately, Princess Shoa was a wonderful person and she woke up in time. Otherwise, he would be used as a gun by the second princess who just returned. Oh, by the way, now I have to thank this nosy second princess. It's so disgusting. Fei Yang still has some things to deal with, so I'll take my leave now. Qin Hao nodded slightly. Miss Yun, please go ahead. Yun Feiyang bowed to the few people, pulled the still reluctant Yun Fen and left the place directly. Her sister really needs a good education. Anyone can dream of it. Did he really think that he didn't notice the way she looked at the third prince? Things here have come to an end. Seeing that there was nothing exciting to watch, the people around dispersed and started chatting with people they were familiar with. After a while, most of the people in Huyuan Hall have arrived. Wang Yuanbo and his wife arrived late. When the two arrived here, they first greeted Qin Hao and others. Sorry, I've just met your highnesses. I had some things to do at home, so I'm a little late. Wang Yuanbo clasped his fists towards the few people. Yi Luwei didn't wait for others to speak, and said magnanimously, these are all trivial matters. The master and his wife are probably very busy at the poetry gathering today, so it's normal for them to come late. Wang Yuanbo did not attend the previous banquet, and his wife naturally did not go either. The two were stunned when they saw that the person who spoke first was a strange woman. Qin Hao hurriedly introduced them. This is Lu Wei, who was just recognized from the common people. She has regained her status as the second princess. It turns out to be Her Royal Highness the second princess. My apologies for your rudeness. Wang Yuanbo and his wife hurriedly bowed to Yi Luwei again. You two don't need to be so polite. I just returned to the capital and there are still many things I don't understand. I'm afraid I need to trouble you too. It's not a bother, it's not a bother. As long as it's His Highness's order, we, as the ministers, should do it. Wang Yuanbo said hurriedly. Although Emperor Chia gave some face to the Wang Yuanbo mansion, it was because of his ancestors. Sometimes, you need to be smarter. The second princess who just returned was dressed in flowing cloud brocade. She must be very favored in the palace, but the Wang Yuanbo mansion could not afford to offend her. For today's poetry gathering, our mansion has prepared a lot of games and rewards. I hope that your highnesses will have a good time. Wang Yuanbo stayed and continued chatting with the others. His wife went to entertain other guests. Every year, members of the royal family would come to the poetry reading, so everyone was used to it. But Yi Luwei was somewhat dissatisfied. She felt that Wang Yuanbo and his wife did not value her very much. She is the princess who just returned. Why don't they stay together to entertain her but instead entertain others? Where does this put her as a princess? My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I. Chapter 47. There is no woman more kind and innocent than her. Those people of low status only need to be entertained by the servants of Wang Yuanbo's mansion. However, although she was dissatisfied in her heart, she did not show it. Wow, is this the one from the Ling family? She's so pretty. Shush, Tilda, keep your voice down. This person has a bad temper. I advise you not to think too much. Oh, it's nothing if you think about it. I heard that General Ling has never been interested in women. I wonder what kind of woman will be able to attract him in the future. If it were me, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Wake up, stop dreaming. This young General Ling is the idol of many men in our great Chia nation. If one day I can fight the enemy and contribute my strength to the country, I will be willing to die. Don't even think about it. With your skinny body and frail appearance, I don't think anyone would want you if you wanted to join the army. Why would General Ling come to such a poetry gathering? Doesn't he dislike poetry? You know nothing. General Ling knows everything. Being proficient in both civil and military affairs may be difficult for us, but it is not a difficult task for General Ling. Didn't Miss Yoon come just now? If you ask me, the only one who can be worthy of General Ling is Miss Yoon's stunning beauty. Since ancient times, beauties have always been paired with heroes, isn't it? Originally, Yi Luwei was very happy when she heard the news that Ling Yuancheng had arrived. No matter what, I can finally see him again. Yes, she used some tricks. She knew that Qin Yan was unhappy with her, so when she left the palace, she deliberately wore a different set of clothes, and asked Qin Yue to calculate the time and have someone bring her the Luyun brocade when she arrived at Wang Yuanbo's mansion. As a result, when she first appeared in public, she was stunning. Of course, what she wanted more was to get his attention. From the first time she saw him, her heart inevitably fell on him. Coupled with the time they spent together on the way back to Beijing, she was even more deeply attracted to him. She wore this flowing cloud brocade today just for him. But what does it mean that the eldest daughter of the Yun family is more suitable for him? Is it the Yun Fei Yang who is noisy and doesn't know any etiquette? What else is there besides a face? Does she fit too? Although she was secretly resentful in her heart, she did not show any emotion on the surface. I think that the second princess and General Ling are a good match. Come on, General Ling has a bright future ahead of him, why would he want to marry a princess? That's true, although marrying a princess won't affect your career, I have no interest in princesses just because you can't marry a concubine. Yes, it would be a pity if a talent like General Ling didn't have a few beauties with him. That's right. Yi Luwei glanced at the people who said that Ling Yuancheng didn't need to marry a princess, and secretly memorized their appearances. She remembered everything they said. Brother Yuan Cheng. Yi Luwei took a few steps forward and walked towards Ling Yuancheng. She noticed the eager gazes of the noble ladies on Ling Yuancheng, and she no longer cared about her princess's modesty. She was afraid that the man she liked would be snatched away by someone else. Sister Lu Wei, you are here too. When Ling Yuancheng saw Yi Luwei, as expected, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The tone when speaking to her was not cold as if she were treating others, but rather somewhat friendly. This person can bring great fortune to their Ling family, how can they not be more friendly to him? Besides, he still likes Yi Luwei very much. She is smart, kind, and especially gentle. I don't know how many times better she is than the other noble ladies in Beijing. During the journey back to Beijing, he did have some thoughts of taking advantage of Yi Luwei's luck at the beginning. But later on, he was really moved. Her kindness and simplicity simply fascinated him. He had never seen such a kind and innocent woman, and he really wanted to protect her beauty. He still remembered when he first told her his true identity. Her expression showed sadness, helplessness, and pain, but there was no resentment. In fact, on the way back to Beijing, she asked herself more than once whether the woman who enjoyed her princess status would die if she recognized her father. She said more than once that she didn't have to go back, that she was living a good life now, and there was no need to let that woman die. Although she also wanted to recognize her father, she didn't want anyone to die because of her even more. At that time, he felt that there was probably no other girl in the world more kind and innocent than her. Yes, I am also somewhat interested in this poetry meeting, so I asked my sister to bring me along. Yi Luwei said with a slight smile. Her eyes fell on Qin Rong with a somewhat childish look. Brother Yuan Cheng, let me introduce you to my eldest sister. She seemed to have forgotten that how could Ling Yuancheng not know anyone in the royal family. Seeing that she really wanted to share her family with him, Ling Yuancheng's eyes softened a little. Meet the eldest princess, Princess Shoa, the third prince, and the fourth prince. Ling Yuancheng clasped his fists towards the few people. Oh, look at my brain. Yi Luwei seemed to have just remembered it at this time, and she slapped her forehead in annoyance. How could I be so stupid? Brother Yuancheng, you must know some of my brothers and sisters. I'm so sorry. She stuck out her tongue mischievously, full of girlish agility. I just want to share the loved ones I care about with you. I understand. Ling Yuancheng smiled gently. It seems that General Ling is interested in my sister. Qin Shi raised his eyebrows. Fourth brother, what are you talking about? Yi Luwei's cheeks turned red instantly and she shyly turned her eyes away. Oh, no, it seems that my sister is also interested in you, General Ling. Qin Shi said. Ling Yuancheng. This fourth prince is still as unserious as ever. Your Highness the fourth prince, please don't talk nonsense. What if this affects Sister Lu Wei's reputation? Ling Yuancheng said disapprovingly. He liked Yi Lu Wei very much, but he was far from wanting to marry her yet. As others have said, if you marry a princess, you will never be able to take concubines in the future. Although he had no great interest in other women, even if he didn't like them, he would not be very willing to do so if he was absolutely forbidden to take a concubine. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 48, Prime Minister Fu arrives. After all, who can predict what will happen in the future? Okay, I won't tell you. However, if you really want to be my brother-in-law in the future, you still have to work hard. Qin Shi stepped forward and patted Ling Yuancheng on the shoulder. After all, my second sister has just been found by my father, and I am afraid she is very pampered. If you are not a really capable person, I am afraid you will not be able to marry her. Hearing this, Yi Luwei looked at Qin Shi with a little more gratitude. Unexpectedly, this fourth brother would actually help to raise her status. In this way, if Brother Yuancheng really likes her, he will definitely work hard to be with her. If it is easy to get, then we will definitely not cherish it. Only by making it a little more difficult for Brother Yuancheng to get me, will he know more about his own goodness. Qin Yan looked at Qin Shi in surprise, obviously not expecting that he would speak for Yi Luwei. But when I think about it, it seems quite normal. Although he didn't like Yi Luwei's way of dealing with people, she was his sister after all. After so many years, she was finally found, so naturally I feel a little sorry for her. There would be nothing wrong in saying a few words for her as long as it did not affect his interests. What's more, by helping Yi Luwei, he was actually helping all the royal princesses. If it is difficult to marry a princess who was once raised outside, doesn't that prove that other royal princesses are equally noble? So it can be said that he did this not only for Yi Luwei, but also for Qin Yan, Qin Rong and others. Your Highness, you are joking. The second princess is so beautiful that I dare not even dream of her. It would be a blessing for me to meet her once. As for going further, I dare not even think about it. Ling Yuancheng said modestly. What a joke, he just has some feelings for Yi Luwei now, and he has no plans to marry her. But you'd better not really get involved with him. The Ling family itself has a queen, and they have great influence both in the harem and in the court. If the news that Yi Luwei had just been favored spread out and he expressed his intention to pursue Yi Luwei, what would His Majesty think? Will he become suspicious of the Ling family? It was just a woman, he didn't dare to gamble. Hearing this, Qin Yan was no exception. At this time, Ling Yuancheng had not yet completely fallen in love with Yi Luwei, so naturally he would not make any promises easily. In the original book, Qin Shi also said something like this, and Ling Yuancheng's answer was almost the same. Although Yi Luwei felt a little disappointed, she did not give up. Instead, she felt that Ling Yuancheng could really be called a gentleman. Her appearance, family background, and everything else were so good, but he was not dazzled by fame, wealth, and glory, and he even tried hard to distance himself from her. There are really not many people who are so upright and dedicated to their own efforts. Brother Yuancheng, you are really nice. General Ling is too modest. I am very optimistic about you. If one day you can inherit your father's title, in fact, marrying a princess is not impossible. Qin Shi said. This time, Ling Yuancheng just smiled, without refutation or saying anything else. In fact, he has realized now that no matter how much he says, it will be useless. If he was too eager to distance himself from her, Yi Luwei might become dissatisfied with him. He is still somewhat interested in her now. Furthermore, this woman was also involved in the future prosperity and fortune of their Ling family, so naturally they could not really separate from her. Otherwise, not only his aunt, but even he himself would be upset to death. That's right, the queen is his aunt. Today's Yuan Liu is the queen's biological brother from the same father and mother. Therefore, the relationship between the Ling family and the queen is absolutely a situation where they all prosper together and suffer together. Ha ha ha, it's so lively here. But they are all young people. I don't know if my coming here will affect everyone. At this moment, a hearty male voice sounded. Then, a man in a navy blue robe slowly walked into everyone's sight. Almost all the people present were young people. After all, only young people usually like to participate in such poetry readings. Although this man was of imposing bearing and handsome appearance, age had still left its mark on him. He looks obviously more calm and mature than the young people here. Different from those young boys, he exudes the charm of a real man everywhere. Ah, who is this person? I've never seen him before. Judging from his demeanor, he doesn't seem like an ordinary person. I'm curious, such a person must have a high status in the capital. Most of the people around were young people, so naturally they had never seen this man before. However, people of their father's generation are definitely very familiar with it. Prime Minister Fu, I didn't expect that you would come to this small poetry gathering. It really makes my humble home more glorious. Wang Yuanbo saw the man at a glance, and a bright smile immediately appeared on his face, and he walked towards him. The attentiveness he showed was even greater than the way he treated Qin Yan and other royal children. Even Mrs. Wang Yuanbo had no time to entertain other guests and followed to greet them. What wind brought you here today, Prime Minister Fu? Come and sit down. The people outside didn't report it. They're really ignorant. We are really rude for not going to greet Prime Minister Fu in person. Wang Yuanbo said with a smile. Fu Rong looked at their hospitality and seemed to be accustomed to it and didn't think there was anything wrong. Naturally, I sat down in the seat they had specially prepared for me. It's okay. I just felt like coming here for a walk. I hope I didn't disturb you, Master and Madam. Of course not. It is a great honor for the Prime Minister to come. Wang Yuanbo said with a smile. Everyone was shocked to see how Wang Yuanbo and his wife were trying to please Fu Rong. No wonder I have never seen him before. This turns out to be the legendary Prime Minister Fu. I heard that although Prime Minister Fu is middle-aged, he has no women at home. Moreover, in our great Jia country, he is absolutely second to none and is the most valued minister by His Majesty. However, no matter how much he is valued, he is still just a minister, while the princes are kings. Isn't this Wang Yuanbo's disparate treatment too great? Big, not at all. To be honest, Your Majesty has many descendants. After the Crown Prince passed away, Your Majesty never appointed another Crown Prince. In other words, all of these princes present may have the possibility of ascending to that position, or they may not have the possibility of ascending to that position. My whole family is in the book. I'm cheating. The female supporting role in the control group I. Chapter 49 Is there something wrong with your brain? But Prime Minister Fu is different. He is now second only to the Emperor and above everyone else. Your Majesty thinks highly of him. No matter what the matter is, His Majesty likes to ask the Prime Minister's opinion. Let me ask you, one will have power in the future, and the other has power now. Which one is more difficult to offend? Listening to the discussions around him, Qin Yan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Look, we've all traveled through time as well, and I'm still working hard here. My father is already in a position second only to the Emperor. In fact, she is even more frightening and feared than a princess with a title. It's simply outrageous. When the other young people present heard that the person coming was actually Prime Minister Fu, they all became excited. My God, this trip today is really worth it. This is Prime Minister Fu. If I can show my face in front of him, my future career will definitely be smooth sailing. Who said it wasn't? I have to think carefully about what kind of poem I should write to make the Prime Minister look at me more. Don't daydream. The Prime Minister has a very high vision. What we have done is not worthy of his approval. Well, you can try hard. What if, maybe you'll get lucky. It's better not to hold on to those unrealistic fantasies. Some people still hope to soar to the sky. If they are really valued by Fu Rong, then they will have a smooth future. Some people did not hold out much hope. After all, Prime Minister Fu was a legendary figure. They were extremely lucky to have the opportunity to meet him today. All that was left was to do the best and leave the rest to fate. Mr. Fu is so handsome. I heard that Prime Minister Fu has never had a woman in his backyard even though he is over 40 years old, and he never goes to places of prostitution. He can be said to be very self-disciplined. Such an outstanding man, even if he is much older than me, I would also like to marry him. Do you think you're the only one who wants to? But, you haven't married for so many years. Could it be that the Prime Minister doesn't like women? Oh no. Some men who look more feminine began to think a little bit after hearing this. If he doesn't like women, then could it be that the Prime Minister likes men? So, do they have a chance? Ellipsis. Fu Rong attracted countless people's attention just by sitting here. The princes who were the most eye-catching in the hall just now were no longer important now. Yi Luwei was a little unhappy. Obviously, these days it should be directed at her and brother Yuan Cheng. But it happened that Prime Minister Fu came, and now everyone's attention was diverted. She didn't get the attention she had always wanted, and she was very unhappy. Qin Hao and others didn't feel much. They are all used to this. They all knew very well what their father's attitude was towards this Prime Minister. Furthermore, this person is truly a talented person and they all respect him very much. Including Ling Yuancheng, everyone was very respectful to Prime Minister Fu. Several people came forward and greeted Fu Rong. Fu Rong treated other people very calmly, but when his eyes fell on Qin Yan, he lingered for a little longer than a second. But it was only one extra second. If you didn't pay close attention, you would have noticed that his attitude towards Qin Yan was any different from that of others. Yi Luwei had been keeping an eye on Qin Yan, and she noticed this, feeling somewhat confused. As a court official, Fu Rong should not have appeared at such a poetry gathering. But he showed up. Moreover, he looked at Qin Yan for one more second. Could it be that the woman he likes is Qin Yan? This is impossible. Qin Yan is old enough to be his daughter. However, this is not impossible. She suddenly remembered that at that time in the palace, it seemed that this Prime Minister Fu was not normal after meeting Qin Yan and returned. The Prime Minister of a country fell in love with the princess. This is interesting. Her eyes fell faintly on Qin Yan, with a bit of pride. Qin Yan, Qin Yan, I have the evidence against you after all. Just wait, soon, I will make you return everything that belongs to me. Qin Yan felt a little confused by her look. Ellipsis. Qin Yan, Xiaojun, is there something wrong with her brain? Xiaojun, it's possible. The heroine's thinking is not something that we ordinary people can imagine. Qin Yan, that's true. The heroine is quite pitiful. Xiaojun, don't feel pity for them. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. Qin Yan, that makes sense. Ellipsis. Since Fu Rong had arrived, Wang Yuanbo did not waste any more time and quickly announced the official start of the poetry reading. Because the theme of this poetry gathering is flower appreciation, please write a poem about flowers, plants, trees and other natural scenery. Whoever writes the best poem will receive the prize prepared by the Bow Mansion for everyone this time. Of course, there is not just one poetry topic. If anyone is not good at this, they can wait for the next poetry topic to be released and then participate. Wang Yuanbo stood up and spoke slowly. I briefly explained the rules of the poetry gathering. I require that all poems must be original, and there must be no plagiarism. If you do, you will never be allowed to participate in the poetry gatherings held by my Wang Yuanbo mansion again. Mrs. Wang Yuanbo smiled slightly and said, the gifts prepared by the Bofu for everyone this time are very rich. We also invite all the talented scholars and beautiful ladies to show their talents and come up with truly good poems. If anyone has an idea, please raise your hand and a maid will bring you a pen, ink, paper and inkstone for you to write a poem. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am. Everyone thanked him in unison, and then soon fell silent, pondering over their own poems. Not long after, someone raised his hand and asked someone to bring writing brushes, ink, paper and inkstone. In the evening, among the long grass, butterflies stop and spread their wings, flying over the flowers, the wind moves a string. He was obviously well prepared, as he wrote the poem very quickly. Although there was not much spring scenery, he still managed to convey a sense of spring. However, such poems can only be considered average and not particularly outstanding. The evening breeze blows and the parting people are drunk. Spring day apricots are noisy. Listening to the poems written by everyone, some poems will draw cheers, while others will cause boos. Some people even don't have much literary talent and just write doggerel without paying any attention to the prosody. However, these are all free to play, and no one says much about whether they're good or bad. It is extremely rare to dare to recite aloud the poems you have written. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 50, Just Free. I wonder if any of your highnesses have any poems. Mrs. Wang Yuanbo cast a gentle gaze towards Yi Luwei and others. Both Qin Hao and Qin Qi received higher education since childhood, so they could recite these poems naturally. Although it's not outstanding, it's pretty decent. Mrs. Wang Yuanbo nodded slightly and looked at Yi Luwei and the other three girls with a smile. I wonder if the three princesses have any poems. As soon as these words fell, everyone turned their attention over here and looked at the women. At this poetry gathering, apart from the unexpected appearance of Lord Fu, the most interesting thing was these princesses. Especially the second princess who had just been found, they really wanted to know whether she was really unlearned and unskilled during all these years outside the palace. Is she worthy of the identity of a royal princess? At the very least, in terms of literary talent, it can't be too far off. Qin Rong looked at Qin Yan, then at Yi Luwei, and saw that both sisters were silent. So I had no choice but to stand up. Both sisters are a little shy, so why don't I write a song first? Then I'll have to trouble Her Royal Highness the Princess. Mrs. Wang Yuanbo made a gesture of invitation and looked very expectant. I have long heard that Her Royal Highness the Princess is a talented woman and is very fond of poetry. Some of her poems have been circulated in the past, and they're all amazing. I wonder if she will be able to create even more amazing poems today. Qin Rong thought about it for a moment, took the pen and paper, and began to write seriously on the white paper. Qin Yan tilted her head to take a look, and was surprised to find that her eldest sister did not write an ordinary 5-character or 7-character poem, but a sea. In the midst of the frost and green, the sparse shadows are mottled, revealing a bit of new green. Bees and butterflies are busy, and in the pale colors, they can only be heard. Young people do not know the sufferings of the world. Life is like a dream, and I just feel free. P.S. All the poems mentioned above were written casually in February because the plot required it. You can just take a look at them casually. What a dream-like life, just feel free and at ease, good, really good. Without waiting for others to speak, Mrs. Wang Yuanbo started clapping first. Good, really good. I haven't heard such wonderful poetry for a long time. Wang Yuanbo followed closely behind. Everyone came to their senses and started clapping their hands. I didn't expect that Her Highness the Princess, at such a young age, could have such insights. It's really surprising. It's a good word, really a good word. Although it's not a regular 5-character or 7-character poem, it's even more brilliant. Her Royal Highness the Princess is worthy of being the most talented woman in our great Chia country. Her talent in poetry is truly unmatched. Wonderful, really wonderful. This leisurely and contented manner seems to convey some profound artistic conception. I'm afraid that many people will never be able to understand it in their entire lives. The poems of Her Royal Highness the Grand Princess are no longer just a simple accumulation of words. These are words that make people think deeply. Everyone was amazed, surprised, and uttered words of astonishment one after another. The poem written by Qin Rong was praised as if it was the best in the world, which made people extremely amazed. Qin Rong couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed to be praised by everyone. Her fingers couldn't help but gently pinch the rice paper in her hand. You don't have to do this. This is just something I wrote casually. Please don't laugh at me. Your Highness the Princess is being modest. Even your true self cannot write such poems. You fully deserve the title of the most talented woman in the great Chia kingdom. Fu Rong laughed loudly. He could feel that his daughter liked her very much as the imperial sister, so naturally, he was generous with his praise. Of course, he was not wrong. In his opinion, although this poetry could not compare with the poetry and songs that had been passed down by the Chinese people for 5,000 years. However, it is not easy for Qin Rong to write such poems at this age and with this experience. In other words, it is already quite outstanding. It is natural to praise children for their outstanding performance. Your Excellency, you are joking. There are many noble ladies here. Maybe there is a sister who can write better poems. It is still too early to give her the title of the most talented woman. Qin Rong said modestly. Now that Prime Minister Fu has spoken, who else could be more powerful than my sister? Anyway, Prime Minister Fu is definitely not as powerful as my sister. My sister is the best. Qin Yan smiled and pulled her. When he spoke, he was quite disrespectful. It seems that he doesn't respect Prime Minister Fu very much. Qin Rong was startled, and quickly pulled her claws off her sleeves. Sister Yan, sir, don't talk nonsense. The Prime Minister is a pillar of our great Jia country, the most respected minister of our father, and an elder we should respect. The Prime Minister's talent is amazing, how can a mere girl like me compare to him? She bowed in the direction of Fu Rong, looking very respectful. In fact, she really respected Fu Rong. This Prime Minister has always been the person she very much wants to become. It's a pity that she is just a woman and can only use her brain on this little poem. Sister Yan, sir, your words are so irrelevant. It's inappropriate. Of course, she was even more afraid that this powerful official would be dissatisfied with her sister because of her sister's harsh words. In the palace, she can still protect her from those servants who take advantage of their power to bully others. But if she offended this powerful Prime Minister, she would not be able to protect her even if she wanted to. This girl, why has her personality become so bold since that banquet? Although she sometimes thought that this temper was good, but now she felt that this temper was not good. If she really offended the Prime Minister, what should she do? The Prime Minister was just being modest, how could he take it seriously? This kid is really something. Qin Rong was too busy caring about the happiness of being praised. All she was left with was worry about Qin Yan's future. But unexpectedly, Fu Rong's answer surprised Qin Rong very much. I think what Princess Shua said is right. I am good at governing the country, and I am not very proficient in poetry. The poetry written by Her Royal Highness the Grand Princess is indeed something I cannot write. This is a fact, and I must admit it. Qin Rong opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. Fu Rong continued with a smile and said, Your Highness, the Princess, don't be too modest. This person is talented and everyone can see it. If you are not modest, this talent will be hidden. Besides, being too modest will make people think you are too arrogant, right? My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 51. If it were a man's chapter, it would also be heartwarming. Hearing this, Qin Rong swallowed back what she was about to say. He respectfully bowed to Fu Rong again. What the Prime Minister is teaching you is that wrong thinks too narrowly. You are still young, but you already have such knowledge and achievements. In the future, you will definitely achieve more. Fu Rong looked at her with admiration. He hadn't noticed it before, but today he discovered that this princess was really good. He even felt that he was much better than all the sons of Emperor Chia. If you cultivate it well from childhood, maybe. Forget it, don't think too much about this idea. Emperor Chia has so many sons, he would never consider a daughter. Although Qin Rong is good, her personality is still too soft. I don't know if I will grow further in the future. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Qin Rong respectfully bowed to Fu Rong again. I originally thought that I came to this poetry meeting today just to hear whether the eldest imperial sister would have any better poems this time. Unexpectedly, the eldest imperial sister never disappoints me, Qin Hao said with a smile. He came to this poetry reading just to listen to Qin Rong's poems. Although they're siblings, they're adults after all. As an adult prince, it is not appropriate for him to always go to his sister's palace. So, in the past, they were actually rarely seen. In addition, his royal sister has always been low-key. If she has nothing to do on weekdays, she will not take the initiative to show her poems to everyone. Therefore, only on such occasions could he have the honor to listen to and read more of his sister's poems. He always felt that the poems of the Emperor's sister were full of spirituality, and every time people finished listening to them, they would have a special feeling. This time, although it is lyrics instead of poetry, this feeling has not diminished but increased. It seems that the imperial sister is indeed more powerful than before. Although I don't quite understand it, I can understand it. I can say that my royal sister's poem is indeed amazing. Qin Chi's words were much more straightforward. His literary talent is limited. But if he could understand it, it proved that Qin Rong's poem was very simple, popular, catchy and easy to remember. Such poems are more likely to surprise people. Ling Yuancheng nodded slightly. Her Royal Highness the Princess's poems are always amazing. Seeing that everyone was praising Qin Rong, Yi Lu Wei had no choice but to follow suit. My sister is really amazing. Lu Wei grew up in the countryside and didn't learn much poetry. In the future, she still needs to learn more from my sister. There was a hint of resentment deep in her eyes. Since you have such good lyrics, what's wrong with letting me copy a few of your poems that day? I just wanted everyone to not look down on me because I come from the countryside. I didn't expect that you wouldn't even help me with such a small matter. What's the use of writing good poems? Can't I just stay in the deep palace? In the future, you can only get married. You don't really think that you don't have to get married in the future just by writing a few good lyrics. Her heart was filled with jealousy and dissatisfaction towards Qin Rong. Lu Wei, you really need to learn more. Otherwise, you wouldn't be at a poetry gathering like this without any knowledge. Qin Yan glanced at her and said slowly. Her tone was calm, but her words gave people the feeling that she cared deeply about Yi Lu Wei. It's just green tea. It's not like she doesn't know how to do it. Since my sister has already displayed her poems, it is your turn next. Lu Wei, although you grew up in the Lu Mansion, I heard that everyone in the Lu Mansion treated you the same as a legitimate daughter, and even doted on you a little more. They hired teachers and tutors for you. Now, looking at this beautiful spring scenery, you should also be moved and be able to write a few poems. Yi Lu Wei was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Qin Yan to be so straightforward and actually named her directly. Seeing that she didn't speak, Qin Yan continued. Think about it quickly. Everyone has limited time. A few days ago, you said you wanted to attend the poetry reading. I thought you might have something you wanted to share with everyone recently. Now is a good time to share. Tell us now. She raised her eyebrows slightly, looking very curious, as if encouraging Yi Lu-wei to be bolder. Yes, isn't it said that although the second princess who just returned grew up outside the palace, she is definitely not inferior to the princesses in the palace in terms of talent and appearance. She must have her own ideas about poetry. Really been waiting. Your Highness, please think quickly. We are all waiting. I especially want to listen to the masterpiece of Her Royal Highness the Second Princess. After all, Her Highness the Second Princess has experienced a lot. Maybe she can write poems with deeper insights than Her Highness the First Princess. Who says it's not true? The master of the Lu family is only an 8th rank official, but they're from a family of scholars. Their ancestors were once prime ministers. Although they fell into disgrace later, they still have a large collection of books at home. That's right, the Empress Lu back then had amazing talent, otherwise, His Majesty wouldn't have brought her all the way to Kyoto. Yes. I heard that the former concubine Lu was very good at poetry and songs, and was also good at many exquisite little things. She was even very proficient in the ways of business. She was well read and learned. This is all thanks to the good education in the Lu mansion. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman has such a tragic fate. However, since Her Highness the Princess has also received education in the Lu mansion, I believe she won't be too bad. After all, she is the biological daughter of concubine Lu. They say mothers and daughters are most alike. Your Highness, the second princess, must be as outstanding as Empress Lu. That year, the whole country was in great sorrow because the prince suddenly fell ill and died. Not long after that, Emperor Chia thought of concubine Lu who lived in the Lu mansion far away in Kyoto. So he sent someone to bring him back. Although concubine Lu, who had just entered the palace, was not in good health, she was far from being so sick that she could not see anyone. At that time, Emperor Chia truly doted on her for a period of time. At the same time, many noble ladies had met concubine Lu, who came from a humble background, when they entered the palace. Any noble lady who had met concubine Lu would inevitably praise her highly after returning. They also said that they finally understood why Emperor Chia would be attracted to concubine Lu when he was just out on a tour. Many of them said that they were just women, and if they were men, they would probably be tempted as well. Therefore, although concubine Lu did not live many years after entering the palace, some legends about her still remain.
Get Evil Eye Rakhis and more.
In the book, I'm Cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 52. Doesn't that prove she's stupid? You have to know that she is only the daughter of an 8th rank official. Even if she had just entered the palace and accompanied the emperor for many years, it would have been very difficult for her to reach the position of concubine. Not to mention, she was brought back from outside by Emperor Chia. As soon as she came back, she was appointed as a concubine, which shows how much importance Emperor Chia attached to her at that time. Given Emperor Chia's personality, it is certain that in addition to her beauty, she must also have talents that are attractive enough. At this moment, all those words that were once used to praise concubine Lu became thorns in Yi Lu-wei's body. To be honest, Yi Lu-wei is the heroine, and concubine Lu is such a smart woman, so she is naturally very smart herself. But precisely because she is extremely smart and has learned everything quickly since elementary school, she feels that there is nothing to be gained from learning these things. Anyway, she will be able to learn them quickly, right? Besides, she had always thought of herself as Wang Ying'er, the daughter of a maid. What was the point of learning so much? Wang Ying'er has also been instilling in her that it is useless for women to learn so much. What is really useful is to find a strong and reliable man. Yi Lu-wei seemed to be disdainful of Wang Ying'er's words on the surface, but as she grew up, she heard them so many times that it was inevitable that her mind would become a little distorted. She also felt that there was no point in learning so much, as long as she could please people. She has always done this. In fact, the reason why the Lu family treated her so well was not only because they placed their feelings for concubine Lu on her from the beginning, but also because Yi Lu-wei was very good at coaxing people. Everyone in the Lu family was made very happy. Naturally, she can do whatever she wants. What's more, at that time, the master and mistress of the Lu family did not know that Yi Lu-wei was the real child of their Lu family. They just thought that the daughter had never really played in her life. If the child did not like to study, then it would be nice for her to play happily all her life. But I didn't expect that Yi Lu-wei would end up on this path to Kyoto. Listening to the discussions of the people around her, Yi Lu-wei's face turned slightly pale. These past few days, she had been busy with the Leyunjin, and she had not really prepared anything in terms of poetry. What should we do now? How to do? She just felt that the more anxious she was, the more her mind went blank. Lu-wei, what's wrong? Can't you do it? Qin Yan asked with concern. Fu Xiang. This girl in his family is as bad as ever. It is obvious that he cannot write poetry. Asking this question is like stabbing someone in the heart. However, whatever his girl does is right. For some reason, this so-called real second princess always made him feel uncomfortable from the first moment he saw her. This discomfort came without any reason and he didn't know why. Seeing Yi Lu-wei looking constipated, Qin Yan curled the corners of his lips. I feel very happy. In the original book, you became famous thanks to my sister's poems. Now that you no longer have my sister's poems, what are you going to do? After all, stealing other people's things is not your own, right? Liu-wei, actually, if you really can't do it, you can just say it directly. It's okay, no one will laugh at you. Qin Yan added another sentence. Yi Lu-wei. If you didn't say anything, I could really say that. But you said so. If I really said that, wouldn't it give people the impression that she hasn't learned anything in all these years, even in a good place like the Liu Mansion? Doesn't that prove that she is stupid? And it's a rotten tree that can't be carved. No, this was her first time appearing in public, and she absolutely could not leave this impression on others. The first impression is very important. Once formed, it is not easy to change it in the future. I need to think about this. Yi Luwei said, perhaps, Showa, you can compose a poem first and let everyone appreciate it. You have lived in the palace since you were a child, and you have the best resources. I think it should not be difficult for you to compose a poem. If this happened to the original owner, it would not be difficult. But if it was her. Qin Yan said that she couldn't write poetry at all, thank you. The heroine is indeed the heroine, and she did not forget to turn the tables at this time. However, she is different from her. She doesn't care about the reputation that Yi Luwei cares about. Although I have lived in the palace since I was a child, I have never been favored. Although I have been taught by the Grand Tutor, I am really not very smart in this area. With the example of my eldest sister, I will not teach her a lesson. I am more looking forward to your poems, Lu Wei. Showa, you mean you can't write poetry? Yi Luwei asked in surprise. Does this person really not care what others think? If you say you don't know how to do it at a poetry meeting like this, you will be disliked. She couldn't believe it. No, I won't do it. Qin Yan leaned back calmly and found a more comfortable position for himself. No one said that as a royal princess, you must be able to write poetry, right? Fu Rong nodded slightly. Indeed, there is no such rule. Prime Minister Fu has spoken. Even though others felt that something seemed a little wrong, they didn't dare to say anything. We can only express our approval one by one. Indeed it is. Even for a princess, it's normal that she can't write poetry. I am not very good at writing poetry. I came here just to listen to more poems written by others and learn more. Me too, me too. Yi Luwei. What's up with this Prime Minister Fu? Why do I feel like these few words are on Qin Yan's side? Could it be that my guess was true, and Prime Minister Fu really fell in love with Qin Yan? What virtue and ability does Qin Yan have? Although, compared to his age, Prime Minister Fu is indeed older, but whether it is his appearance, family background, or character, if he really asked to marry the princess, I am afraid that my father would definitely agree. Moreover, there has never been any negative information about Fu Xiang. If I could really marry him, then I would be under his protection for the rest of my life. What virtue and ability does Qin Yan have? Obviously, her identity was fake. If things had followed the original trajectory, how could she, the daughter of a maid, have caught the eye of Prime Minister Fu? The person that Prime Minister Fu would like must be me. The one who would be protected by Prime Minister Fu in this way must be me. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 53 pretending to faint. The more she thought about it, the angrier Yi Luwei became, and the more disgusted she looked at Qin Yan. However, her eyes were hidden very well. And no one let anyone notice. And if Qin Yan hadn't been focusing his attention on her all the time, he would probably not have been able to sense her changing emotions. With Xiaojun around, most of the time, she doesn't need to perceive it specially, Xiaojun can promptly feed back some information and situations about Yi Luwei to her. In addition, ever since she practiced the Starry Sky Heart technique, she clearly felt that her five senses had made great progress. If it were in the past, she naturally would not be able to detect Yi Luwei's emotional fluctuations with her own ability, but now, she can. Hehe, are you angry? I just like the way you are, when you are unhappy with me but can't get rid of me. I came to this poetry gathering to accompany my sister. Since I am here as a foil, I have a clear understanding of my position. I think I am fine just like this. Qin Yan added another sentence. Yi Luwei became even angrier when she heard this. So, you came here with someone, and I came here alone, so I have to write a poem, right? It's been a long time. I wonder if you have thought about the poem you want to write, Lu Wei. Yi Luwei. No, you are poisonous. Are you just going to keep asking me this? Be a human being, okay. But obviously, Qin Yan does not intend to be a human being. Being stared at by countless eyes, Yi Luwei could feel that the looks from the people around her were slowly becoming more strange. Even Ling Yuancheng looked at her with a little more inquiry. He remembered that when they first met, she had composed some very nice poems. At that time, although he was attracted by her appearance, he was also attracted by her talent. He has always felt that only a woman with both talent and beauty can be worthy of him, and it would be even better if she could also have a noble status. Why now? Others may doubt her, but Ling Yuancheng absolutely cannot. Yi Luwei's body suddenly tilted and she fell straight to the ground. Qin Hao was very close to her, and he subconsciously reached out to catch her body. His face changed drastically. The others were also surprised. Qin Yan's eyes widened. Pretending to be dizzy. This operation is awesome. Ling Yuancheng stood up subconsciously. However, he was an outsider after all, and with just a slight hesitation, he missed the opportunity to catch Yi Luwei. Second sister, how are you? Qin Hao asked anxiously. Yi Luwei sighed inwardly, thinking that her third brother was a good person, as he saved her from the tragedy of falling to the ground. She woke up slowly and delicately, seeming still a little confused about her surroundings. Brother Huang, what's wrong with me? You just fainted, Qin Hao said worriedly. Second sister, are you okay? I'm fine. I just felt a little dizzy, and then everything went black. Yi Luwei's voice sounded extremely weak, as if she was in real pain. Go find the court doctor. Go get him quickly. Mrs. Wang Yuanbo hurriedly gave instructions. This is a princess of the royal family. Moreover, it is a hidden gem that your majesty has just found. Even if something is going to happen, it must not happen in the mansion of Earl Wang Yuan. Otherwise, I'm afraid this matter cannot be explained clearly. Wang Yuanbo was also very anxious. The poetry reading is temporarily suspended. Everyone looked in Yi Luwei's direction with concern. Her Royal Highness the second princess is so weak. It's probably because I grew up outside when I was young and my body wasn't well taken care of, so that's why it's like this. Your Highness the second princess is so pitiful. Don't you think Princess Shou was a little too aggressive just now? Have it? It seems so, but I think she is telling the truth. I think so too. I don't know what happened to the second princess. Everyone discussed it in a low voice, but after all, it was a matter concerning the royal family, so they didn't dare to discuss it loudly and openly. Soon, the court doctor came over and examined Yi Luwei's pulse. After working for a while, his face looked a little strange. Doctor, how is my sister? Qin Hao asked. The court doctor raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He had time to wipe it off because he had been sweating from running all over. From the pulse, it seems that the second princess is indeed a little weak. She must have been exhausted from the journey and has not had a complete rest. In addition, she is a little worried, which is why she is weak. But it's not a big deal. I'll just prescribe some medicine for you, and have you take it. Then you can go back and rest for a few days, and you'll be fine. However, your Highness the second princess should still keep a good mood. Only when you are in a good mood can you be immune to all diseases. The court doctor looked at Yi Luwei seriously. Yi Luwei nodded weakly. Luwei remembers it, thank you doctor. These are what I should do. Now I will go and prescribe medicine for Her Royal Highness the princess. Qin Hao said, go ahead. After hearing what the court doctor said, he felt a little relieved. Just be fine. Since the doctor said that you shouldn't worry too much, then you shouldn't participate in this poetry writing event. I'm afraid you fainted suddenly because you were thinking too much just now. Qin Hao looked at Yi Luwei and said, when your body is fully recovered, I believe you will be able to write excellent poems. But this poem will. It doesn't matter. Compared to your body, these are not important. Luwei, you must remember that you are no longer an ordinary woman, but a princess worth thousands of gold. Your body is the most important. Qin Hao didn't care about this kind of thing at all. As an older brother, he naturally cares more about his sister's health. Yes, brother, I understand. Yi Luwei seemed to be a little embarrassed and reluctant. In the end, I could only agree obediently. With the help of a maid from the Wang Yuanbo mansion, she slowly sat down again, her face still a little pale. One cannot help but believe that she was indeed in poor health. Qin Chi curled his lips and complained in a low voice, just loud enough for himself to hear, my body is really not good. It's better not to go out. It's really troublesome. Qin Yan. Sorry, I heard you. Even if Yi Luwei is not a good person, as a brother, it seems even worse for you to complain about your sister like this. Still, it's interesting to hear you complain. In order to avoid writing poetry, Yi Luwei could only pretend to be sick. Fu Rong glanced in Yi Luwei's direction and said slowly, since the second princess is not in good health, then don't continue to participate in this poetry meeting. It's better to return to the palace as soon as possible. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 54 isn't this happy. Yi Luwei's face turned even paler. So, this time when she came here, not only was she humiliated by Qin Yan, but she also didn't get any benefits at all. Now she is going back in disgrace. She is not willing to accept it. Thank you for your concern, my lord. My health is fine. Although the doctor said that Luwei is not suitable for writing poetry now, I am happy to listen to more poems written by everyone. Don't you say that if you are in a good mood, it will be more conducive to your body's recovery. Fu Rong is so smart. I understood it immediately. It seems that this so-called second princess can compose poetry, so she pretended to be fainted. There is nothing wrong with her physical condition at all. However, he didn't quite understand why his good daughter had always been targeting her. According to the actual situation, my daughter has occupied the second princess's original status, so she should be in the wrong. But why does it seem as if my daughter has been wronged? Otherwise, with my daughter's Buddhist nature, it is impossible for him to target her like this. He couldn't guess what the situation was. He decided to wait and see. If it didn't work, he would wait until the poetry reading was over and find a chance to ask his daughter. That's true. Fu Rong stopped talking. Next, the poem will continue. Because Yi Luwei was diagnosed by the court doctor as being unable to compose poetry, Qin Yan did not target her on the issue of poetry. Anyway, with her here, it would be impossible for Yi Luwei to use other people's poems and pretend that they were hers. At the poetry gatherings that followed, it was almost entirely Qin Rong's solo show. Whether it is poetry, lyrics, or any other poetic topic, she can quickly come up with extremely amazing poems. It's amazing. By the time the poetry gathering was over, Qin Rong's title as the most talented woman in the Great Chia Kingdom had spread completely. Whether they were scholars or noble ladies in the capital, they were all quite impressed by her title. After all, she is a princess, but she still participates in the poetry competition with them. Moreover, the poems he wrote are all amazing and stunning. They said that they really couldn't reach this level. This princess used to be very low-key, but unexpectedly, she has such talent, which is really shocking. Almost half of the prizes prepared by the Wang Yuanbo mansion for everyone went into Qin Rong's pocket. When returning to the palace, Qin Yan was extremely excited holding these little things. Leng Yin and Nuan offered to help, but she refused at all. This is her elder sister's spoils of war, so naturally she should be the one holding it, which would make her more excited. Lang Kai skipped forward to help Qin Yan open the car curtain. Qin Yan happily put the things in his arms into the car. Look at you, if you don't know, you would think you won all these. It seemed that she enjoyed writing poetry particularly well today. Qin Rong was in a very good mood and her temperament became more cheerful. Hee, my sister's victory is almost the same as mine, so I'm so happy. How about this, let's not rush back to the palace. We finally got out together, so I'll treat everyone to dinner at Juxianju. Qin Yan said excitedly. The reason why she was in such a good mood, besides helping Qin Rong to be happy, was also because she had just received a hint from Xiaojun, and her mission of stopping Yi Luwei from making a splash at the poetry meeting was accomplished. Successfully obtained another 500 points. And by the end of this poetry reading, it was obvious that Qin Rong's mentality was completely different from that in the original book. In the original book, Qin Rong seemed a little sad. After Yi Luwei recited the poem, she had been silent and acted as a background board. Later on, there is even less space for describing her. It can be said that throughout the book, she, the eldest princess, has little presence. But now, at this poetry reading, her eldest sister was so stunning and charming that no one could be more dazzling than her. The emotion is completely different from that in the original book. It was probably in the original book that when Yi Luwei plagiarized her poems, Qin Rong felt very distressed and felt that she was stabbed in the back by her second sister who had just returned. However, she was a soft-hearted person and was afraid that speaking out would affect the sisterhood between them. So I just kept silent throughout the entire poetry reading and endured it. After all, everyone has a different style of writing poetry. If she started writing poetry, it would be easy to tell that the style of her poetry was very similar to that of Yi Luwei. By then, she would have harmed Yi Luwei. She couldn't do such a thing. After all, this is her imperial sister, how could she destroy her? Later, the original book seemed to mention that after the poetry meeting, a noble lady came to the palace to pay her respects to concubine Shu and accidentally saw the poems on her desk. That noble lady has a good relationship with Qin Rong. I thought this poem was very good, so I spread it. At first, because of the similarity in style, everyone thought it was done by Yi Luwei, and they all praised it. Later, the noble lady spoke up and said that this was a poem written by the eldest princess Qin Rong, and she saw it by accident. Originally, this incident should have made it clear to everyone that Yi Luwei had plagiarized Qin Rong's poem. But Yi Luwei just cried and asked in a very sad tone why, as an imperial sister, Qin Rong had to imitate her style to write poems. They are sisters. If Qin Rong likes this style, she can just write openly. There is no need to hide it. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone instantly thought that Qin Rong was jealous of Yi Luwei's talent, so she deliberately composed a poem with a similar style and spread it through the mouth of that noble lady. This caused them to misunderstand Yi Luwei. Although Qin Rong was a princess, they didn't dare to do anything openly, but there were a lot of accusations and rumors in secret. Later, the original book never mentioned Qin Rong's poetry again. Even her marriage was only mentioned casually and was not described in detail. Yi Luwei has always been known as the most talented woman in Dexia for a long, long time. Qin Yan came back to his senses and looking at Qin Rong who was in a good mood, he felt even better. Imperial sister, I have money, plenty of it, let's go and have a meal. At the poetry gathering just now, she was only focused on watching her own sister slaughtering everyone. She didn't touch the food provided by Lord Wang Yuan's mansion. Now that the excitement is over, I feel very hungry. Qin Rong was somewhat tempted, as her situation was similar to Qin Yan's. I was so busy thinking about writing poems at the poetry meeting that I didn't have time to eat. Plus, mental activities are extremely physically demanding, and now she feels quite hungry. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 55 How shameless. However, her gaze fell hesitantly on Yi Luwei, who came out right after them and whose face was still a little pale. She really wanted to go, but her second sister was also there. She was not feeling well, and reason told her that she should let her second sister return to the palace as soon as possible. Qin Yan followed her gaze and saw Yi Luwei, and immediately knew what she was thinking. Imperial sister, you are worried about Luwei, don't worry, you can ask the people from Wang Yuanbo's mansion to send her back. It just so happens that the mansion doctor can go with her. When you return to the palace, you can also talk to the imperial physician, which will be better for her health. Will this be? Qin Rong hesitated. They all went to eat delicious food, but asked Luwei to go back. But she also felt that this was a good thing. If Luwei hadn't been following them, they would probably have been more comfortable. Perhaps because of the setback she suffered at this poetry meeting, Yi Luwei did not achieve any of her goals and was not in a very good mood. So, instead of making trouble, he said, it's okay, I'll go back first. I don't feel well and I really need to rest more. If she insisted on going to dinner with Qin Yan and the others at this time, she would probably be gossiped about even more. Her fainting today was already very conspicuous, and she really didn't produce a good poem, so it would be better for her to go back as soon as possible. Maybe, it will leave an impression of a frail beauty in everyone's mind. On the contrary, it makes her look more pitiful. Don't worry, Your Highness the Princess. We in the Wang Yuanbo mansion will definitely send the second princess back to the palace safely. Lady Wang Yuanbo said with a smile. They have long been accustomed to getting along with the royal family, and they can do some things flawlessly so that no one can find any faults. Qin Yan said again, Royal sister, you have seen that Lu Wei also wants to go back first, and the wife of the Lord has already promised, so what is there to worry about? I am really hungry and want to go eat something. Before she knew it, she started to act coquettishly. Qin Hao frowned slightly, as if he wanted to remind his sister to pay attention to her image when she was outside. But on second thought, when Qin Yan was in the palace for so many years, he had never paid much attention to her. It seems a little inappropriate to discipline others now. So, in the end, he said nothing. Perhaps, if he spends more time with Sher in the future, he will be able to speak up about some small matters. Qin Chi raised his eyebrows with interest. I haven't noticed it over the years, but I didn't expect that this former second sister, now Sher, could still have such a temper. Not to mention, compared with Yi Lu Wei, he actually thinks she is a little cute. At least, if she wanted to eat, she would just say it directly, instead of being like some people. He obviously cares about other people's eyes, but pretends not to care, which is really disgusting. In that case, I'll trouble you, Mom. Qin Rong was helpless. Facing such a Qin Yan, she really couldn't refuse. I could only look at Mrs. Wang Yuanbo with gratitude. It's not really a trouble at all. It's just a piece of cake, Mrs. Wang Yuanbo said with a smile. He arranged people and cars in an orderly manner to send Yi Lu Wei back to the palace, and the palace doctor also followed. When I get to the palace, I can explain everything to the imperial physician. After watching Yi Lu Wei leave in the carriage, the few of them decided to go to Juxinju for dinner. After Qin Yan and Qin Rong got on the carriage, they were just about to tell the driver to set off when a pair of large hands lifted the curtain again. Then a handsome face with unruly manner appeared. My sister and my youngest sister are going to have dinner. Can you take me with you? I'm also very hungry and want to eat something. Qin Chi smiled brightly, revealing a row of small white teeth. Excuse me. Qin Yan crossed his arms and said unceremoniously, I have limited money, so I can only treat my sister to a meal. If I had my brother, I'm afraid it won't be enough. It's okay, I can pay for my own trip. I just want to go with you guys and take a ride in the carriage. Qin Chi shamelessly got on the carriage. Then he lifted his robe and sat next to Qin Rong. Qin Rong. Qin Yan. This guy is really shameless. No way, my brother is a prince, but he doesn't even have a carriage. Qin Yan was very unhappy and spoke in a sarcastic tone. She just didn't believe it. Could this guy really be so shameless? Facts have proved that Qin Chi is just that thick-skinned. Yes, I just don't have a carriage. Don't you know that? I always walk when I go out. It's very pitiful. His tone was so miserable, but from his smiling expression, you couldn't tell that he was miserable at all. Qin Yan. Forget it, I really met a strong enemy today. Let him be. Anyway, she would never pay for Qin Chi. The wheels rolled, moving towards Juxinju. Behind them, the carriage carrying Leng Yin and the other two also hurriedly caught up. Qin Hao got on his carriage, thought for a moment, and then spoke to the stern man beside him. We're going to Juxinju to eat too, with the Emperor's sister and the others. Yes, Your Highness. Ellipsis. Yu Changwei returned to the first-rank military Marquis mansion and was stopped by Marquis Wei Yuan as soon as he entered the door. You're back. Yes, isn't it obvious? Yu Changwei rolled his eyes and wanted to go back to his own yard. Ever since her father had arranged a matchmaking for her and wanted to marry her to the third Prince Qin Hao, she no longer wanted to communicate with him. Originally, she was in a very good mood because of this poetry gathering. She actually saw the dazzling side of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Although she couldn't quite understand the poem, nor was she very clear about what was so wonderful about it, after all, she had not read many books, and even when she did read, they were only about military strategies and military formations. However, she just felt that the poem sounded very good. She felt that this poetry reading was worth the trip. Have you met the third prince? Marquis Wei Yuan slowed down his tone, wanting to have a good communication with his daughter. This child of his is good in every way except his temper. Too stubborn. Also, he has become a little willful over the years. This morning, he had to take great pains to get her to attend the poetry reading. It was just to let his daughter meet the third prince before her marriage. Who knows, maybe you'll be moved, right? His Royal Highness the third prince has the greatest hope of becoming the crown prince of the Eastern Palace in the future. If his daughter can marry him, when the third prince ascends to the throne in the future, his daughter will become the honorable queen. For their Wei Yuan Marquis mansion, it is absolutely the supreme honor. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 56, it's just so-so. In addition, he has handed over his military power over the years, so even if he were to marry the third prince, His Majesty would not be suspicious of their first-rank military marquisate. Moreover, the third prince was very outstanding in both appearance and talent. He felt that such an outstanding daughter of his should be paired with the best man in the world. He secretly mentioned this matter to His Majesty, and His Majesty was quite satisfied. Now, he just needs to wait for his daughter to speak up, and then he can go to the palace to ask His Majesty to issue an order to grant the marriage. Yu Changwei nodded. I saw it, and then what? So, what do you think of the third prince? Asked Marquis Wei Yuan. View. Yu Changwei thought for a moment, then spoke under her father's expectant gaze. I'm not as good at speaking as Princess Shua, and my talent for poetry is not as good as that of Her Royal Highness the Grand Princess. I'm just average. She looks good, but that's all. It was far from enough to make her heart flutter. Anyway, she didn't want to take the initiative to talk to him. Therefore, she tried to reduce her presence as much as possible throughout the poetry reading, for fear that the third prince would notice her. Fortunately, that person's mind was focused on the poems written by Her Royal Highness the Princess, and he didn't notice her. This will allow her to finish the poetry reading in a relaxed manner and then go home happily. Wei Yuanhao was silent for a moment, he felt that he didn't quite understand. What are you talking about? Repeat it again. I say, the third prince is just average, not as good as Princess Shah and the eldest princess. Yu Changwei said that he is still very filial. Dad didn't understand, so she repeated it to him again. This time, Marquis Wei Yuan finally understood, but he was also very angry. I asked you to go to the poetry gathering so that you could see the third prince and see if you like him. I didn't ask you to pay attention to anything else. I have indeed seen and listened to him. I cannot like the third prince. In comparison, I prefer Princess Shah and Her Royal Highness the eldest princess. Yu Changwei said very seriously. Dad, you didn't see the second princess who just came back today. She spoke in a soft and tender voice that gave people goosebumps. She even spoke for Yun Feian from the Yun family. It was really funny. It's obvious that Yun Feiyang is the real legitimate daughter, and it's clear that Yun Feian is at fault in this matter, but she actually took sides, and was criticized by Yun Feiyang. I have to say, among all the noble ladies in Kyoto, I think Yun Feiyang is pretty good. Although her father is the Minister of Revenue, she is not snobbish at all. On the contrary, she hates evil and has a very cheerful personality. That's not all. At the poetry meeting afterwards, Princess Shah asked the second princess to write a poem, but she couldn't write a single one and even pretended to faint. It was so embarrassing. But everyone says that the second princess is not in good health. She just returned to Kyoto and may not be able to acclimate to the climate there. But I don't believe it. She must be unable to compose poetry and pretended to faint to avoid writing poetry. As soon as he started talking, Yu Changwei began to talk incessantly. That Princess Shah is really a wonderful person. She doesn't talk much, but every word she says hits the nail on the head and touches people's sore spots. I don't know what's wrong with her brain. How can she react so quickly and be so smart? My daughter really admires her. If my daughter could have her eloquence and brain, she wouldn't have to resort to violence every time she has a conflict with someone. She could just use words to anger the other person to death, and achieve the highest level of defeating the enemy without fighting. And the eldest princess, Dad, you don't know, although I don't quite understand, but I can feel that the poems written by Her Highness are really good. It won't be long before the poems of Her Highness will be spread all over Kyoto. Besides. Stop. Seeing that Yu Changwei was getting more and more excited as he spoke, Wei Yunhao couldn't stand it anymore and quickly called a halt. She smacked her lips, obviously still feeling a little unsatisfied. What happened? Why are you not allowed to speak? She feels that she still has many wonderful things to share. There was a hint of regret in his eyes. Marquis Wei Yuan. He was silent for a moment. It seems that you have seen a lot at this poetry gathering, but you just don't have any feelings for the third prince. Yu Changwei nodded. I don't feel anything, but he is indeed quite good looking. But in comparison, I prefer the fourth prince's looks. She doesn't really like the rigid type. Qin Hao looks a little too serious. She felt that their auras were not compatible. I couldn't imagine what it would be like to stand next to him if I really married him in the future. I always feel it's very inconsistent and weird. Marquis Wei Yuan. He was really convinced. My daughter has been noticed by everyone when she went out. Does that mean that no one has noticed the one I wanted her to notice? You really didn't mean to fool me. He had to think so. His daughter was obviously in a good mood when she came back this time. Moreover, she seemed a little excited. He always felt it was very strange. Her condition was completely different from when she usually came back from such fancy banquets. That's funny. Why would I fool you? But I really don't like the third prince. Dad, you don't really want me to marry him, do you? Yu Changwei's handsome brows frowned slightly. If that's the case, I really might never talk to you again. She could only say that she neither liked nor hated Qin Hao. However, if she was forced to marry, she would always be unwilling. Marquis Wei Yuan had a headache. He waved his hand and did not give her a direct affirmative answer. He just said, you go back first. I need to think about it carefully. We'll talk about it later. Anyway, you are still young and there is no rush. Oh, I'll be leaving first then. Yu Changwei spread his long legs and left Wei Yunhao's side. Marquis Wei Yuan thought about it and decided to go find his wife. Then he repeated almost everything Yu Changwei had said just now. Madam, this is what happened. What do you think we should do? Asked Marquis Wei Yuan. Although he looks big and strong, he seems easy to bully in front of his petite wife. Madam Yu glanced at him and snorted. What else can I do? Didn't my daughter say it all? She doesn't like him. He's not as good as Princess Shah and the eldest princess. This shows that the third prince is just average, not as good as you say. I've told you before that we'd better not rush our daughter's marriage. Her personality hasn't settled down yet, so it's okay to wait a little longer. If you insist on making trouble, I'm afraid our daughter will go against you. Now you've seen what the result will be. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 57, Juxinju. You think this third prince is good, but what's the use if our daughter thinks he's not good? Wei Yunhao frowned. But your majesty. He has already asked his majesty secretly. His majesty did not object. Now their daughter doesn't want any more. Isn't it difficult to explain? What's wrong, your majesty? Didn't your majesty grant me the marriage? Besides, although you have given up your military power, our family's status in Kyoto is not low after all. If you become the father-in-law of the emperor in the future, wouldn't it be a bit too conspicuous? I think this marriage is not a good idea. Your majesty is not such a petty person at all. Besides, the imperial edict has not been clearly issued, so what is there to be afraid of? Of course the most important thing is that my daughter doesn't like it. She only has one daughter, and she married her to the person she loves, so she also hopes that her daughter can marry the person she loves. This is the only way to live a happy life. But apart from the prince, I don't think there is any man worthy of our Chang Wei. Mrs. Yu said that she thought the same as her husband on this point. She looked a little worried. Our Chang Wei is too outstanding. There is really no man who is worthy of her. R. Tilda. But we can't force the child. Why don't we wait and see? If there is a banquet that the third prince is going to attend, you can let Chang Wei go and see it more often. Maybe after a while, Chang Wei will be tempted. But if it really doesn't work, then forget it. If Chang Wei really doesn't have anyone she likes, at worst, we can just support her for the rest of her life. Anyway, we are a first-rank military mansion that can afford to support her. Among these adult princes, the third prince is the best. The rest are too small to be considered. The fourth prince was a bit unruly, and she felt that he was extremely unreliable. So it was directly excluded. There is also a second prince who is not in the capital every day. This is absolutely not acceptable. They still hope that the daughter can stay with them. It would be best if they can see her often. Therefore, only the third prince is left to try. If it really doesn't work, Chang Wei can just not get married. Wei Yuanhao, who was originally very distressed, seemed to suddenly become relieved after hearing these words. Yes, that's what Madam said. At worst we can just support her for the rest of her life, right? Yes, Mrs. Yu nodded. Okay, I'll go talk to Chang Wei right away. We won't interfere with her marriage anymore. She can like whomever she wants. It's fine with us. Having said that, he left in a hurry. Looking at his back as he walked away, Madam Yu. Is that what she meant just now? Why doesn't she know it herself? She wondered if he had misunderstood. Did she say it's okay for Chang Wei to like anyone? After thinking about it, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Depend on. This old guy was obviously panicking because Chang Wei had ignored him recently. So after he found out that Chang Wei didn't like the third prince during this poetry gathering, he had already backed out. He came to me and said so much just to find a reasonable excuse to coax his daughter. Shameless. He really knows how to save face for himself. Ellipsis. Qin Yan looked up at the huge plaque in front of him, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. This Juxinju can be regarded as the largest restaurant in the entire capital. The boss behind the scenes is very mysterious. No one knows what he does, and no one knows his true identity. However, the dishes at Juxinju are extremely outstanding. Even if other restaurants know the dishes and try to imitate them, they can never create the unique taste here. Moreover, they will offer special banquets on the 1st and 15th day of every lunar month. The banquet is of very high standard. There are only 10 tables each time, and the price is the same for all. You can only queue up to grab a spot. Whoever can grab a spot gets it. Even if you bid a very high price, it is impossible to win a spot. As the saying goes, things are more valuable because they are rare. In addition, the special banquets here are indeed delicious. Over time, many princes and nobles in the capital are proud to be able to enjoy a special banquet here. Qin Chi waved the folding fan in his hand and introduced Qin Yan and Qin Rong. They seldom leave the palace, so they probably don't know much about Juxinju. Shoa, you are quite good at choosing places. You mentioned Juxinju right away. It seems that you must have heard of Juxinju's reputation. Yes, who has not heard of Juxinju if they live in Kyoto? How could I not have heard of it? This is my property, okay. Qin Yan couldn't help but secretly said in his heart. This Juxinju appeared more than once in the original book. After the original owner died, Juxinju fell into the hands of the heroine Yi Luwei. Originally, Juxinju had 10 tables of special banquets on the 1st and 15th days of every month, and the outstanding and unique dishes sold made Juxinju have a very high status in the aristocratic circle of Kyoto. However, after Yi Luwei took over Juxinju, she directly ignored the rule that Juxinju only had 10 tables of special banquets on the 1st and 15th days of every month. As long as one could afford it, she could add unlimited tables. It is said that if you have the opportunity to make money, you are a fool. She even gave free spots at special banquets to some noble ladies in the capital, or the queen, whom she wanted to curry favor with. Because it is no longer difficult to get a spot at the special banquet, and she doesn't pay attention to updating the menu of Juxinju. As time went by, in just 2 or 3 years, Juxinju completely declined. In the end, it even went bankrupt. Logically speaking, Yi Luwei should feel guilty, right? But she is the heroine. How could it be wrong? Of course, this was all the fault of the shopkeeper of Juxinju. He failed to maintain the operation of Juxinju and failed to execute orders according to her wishes, so Juxinju fell into decline. Thinking of this, Qin Yan felt that the heroine Yi Luwei was really brainless. In other words, there is no business acumen at all. They don't even understand the simplest marketing methods. For those nobles, were they really just having a meal? Do not. Many times, they eat for face, to be different, and to have a different identity from others. If this special banquet can be enjoyed just by asking Yi Luwei, then what is the point of this banquet? Can it still demonstrate their identity and status? No, not at all. Without the support of these nobles in the capital, Juxinju would naturally be much worse than before. Plus, if their menu isn't updated frequently, then what's the difference between them and ordinary restaurants? My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 58, brother, you don't have to spend money. Juxinju was so big in the past, so after the decline, there will be many restaurants that want to step on it. Later, of course, we had to close the door. However, Yi Luwei didn't care at all. She had so many businesses and she didn't care about a mere restaurant at all. Thinking of this, Qin Yan couldn't help but feel a little angry. As expected, the original owner was just a tool to deliver treasures to the heroine. What bad luck. This Juxinju is not cheap. How about I treat my sister and my younger sister to dinner today? Qin Hao walked over and spoke, interrupting Qin Yan's thoughts. Beside him was his stern guard. Qin Yan looked at the guard twice more. Well, she also wanted to have a good-looking guard by her side in the future. It's almost according to the standards of Qin Hao's guard. Having such a guard by your side makes you look more imposing than having two maids by your side. Leng Yin and Nuenla, Princess, do you dislike us? Woo woo woo. Oh, my brother is planning to treat us today. This is a rare event, so I will shamelessly come and have a meal. Qin Hao glared at Qin Chi but said nothing. Anyway, they're all similar. It's just adding a few dishes. He can still afford it. No need for my brother to treat us, I have money, my sister and I can eat by ourselves. Qin Yan refused. Are you kidding? This is her store. She is not willing to accept such a favor. In the original book, Qin Hao was a brainless man who doted on his sister, but now he seems quite normal. But who knows if it will turn out the same as in the original book. If that really turned out to be the case, what if he asked her to help with something in the future as a favor by inviting them to Juxinju for dinner? She and Yi Luwei don't get along. It is absolutely impossible to help Yi Luwei. So naturally, she definitely shouldn't take on this favor. Qin Hao did not expect Qin Yan's refusal. He frowned and was about to say something else when Qin Rong also refused. Royal brother, you don't have to spend money. Yansa has money. We are just having a meal, so it's fine. Her voice was soft, but her words could not be denied. Qin Yan, you are worthy of being my royal sister, you are awesome. That's right, we can buy food for ourselves, there's no need to ask others to treat us, especially if it's a future sister-loving man who treats us. It's scary just to think about it. Qin Rong smiled at Qin Yan and said, Sister Yansa, let's go in. Others may not know, but she knows that Qin Yan is very rich. Coming to Juxinju for a meal is definitely a drop in the bucket for her, the imperial sister. They're sisters, so she naturally won't be polite to her. If she really had to owe someone a favor, she would rather owe it to her own sister. It is good. Qin Yan also grinned at her. The two girls walked towards the main gate of Juxinju together, and the three maids, Leng Yin, Nuenlei and Lang Kai, hurriedly followed them. As for the coachman, he was naturally arranged by the people from Juxinju. Qin Hao and Qin Chi looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. But they didn't say much, just followed the five of them. At worst, when the bill comes, he can just pay it secretly. Qin Hao said secretly in his heart. It seems that he really neglected his sister Qin Yan too much in the past, otherwise, they wouldn't feel so distant from each other now. Two girls, how many? As soon as Qin Yan and others arrived at the door, a waiter came up to greet them enthusiastically. 5. Qin Yan pointed at Nuenlei and the others behind him. There are 5 of them, including her and Qin Rong, plus Nuenlei and the other 3. As for Qin Chi and Qin Hao, she simply ignored them. After all, she only invited the Emperor's sister to dinner, and didn't invite the two of them. Of course not. Please sit in the lobby. There's a window seat there. The waiter greeted them warmly as they were about to enter. No, take a seat in the box. Qin Yan said. Miss, is this your first time here? You must be a member of our Juxinju to use the private room. If you are not a member, no matter what your status is, you can only sit in the lobby. This is the rule of the store. Please don't blame me, miss. The waiter could see that the clothes and accessories on Qin Yan and Qin Rong were extremely luxurious. They must be nobles of high status. However, this is the rule of their Juxinju. No matter who comes, this is the only way, you must be a member. If he breaks the rules, he might lose his job. God knows how hard it is for him to get this job. His whole family depends on his income. He absolutely cannot lose this job. Therefore, no matter who the noble person was, he could only offend him. Of course, ordinary nobles would not bother with an ordinary waiter like him. After all, this is the rule of Juxinju, and everyone in Kyoto knows it. They treat everyone equally, never giving special care to anyone, nor suppressing anyone. Seeing that Qin Yan was about to speak, Qin Hao hurriedly stepped forward and took out a bronze card. I have a member here, please use mine. We need a box that can seat 7 people. Although he didn't quite understand why Sister Qin Yan included their 3 maids, he respected her. It is obvious that he has no status in the princess heart, so he might as well show his good performance at this time. It's just a meal anyway, so it doesn't matter who he invites. He could clearly feel that Qin Yan, who had been ignored before, seemed to be a little different now. Especially her demeanor. She is no longer the timid little girl who always shrinks like a quail. Although he did not attend the party, he had heard about her change. It is normal to understand that Qin Yan's personality has changed a little. It was only when he saw it with his own eyes today that he realized that there had really been a huge change. And, for some reason, he always felt that his imperial sister was not as simple as she appeared to be before. Their brother and sister, why can't they know each other better? Although Qin Yan has no blood relationship with him, she is now Princess Shoa conferred by their father, and is his adopted sister, so they can be considered brother and sister. Moreover, he wanted to stay with the eldest princess for a while longer, as he had always admired her literary talent. In other words, the other party was just a woman. If it was a man, perhaps there would be no point for these brothers to fight. Wow, I didn't expect the third brother actually has a membership of Juxinju, that's awesome. In the future, if I, your brother, want to come and eat, I'm afraid I will need to borrow third brother's membership. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can only eat in the hall. Qin Chi raised his eyebrows and laughed. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group Chapter 59 gold card cannot be loaned out. Qin Hao nodded slightly, if you need it, I will lend it to you later. It's not easy to become a member of Juxinju. You must be a regular customer here, and you must recharge your bank account with them. The recharge amount is huge. The most important point is that you must have grabbed their special banquets more than 5 times. This proves the members' financial resources, their love for Juxinju, and their persistence in Juxinju. After all, the 10 tables of special banquets on the 1st and 15th day of every month are not easy to grab with so many people in Beijing eyeing them. Only after meeting these requirements can you be considered a high-quality customer of Juxinju and, therefore, become a member. The waiter respectfully took Qin Hao's membership card, and the smile on his face became even brighter. Okay, no problem. I'll arrange an ordinary box for you guys. No, the 5 of us can just have a separate room. Qin Yan spoke lightly. Qin Hao was just about to persuade her that it was not possible to open a private room in Juxinju without being a member, and his membership card could only be used to open one private room at a time. Before he could finish his words, he saw a card between Qin Yan's fingers. It is exactly the same as his membership card, except that this card is gold. Gold membership. Qin Chi widened his eyes in shock and looked at Qin Yan in disbelief. I thought the third brother was already very powerful, but I didn't expect that Sister Yansa is the most awesome one. Gold membership, I have only heard of this and have never seen it before. There are 4 levels of membership in Juxinju. The lowest level is Iron Member, who can open a private room, but it can only be a small room that can accommodate less than 5 people. The second level is Bronze Card members, like Qin Hao, who can book ordinary private rooms. Moreover, there are certain discounts on dishes. When Juxinju launches new dishes, you will be the first to be notified and can taste them first. Level 3 is for Silver Card members, who can use all the boxes except the only one on the 3rd floor. Moreover, if you want special banquets on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, you can also make a reservation. Of course, it is generally difficult to make a reservation. The same applies to other new dishes and other notifications. Oh yes, there is another benefit. For bronze members, Juxinju will only notify them of new dishes, and they can go to Juxinju to taste them first and at a discounted price. As for silver level members, people from Juxinju will directly deliver new dishes to their homes for them to taste, and it's free of charge. As for the highest level gold membership, I heard that no one in Beijing has ever had one. Unexpectedly today, when the waiter saw the gold card, his fingers couldn't help but tremble. I checked the gold card reluctantly and found that it was real. He looked at Qin Yan respectfully and said, Miss, the authority of your card is too high, which is beyond my scope of responsibility. So, please wait a moment. I will go down and ask the shopkeeper to come over. Qin Yan had expected this result and nodded slightly, yes. The waiter hurried to call for help. Qin Chi looked at Qin Yan with surprise in his eyes. He made a clicking sound with his mouth. Just say whatever you want to say, don't look at me like that. Qin Yan frowned. This look always makes me feel a little disgusting. Also, he seems a bit vulgar. Sister Yansa, when you have time, can you lend me this gold card? Qin Chi asked with a flattering smile. What do you want it for? It's just an ordinary card for eating. Qin Yan tilted his head and stared at him in confusion. What do you mean by useful? Qin Chi couldn't help but raise his voice a bit. Do you really not know what the status of a gold card member of Juxinju is? That's a status that can be used to show off in the whole of Kyoto. If they knew I had a gold card membership, they would definitely be willing to give me a lot of good things to compliment me. Qin Yan. No way, I didn't see that. Her fourth brother looks a bit like a middle school student. So, you're planning to use this card to show off? Qin Yan expressed some disdain for him. No wonder I felt his gaze was a little obscene. It turns out that this was the purpose. He is already a prince, why does he still have this kind of competitive mentality? She couldn't quite understand. Maybe this is the so-called fun of a dandy boy. Good sister, just promise me. Qin Chi looked at her with pleading eyes. Qin Yan. Who can get this idiot away? How embarrassing. Qin Hao looked at the shameless Qin Chi, with a hint of envy in his eyes. He really wanted to be like this with his fourth brother, but unfortunately, thinking of his mother's hopes for him and the teachings she had given him since childhood, he could only suppress the thoughts in his heart. The fourth brother can express his thoughts freely, but he cannot, because there is very heavy pressure and responsibility behind him. He will never be able to live a free life like his fourth brother. Whatever, if he can't do it, then he can't do it. Anyway, he has gotten used to it after so many years, right? In fact, it's quite interesting to just watch these younger brothers and sisters making noises in front of you. Soon, Qin Hao comforted himself. Qin Yan, who had been harassed by Qin Chi, did not notice the changes in his emotions. Qin Yan was helpless. It's not that I don't want to lend it to you, the truth is, don't you know that gold card members are real name registered and absolutely cannot lend it to others. If you lend it to others, you will be immediately downgraded to a silver card member. Ha, is there still such a thing? Qin Chi's expression suddenly froze. He never expected that this could be possible. Of course it's fake. Qin Yan muttered secretly in his heart, this gold card represents the identity of the boss of Juxinju, and there is only one like this in the world. Of course it cannot be lent out casually. If it is lent out, doesn't that mean anyone can become the boss of Juxinju? That's right, she was the one who tricked him into thinking about the real name system. However, Qin Chi doesn't look very smart, so he should be able to be fooled. Yes, if you don't believe me, you can ask later whether this gold card can be lent out. Qin Yan said. Seeing her so confident and serious, Qin Chi was already 80% convinced. They're brother and sister. In his opinion, there is no need for Qin Yan to deceive him about this matter. Third brother, what do you think? Qin Chi thought about it and decided to ask Qin Hao, who was also a member. Although, Qin Hao's membership level is far behind the gold level. Gold level cards are extremely difficult to obtain, so it's normal to have such a rule. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 60 the boss is the gold card. Fourth brother, if you need it, you can use my bronze membership first. There is no rule for this. After hearing this, Qin Shi thought about it and felt that it made sense. He had been in Kyoto for so long, but he had never heard of anyone having a gold membership. Only the Sister Yansa in front of me has it. Maybe it really can't be loaned out. He believed it 9 out of 10. However, he was still somewhat unwilling and planned to ask the owner of Juxinju later. The shopkeeper of Juxinju didn't make them wait long and soon hurried out with the waiter. At a glance, I saw Qin Yan standing in the front. His expression changed involuntarily, and he immediately put on an attentive smile. So it's your highness who's here. Why would you need a membership card? Just go to that box. This guy just arrived and didn't recognize your highness, so he got confused. Please forgive me, your highness. Do you want? The shopkeeper naturally knew Qin Yan. On weekdays, Qin Yan came here to look at the account books or to help Juxinju modify the menu. Of course, Qin Yan didn't come often, and most of the time, they were the ones who delivered the account books to the palace. She might just come to inspect the shop's business when she went out of the palace from time to time. But every time I come, I have to look at the account book. However, she usually came alone, but this time she brought someone with her, so the shopkeeper was a little unsure. Yes. Please don't blame me, your highness. The waiter hurriedly lowered his head, looking very ashamed. Naturally, she wouldn't bother with the waiter. It's okay, don't worry about it. Then he turned his gaze towards the shopkeeper. We are just here to eat today, so we can just go to the private room upstairs to eat. She hadn't come here to deal with the books or anything like that. Okay, that's no problem, please, your highness. The shopkeeper immediately led the way. The attitude is very respectful. Qin Yan led Qin Rong and the others in. Qin Hao and Qin Chi looked at each other and followed them shamelessly. Qin Yan glanced back but didn't say much. Anyway, when the time comes, they can just pay for their own meals. She won't care. Juxinju has 3 floors in total. The first floor is the lobby, where ordinary guests dine. The private rooms are all on the second floor. As for the box where Qin Yan was, it was on the 3rd floor. On weekdays, no one is allowed to enter the room on the 3rd floor except for cleaning. In addition to the fact that this place looks like a dining room, there is also a small room, which is where Qin Yan usually checks the accounts when he comes here. The important account books of Juxinju will also be kept there. Because the small room is separated by partitions, if it is just for entertaining guests, no one will notice that there is a small room behind the partition. Therefore, Qin Yan was not at all nervous when he brought Qin Chi and the others here to have dinner. Her vest should not fall off. Everyone followed the shopkeeper upstairs to Juxinju. When they passed the 2nd floor and were about to go up to the 3rd floor, Qin Chi couldn't help but ask in surprise. Aren't all these boxes on the 2nd floor? Why do we have to go to the 3rd floor? The shopkeeper subconsciously glanced at Qin Yan, and seeing her shaking her head slightly, he knew that these people probably didn't know the identity of their prince. In other words, they didn't know that Juxinju was His Highness's property. Since His Highness didn't say anything, as an employee, he naturally wouldn't sell his boss's information. After all, he is managing such a big restaurant, so the owner's eyesight is definitely good enough. He smiled and said, you may not know that ordinary members can only use the private rooms on the 2nd floor, but gold card members are different from other members, so they are naturally in the private rooms on the 3rd floor. Speaking of this, can't this gold card membership be lent to someone else? Qin Chi asked. Have dinner in the private room on the 3rd floor. It is completely different from the box on the 2nd floor. This will definitely make countless people envious. The shopkeeper shook his head without even thinking about it. Of course not. Gold card members represent the most privileged guests in our Juxinju, so they naturally cannot lend their cards to others. However, members below that level can lend cards to each other if someone is willing to lend them. Are you kidding? Can the boss identity be lent out casually? Of course not. This gold card, although called a membership card, is actually just a means to conceal the boss's true identity. Everyone in Juxinju knows that the person who can take out the gold card is the real boss behind the scenes. If this is loaned out, won't it be a mess? Or, to give another example, the waiter who just came today has never seen the boss before. If it weren't for this gold card, he might have offended someone. Therefore, this gold card can be regarded as a protection for new employees. At the very least, it tells them that they must not mess with the boss. Okay, forget it. Qin Chi has completely given up this time. Since the shopkeeper had said so, he naturally could not have any other ideas. But it's okay, haven't I experienced it myself? It was worth the trip. Who are these people? Why are they going to the 3rd floor? Isn't the 3rd floor closed to the public? Shush Tilda, are you blind? Didn't you see the 2 people walking behind? Are they the 3rd and 4th princes? Hi Tilda, it's true. Now that you mention it, it makes sense. We have never known who the boss behind Juxinju is. Do you think he is from the royal family? Who knows? However, to be able to open such a large business and not be afraid of being targeted in Kyoto, he must have a background. This is not nonsense. As they walked along, some diners on the 1st and 2nd floors naturally saw them and couldn't help but talk about it in a low voice. It is really shocking to be able to dine on the 3rd floor of Juxinju. Although Qin Hao and Qin Chi were both martial artists with internal strength, the discussions of these people were relatively quiet, and they were quite far away. So they didn't hear it clearly. Soon, the group arrived at the 3rd floor of Juxinju. There is only one box on the 3rd floor. As soon as they entered, Qin Hao and Qin Chi were stunned by the decoration inside. This is the Thunderwood. Oh my god, this is an emerald glass lamp. Isn't this jade disc a little too exaggerated? Any of the decorations here is worth a fortune. Qin Chi walked here, looked there, and kept making exclamations of surprise. Qin Hao didn't walk around, but his shocked expression was exactly the same. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 61, more. No wonder they have never seen gold card members before. The private room on the third floor is not open to other members. The furnishings inside are enough to shock people. Any one of them is enough to buy a lot of things. Almost every one of them is of treasure level. If anyone could come in, wouldn't that be an insult to these treasures? I'm afraid the furnishings here are not even as good as those in the palace. Qin Hao couldn't help but say. Anyway, he definitely doesn't have it. Your Highness the Third Prince, you are joking. These are just some small things our boss put here for fun. The shopkeeper had a smile on his face. He was not like an ordinary shop owner who would be frightened when the other party mentioned the royal family. After all, their real boss is standing right here, isn't he? These are just trifles. Qin Chi opened his mouth wide. You guys at Juxinju have really made a lot of money over the years. Hearing this, the shopkeeper subconsciously glanced in Qin Yan's direction, still with a flawless smile on his face. Your Highness the Fourth Prince is joking. The more money we merchants make, the more taxes we will pay to the country. Moreover, it is thanks to your Majesty's wisdom that our great Chia country is peaceful and prosperous. We can have such an environment to do business, right? The shopkeeper bowed respectfully in the direction of the imperial palace. The shopkeeper is quite good at speaking. It is indeed remarkable that Juxinju has a shopkeeper like you. Qin Hao looked at the shopkeeper with a hint of admiration in his eyes. He used to come to Juxinju to eat, but he rarely saw the owner. Even though he is a prince, he will be treated equally in Juxinju. Unless you are a member, you will be treated specially. Therefore, in the past, the shopkeeper would not have had the opportunity to have so many conversations like today. This is also the rule that the original owner set for Juxinju. In this way, they would just do business and try not to have much contact with the nobles in the capital. There is no such thing as leaning towards or favoring anyone. In this way, their business can last for a long time. What's more, they don't seem to care that much about the identities of those nobles, which will instead make those nobles speculate about the people behind them. This will also reduce the chances of people attacking them out of jealousy. Of course, if it really existed, the identity of a royal princess would be enough to make most people give her face. I won't cause trouble for no reason. Even if she is an unloved princess. It's a pity that when it came into Yi Luwei's hands, that woman directly abolished these rules. And it also has great tendencies and biases. As a result, the reputation of Juxinju naturally declined. You know, the most important things in doing business are credit and reputation. If you don't have these, you won't be able to last long. However, Yi Luwei didn't understand any business methods at all. She got these things without any effort, so she naturally didn't cherish them. Therefore, in the original book, Juxinju had such an ending. The shopkeeper smiled and didn't say anything. Qin Yan had already taken his seat and asked Qin Rong, Lang Kai and the others to sit down as well. Boss, bring me the menu. Your Highness, wait a moment. The shopkeeper hurried to the outer room and brought back a booklet. Just as he was about to hand it to Qin Yan, Qin Chi snatched it away. He even made a clicking sound in his mouth. This third floor is really different. Gold card members are gold card members. Even this menu is much more carefully made than the ones below. He reached out and touched the large gold-plated words on the cover of the menu and couldn't help muttering. Isn't this made of real gold? Your Highness the Fourth Prince, you are joking. Of course it is not. It is just a kind of paint. The shopkeeper hurriedly explained. Fourth brother, I'm very hungry. Can you bring the menu over quickly? I want to order. Qin Yan spoke in a bad tone. This person is really endless. Don't they know that they're very hungry after attending the poetry reading? Especially the imperial sister, she has wasted a lot of brain cells. Using the brain is quite exhausting. He must be even hungrier than her. Qin Hao snatched the menu from Qin Chi's hand and handed it to Qin Yan. Sister Yan, sir, you order. Yes, this third brother has some vision. Qin Yan muttered secretly in his heart, took the menu, and without hesitation, directly ordered a few of his favorite dishes, and then handed the menu to Qin Rong. Royal sister, just order whatever you want to eat. It's my treat today, so order whatever you want. Qin Rong pursed her lips and said, you don't need too much. Just add one more of this. As for the rest, what you ordered just now are all my favorites. There's no need to waste them. She just glanced at the prices on the menu and was shocked. Although he already knew that his sister Yansa was rich, her mother left her a lot of property after her death. On weekdays, she heard from her mother that sister Yansa was also a good businesswoman. She ran the shops left to her by concubine Lu very well, so she was not short of money. However, even if you are not short of money, the dishes here are really expensive. They just need to order enough to finish it, there is no need to waste it. Qin Yan knew that she was embarrassed, so he didn't force her. He handed the menu to the three maids and said, you guys order a few too. Can we order it too? Lang Kai looked at Qin Yan and Qin Rong in surprise. She thought that as a maid, being able to eat at the table with her masters was a great honor, but she didn't expect that she could even order dishes. Just order it. Qin Yan nodded slightly. Although this girl talks a lot, she is still very nice. In the original book, there are some descriptions of the girl Lang Kai. Although not much, they all highlight that she is a loyal person. After spending these few days with Qin Rong, she liked her elder sister very much. Naturally, she also likes Lang Kai, who is loyal to her. Lang Kai subconsciously looked down at the prices of the dishes on the menu, her eyes widened and she swallowed. Good, it's so expensive. She would need to earn a whole year's wages to be able to afford any of the dishes here. Oh my god, can she really order this? Involuntarily, she looked in the direction of Qin Rong. Qin Rong was helpless, she had Yansa as her younger sister. It seemed that she didn't order many dishes, so she deliberately asked Lang Kai and the others to order more. Looking at Lang Kai's frightened expression, it was really her fault. At that moment, he nodded slightly. Order, it's okay, since Sister Yansa has asked, you can order a few more. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 62. After all, I experienced a life and death experience. Now that his own prince has spoken, Lang Kai is finally relieved. However, she didn't dare to order more and only ordered 2 more dishes. Then he handed the menu to Leng Yin. Leng Yin. Nguyen couldn't help laughing when she saw her sister's speechless expressions. He took the menu in his own hands and handed it to the shopkeeper. Okay, this is enough for us. Qin Yan glanced at Nguyen but didn't say anything else. There was indeed enough food for the 5 girls. Then, these 2 princes. The shopkeeper subconsciously looked in the direction of Qin Chi and Qin Hao. Those dishes are just enough for these girls. If 2 grown men come along, it may not be enough. They ordered separately, not with us. Qin Yan said directly. Really, Sister Yansa, are you serious? Qin Chi couldn't help but yell, his eyes widened as he looked at her in disbelief. What's true or false? You two, as brothers, wouldn't really want me, the younger sister, to treat you. Besides, aren't we relatives? Qin Chi. Okay, he was wrong, he shouldn't have shouted, really. Qin Hao. After her personality changed, Sister Yansa's words were really hurtful. But what she said was not wrong, they were indeed not biological siblings, they could only be considered step-siblings. Qin Hao took the menu and ordered a few more dishes on it, enough for him and Qin Chi, then looked at the shopkeeper. Let's order these more. As for the dishes that Sister Yansa and the others ordered just now, they will also be charged to my account and we will pay together later. The shopkeeper glanced at Qin Yan, and seeing that she didn't say anything, he didn't say much either. He responded respectfully and retreated. Soon, Qin Hao and his friends were the only ones left in the box. Didn't we say we'll pay for our own bills? When we pay later, just pay for your own bills. Qin Yan said directly. Sister Yansa, we all relied on you to visit the 3rd floor of Juxinju. It was worth the trip. Please don't argue with me about the bill, okay? Qin Hao said with a smile, his temper was quite good. Let me make this clear first. From now on, you can never treat today's treat as a favor to be repaid. Qin Yan said. Qin Hao. So this is the reason why this girl always has to pay for herself. Just kidding, it's just a meal. Although the food at Juxinju is a bit expensive, he would not use this matter to ask his sister to repay him for any favor. Of course, I will never treat this as a favor, Qin Hao assured. Although he felt helpless, since this would give Sister Yana a direction, it would be okay for him to make a promise. After hearing this, Qin Yan was finally relieved. Ellipsis. Xiaojun, host, you seem to be a bit stingy. This is your property, and you want to take some money from your own brother, you are worthy of it. Qin Yan, what do you know? Every dish in my Juxinju takes a lot of thought from the chefs. It is definitely worth the price. It is definitely not a waste of money. Besides, Qin Hao is so willing to pay, why not? Could it be that he can give flowers to Yi Lu Wei but not to me? We are all his sisters. Think about how he treated the original owner in the original book. I just made him lose some money. There's no problem at all. Xiaojun, that's right. In the original book, Qin Hao doted on Yi Lu Wei. Naturally, he didn't like the original owner who once occupied the identity of the heroine very much. The original owner was obviously dead, but he would compare her with the heroine from time to time, saying that the heroine was always extremely cowardly and timid, and could not be compared with the graceful heroine at all. Now we can tell who is his real sister and who is an imposter. It turns out that blood doesn't lie. Well, it's right to let him lose some money. Qin Yan, don't worry, I will definitely do things with reason and evidence. Xiaojun, the host is very powerful, I admire you. What followed was a series of flattery, which made Qin Yan feel helpless. Unexpectedly, this system that has developed self-awareness is quite good at flattery. Even a shameless person like her would blush when being photographed. Ellipsis. Sister Yansa, I have a question for you. Qin Chi signaled Leng Yin to change seats with him and sat next to Qin Yan. On the other side of Qin Yan sat Qin Rong. He certainly didn't dare to chase Qin Rong away, so he had to chase Leng Yin away. What is the problem? Qin Yan didn't say anything about his behavior. She didn't hate Qin Chi. In other words, compared to Qin Hao, she likes Qin Chi more. I want to ask, how did you get this gold membership? Aren't you guys not allowed to leave the palace often? As an adult prince, he can choose to set up a residence outside the palace or continue to live in the palace. But generally speaking, any adult prince who intends to enter the court to listen to government affairs will set up a residence outside. Qin Chi and Qin Hao both have their own houses outside. Therefore, they're very free when they go out and wander around. In comparison, although Qin Yan and others who lived in the palace could also come out, they were not as free. It's impossible to come out at any time. Of course, if the prince does not plan to participate in political affairs, or if his mother is still alive, he can also live in the palace temporarily. However, this is only temporary. Eventually, these adult princes will have to set up their own palaces. It is impossible to live in the palace all the time. Before getting married, princesses usually lived in the palace and would not build their own palaces outside. You want to know? Qin Yan raised his eyebrows. Want to know? I will not tell you. Qin Chi. He felt that Sister Yansa's personality was more likable before, but now she is not likable at all. Qin Rong covered her lips, trying hard not to laugh. Nguyen Lei and the others were also trying their best to hold back the smiles on their lips. It's quite interesting to see His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince suffer a setback. Qin Hao didn't give him much face and just laughed out loud. I didn't expect that Sister Yan's personality is a little bit more eccentric now. Qin Yan chuckled. After all, he has experienced life and death, how could he not have changed? Third brother, don't you think so? The smile on Qin Hao's lips suddenly froze. He also heard about what happened at the banquet that day. According to the situation at that time, he knew very well that if Qin Yan had not taken out a brand new glass cup. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 63. You, girl, really know how to enjoy yourself. And she said that there was a way to make better colored glass. I was afraid that she was in great danger at the palace banquet that day. After all, he knew his father's temperament. What he hated most was deception. What's more, Qin Yan deceived his daughter who had been his for more than 10 years. How could he not be angry? However, he really didn't expect that Prime Minister Fu would actually speak up for her. Not only did her father not really punish her, but he also gave her a title and adopted her as his adopted daughter. But after going through something like that, who wouldn't have changed or grown a little? In fact, if it was just a matter of identity that day, Qin Yan might not be in trouble. However, he also heard that day that it was Qin Yue who first pulled Qin Yan and said that she had broken her glass cup, which led to a series of events. So, the Queen Mother was planning to kill Qin Yan at that time, right? After all, it was a glass cup sent as tribute. Breaking it would be disrespectful to the Emperor. Furthermore, Qin Yan's identity was false, so he was doomed to die. But why? If the Queen Mother is unhappy with concubine Lu, then, logically, shouldn't she target the real concubine Lu's daughter? Why should he be allowed to deal with Qin Yan so freely? He really couldn't understand. I'm sorry, Your Highnesses, Lord Fu is here and he said he has an appointment with you to have dinner together. Qin Hao's thoughts were interrupted by the shopkeeper who walked in again. He said he was asking, but in fact, his eyes were on Qin Yan. Oh, yes, I forgot. I did make an appointment with the Prime Minister. Bring him up. Having said that, she made no intention of getting up to answer it. Are you kidding? He's her biological father, why would she accept his request? Dad will definitely not bother with her. She could have remained motionless, but Qin Qi, Qin Hao and Qin Rong could no longer sit still after hearing the news. The Prime Minister is coming, so why don't we go out and greet him quickly? Qin Hao said this and was about to walk out the door. Qin Qi followed closely behind. Because Qin Rong was wearing a skirt, her movements were a little slow. Just as she was about to stand up, she was pulled back by Qin Yan. Royal sister, no need, the Prime Minister won't bother with us. Seeing that Qin Rong was puzzled, Qin Yan casually explained to her. This is his own sister, and Dad will definitely not care whether he accepts her or not. On the contrary, he might even find it annoying that they are all surrounding him. For example, his two royal brothers would definitely be disliked by their father. In his previous life, my dad hated being surrounded and talked to by others the most. Sister Yansa, it's not a good idea for us to do this. That's Prime Minister Fu, he's the most respected minister of our father. Qin Rong pushed away the little hand that was pulling her sleeve and stood up. However, before she could go out, Fu Xiang came over led by the shopkeeper. Beside him were Qin Qi and Qin Hao, both of whom looked extremely respectful. Your Highnesses, there is no need to be so polite. I came here today just to have a casual meal. There is no need, really no need. Fu Rong walked between the two of them, looking helpless. Looking closely, there seemed to be a hint of disdain and impatience in the depths of his eyes. However, he hid it well and was not noticed by the two people around him. Qin Hao and Qin Qi were both talking about something. Of course, it was nothing more than some compliments. Fu Rong said that these royal children were really annoying and he didn't want to communicate with them too much, really. I've met the Prime Minister. Qin Rong hurriedly bowed to Fu Rong as a gesture of greeting. Your Highness the Princess. Fu Rong nodded slightly as a return gesture. Although in terms of status, they are the king and he is the minister. However, as the Prime Minister second only to the Emperor, he had been granted amnesty by Emperor Chia and did not have to perform the kneeling ceremony. He also did not need to perform the ceremony when facing other people. Therefore, since they were just a princess and a prince, he was very polite by nodding slightly. I didn't expect that the Prime Minister would come here. If I had known earlier, Rong would definitely be outside to greet him early. Qin Rong said, and followed them back to the box. There was still some regret in her expression. No need, no need. I am here today just to have a simple meal. Your Highnesses, please don't be too polite, otherwise, it will make me very uncomfortable. Fu Rong smiled, sat down opposite Qin Yan, and then greeted a few people. Sit down, everyone, you're welcome. Qin Rong. Qin Qi. Qin Hao. Why do they feel as if they are the invited guests? So weird. Hey, sister, just sit down. It's okay. Seeing that Qin Rong and the others were still a little nervous, the three girls, Nuanlei, had already left the table and stood behind her, acting well behaved. Qin Yan stood up reluctantly, pulled Qin Rong back to her previous position, and then forced her to sit down. He turned around and waved to the three girls of Nuanlei. You all should sit down too, no need to be so polite. No need, Your Highness, we can just stand. Nuanlei said hurriedly. Lang Kai could hardly control his fingers from shaking. This is the Prime Minister. How could they have deserved to let her sit at the same table and dine with such a great Prime Minister? Leng Yin was better off, but her overly stiff expression had long revealed that she was not at peace inside. You're not listening, are you? Sit down, as I command. Qin Yan's eyebrows turned cold. The three women were startled, and the next second, they returned to their seats extremely quickly and sat down quickly. Oh, Your Highness looks so scary when his face turns cold. Her expression softened slightly. Sure enough, this trick is the only one that works. His eyes turned to Qin Qi and Qin Hao. The two men noticed her gaze, and without her saying anything, they quickly returned to their previous seats and sat down. Only then did she look away with satisfaction. These two people are quite tactful. What would you like to eat? You can order anything. My third brother is treating us today. Qin Yan sat down and smiled. The shopkeeper immediately understood and respectfully handed the menu to Fu Rong. Fu Rong took the menu, flipped through it casually, and then ordered a few dishes. Just these few? Yes. The shopkeeper withdrew respectfully. Soon, they were the only ones left in the box. You girl really know how to enjoy yourself. You actually come to Juxinju to eat. Fu Rong leaned back slightly on the chair, looking at Qin Yan with a hint of doting in her eyes. However, the other people present were a little nervous because they had never sat down to eat with the Prime Minister before, so no one noticed the doting in his eyes. My whole family is in the book. I'm cheating. The female supporting role in the control group I. Chapter 64. No one can ever replace you. It's okay. I finally got out of the palace, so of course I have to eat something good. I was just planning to treat my sister to a meal, but who knew that my two brothers insisted on following me? Qin Yan shrugged helplessly, looking like he was totally helpless. Yes, it is true that we have to follow, but since we, as the older brothers, are here, we definitely cannot let Yansa, as the younger sister, treat us to the meal. Qin Hao quickly responded with a gentle smile on his face. He looks like a good brother who dotes on his sister. Qin Yan glanced at him and didn't refute. Fu Rong smiled and said, so that's how it is. I guess my coming here won't disturb you all. Of course not. We are really flattered that the Prime Minister is here, Qin Hao said. Qin Yan nodded. Of course not. Didn't we agree to have dinner together? I also asked someone to leave a letter for you. Since you are invited, there will be no disturbance. When she was leaving the mansion of Earl Wang Yuan, she said a few words to the maid who was serving her. The maid naturally told Fu Rong what she meant. This is her father. She finally got out of the palace. How could she not find an opportunity to have a meal together? If we really talk about disturbing them, it must be Qin Hao and Qin Qi who disturbed them. Qin Rong's expression changed slightly when she saw her speaking so bluntly and without any honorifics. He tugged at her sleeve slightly and reminded her in a low voice. Sister Yansa, this is the Prime Minister, we should be respectful. Qin Yan. She had been used to talking to her father for so many years, so sorry, she really didn't notice what she said. But she also knew that Qin Rong meant well. So he nodded slightly to show that he understood. Qin Rong finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Sister Yansa was now stubborn and would not listen to what she said. As long as she could listen to it, she would feel relieved. The few of them chatted for a few more sentences, and Qin Yan's words were clearly respectful. Fu Rong glanced at her and quickly understood why, but didn't say anything. Not long after, Juxinju served all the dishes. Looking at the dishes on the table, Qin Yan was slightly stunned. Except for the ones ordered by Qin Rong and the others, and the ones she ordered, all the dishes ordered by Fu Rong were her favorites. It can be said that, on this full table, only a small number of dishes are not my favorites, and the rest are all my favorites. She couldn't help but look at Fu Rong. Fu Rong smiled at her. The dishes are all here, let's eat together. It's rare that after so many years, he still hasn't forgotten what his Shayan likes to eat. But it was true that life was always lingering in his mind. He could never forget the experiences of that life, and he would naturally not forget the preferences of his own children. Please, Prime Minister Fu. Please, my lord. Several people were respectful and humble. Fu Rong was afraid that her daughter might be hungry, so she didn't bother to argue with them. She took a bite of the food and put it in her own bowl. Now, Qin Rong, Qin Qi and Qin Hao started eating with confidence. When Nuan Lei and the others saw that their masters had started eating, they carefully picked up the dishes in front of them and ate them. During the meal, Qin Yan and Fu Rong did not feel any restraint at all. Qin Yan ate his fill and was very satisfied. Well, actually traveling through a book is not without its benefits. Look, the braised pork made by my mom that I always wanted to eat, now I am eating it, right. Even though it was a few days late, I still enjoyed it. What surprised her was that the food at Juxinju tasted very similar to that cooked by her mother. Even Fu Rong seemed to have a look of surprise on his face while eating. She decided that after this meal, she would give her father a membership card of Juxinju, so that her father could come over for a meal when he had nothing to do on weekdays. I guess, after all these years, Dad must have missed Mom very much in this world. As for why she knew her mother had never worn it. That's because, in this world, without having to read the contents of the original book, everyone in the entire Great Chia Kingdom knows about the statement that Prime Minister Fu is still single at the age of almost 40. In the original book, Prime Minister Fu actually had a wife. However, the father she saw now was not accompanied by his wife. Needless to say, it must be after my dad came over that the plot of the original book was changed. The reason why my father doesn't have a wife is, of course, because my mother is not around. You know, the love between her father and mother has remained the same for decades. As their daughter, she would get a mouthful of dog food from time to time. Well, even if she came to the world in the book, her father would never marry a random woman to replace her mother. No one can replace my mother's position in my father's heart. I don't know about the others, but Qin Yan and Fu Rong both enjoyed the meal very much. After 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food, Qin Hao naturally would not waste the opportunity to have dinner with Fu Rong. I began to take the opportunity to ask him some questions. At first, Qin Yan was a little worried, fearing that his father would not be able to answer Qin Hao's questions. After all, her father was just an economics professor, not the real owner of Prime Minister Fu. I don't know when my dad came over. What if I can't answer? Wouldn't it be exposed? Unexpectedly, Fu Rong answered very fluently and his insights were very on point. This made Qin Yan feel a little confused. It seems that my father is very comfortable with it. When did he become so knowledgeable about the ancient system and situation? Wasn't he studying modern economics before? Is there research on ancient economics? Or are these things all common? Qin Rong lowered her voice and talked to Qin Yan. I didn't expect that the Prime Minister knows so much. Although I don't quite understand some of what he said, I feel like I have learned a lot. Qin Yan nodded. I think so too. I don't quite understand it, but it feels very impressive. Qin Qi, who overheard their conversation, said. You don't understand, yet you're still talking so confidently. This is outrageous. Third brother is asking so enthusiastically. Fourth brother, why don't you ask? Qin Yan felt Qin Qi's contemptuous gaze towards the two of them, and couldn't help but glance at him. What am I asking? I have nothing to ask. Qin Qi shrugged, with no intention of seizing the so-called opportunity like Qin Hao. Originally, he just had no interest in that position. It's just that his mother is the current queen, and his eldest brother has passed away. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 65 Live a Happy Life. Therefore, many people in the court who supported the queen would also support him. In fact, he would rather be a leisurely prince and live a happy life. I heard that being an emperor is very tiring, and he doesn't want to make himself so miserable every day. Anyway, if third brother wants to do this kind of thing, then go ahead and do it. He doesn't want to do it, not at all. You are so unmotivated. Look at your third brother, he is so motivated and has endless questions to ask. Qin Yan glanced in the direction of Qin Hao. Qin Qi smiled, picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. He is him, and I am me. I don't have anything to ask. If I had anything to ask, I would definitely ask. Sister Yansa, you don't have to worry about this kind of thing. It seems that you, fourth brother, are not very interested in that position. Qin Yan lowered his voice. Qin Qi looked at her with some surprise. How do you know? Am I being so obvious? Qin Yan, isn't it obvious? I'm not a fool. Qin Qi. Qin Rong. I'm still here. I can hear what you two are saying, okay. Such a straightforward discussion doesn't seem to be a good idea. As for the three girls of Nunlei, they simply turned themselves into deaf and dumb. They couldn't hear what happened today, and they would never tell anyone about it. Really not interested? Qin Yan really couldn't help but asked again. Qin Qi nodded, not very interested. All right. She stopped asking. Ellipsis. Xiaojun, in fact, Qin Qi is quite pitiful. He is obviously the queen's biological son, but the queen is only concerned about her deceased eldest son and her youngest son Qin Qi. She really doesn't care much about Qin Qi. Of course, fortunately, Qin Qi is not very interested in that position, otherwise, he would definitely be very sad. They're both sons, but his mother supports his younger brother but not himself. This can easily make anyone feel unbalanced. After all, this bias is really too much. Qin Yan, perhaps, it is precisely because he knows that the queen doesn't like him that much and doesn't intend to support him that he is not interested in that position. Xiaojun, it's not impossible. Qin Yan, of course, there is another possibility that he doesn't know what the queen is thinking, but on the contrary, he just doesn't like it, so he doesn't care about it. In fact, if he really doesn't like it, then there's nothing to be pitiful about. After all, if he doesn't like it but is forced to grab that position, then that's really pitiful. Xiaojun was silent for a moment. Host, I think what you said makes sense. Ellipsis. The meal took a long time because Qin Hao kept asking Fu Rong questions. Finally, Qin Yan couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted him with his questions, thus ending the dinner. I have a great time today. If there is time, I hope to continue to have dinner with you, your highnesses. Before Fu Rong left, there was still a gentle smile on his face. When he said this, his eyes were looking in the direction of Qin Yan. Although he was constantly asked questions by a brat today, he still had the opportunity to spend quite a bit of time with his daughter. He is already very satisfied. Now they all have different identities in this strange world, so it is indeed not easy for them to be so willful. However, he believed that as long as he planned and laid the groundwork carefully, there would be a day when he would be able to live with his daughter openly. Thank you very much today, my lord. If there is a chance someday, I will invite you to have a gathering again. Qin Hao thought Fu Rong admired him very much, and he was excited and bowed quickly. Fu Rong just glanced in Qin Yan's direction again, and seeing her nod slightly at him, he said nothing more, got on the carriage of the Prime Minister's residence, and went back. Qin Hao didn't notice this. Just take it as Fu Rong's consent and feel very good. Qin Qi looked at Qin Hao, who was obviously very excited and happy but was still trying to control his emotions and put on a serious expression, and he couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. It's tiring to see third brother like this. He absolutely shouldn't live like this, it's so boring. Because Qin Hao and Qin Qi were following him, Qin Yan and Qin Rong no longer had the heart to hang around outside and decided to return to the palace. After returning, she sent a message to Zhuge Xinju and asked them to get a membership for her father. She is different from Yi Lu because Qin Hao and Qin Qi were following him, Qin Yan and Qin Rong no longer had the heart to hang around outside and decided to return to the palace. After returning, she sent a message to Zhuge Xinju and asked them to get a membership for her father. She is different from Yi Lu Wei and would never use Zhuge Xinju membership or special banquets as favors. She just wanted her father to eat more dishes that tasted like her mother's. Of course, she knew better. In fact, the food at Zhuge Xinju was so expensive that her father probably wouldn't come to eat there often. Although he was already the prime minister of a country, his salary was not particularly high. The food at Zhuge Xinju is indeed a bit expensive, hee. But who can blame them for the fact that Zhuge Xinju is aimed at high-end people? Only if the dishes are expensive enough, those dignitaries will feel that this place is worthy of their status. If it really doesn't work, she will think about it and secretly give her father a 20% discount. Well, I guess Dad will break her leg. Qin Rong is very happy today. At the poetry reading, she recited almost all of her recent and favorite poems, and received everyone's recognition. She also didn't expect that her poems would be so popular. It seems that I need to read more books after I go back. Speaking of which, she found the things Qin Hao and Fu Xiang discussed about people's livelihood policies during dinner today very interesting. However, she couldn't understand very well, so she felt that she had not read enough books and needed to read more. She was happy to learn the knowledge that she didn't understand. As soon as the group returned to the palace, the queen got the news. You mean, the third and fourth princes sent them back? The queen asked. Your Majesty, it can't be said that they were seeing them off. We can only say that they followed the two princesses' carriages and watched them return to the palace before they left. Kui Fu, the head maid beside the queen, said. Since when did fourth brother become so close to Qin Rong and Qin Yan? Qin Yue said very unhappily. After all, he was her biological brother. Although she didn't like Qin Chi's erratic personality. But that was her brother. When she went out of the palace on weekdays, even if her fourth brother met her, he would not send her back like this. How could Qin Rong and Qin Yan be so capable? The queen didn't care about this, but what she cared about was. Besides, the third brother also had dinner with Prime Minister Fu today. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 66. Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? Yes, Lord Fu Xiang also talked a lot with the third prince at the poetry meeting. Kui Fu said. The queen frowned. This third brother really seems to be interested in that position. He even wants to win over someone like Prime Minister Fu. Isn't he afraid of having bad teeth and breaking his own teeth? It seems that concubine Chen has great ambitions. So what if Chen Licking is ambitious? Isn't she still a noble concubine? To put it bluntly, she is just a concubine. There is no way she can surpass you, the queen mother. Qin Yue didn't take concubine Chen seriously at all. She didn't have much in mind for that third brother. You know, if her brother the crown prince hadn't died early, how could it have been their turn? What's more, her mother was the Empress Dowager, and her seventh brother was the legitimate son. Even if there is no seventh brother, there is still a fourth brother. No matter which one it is, he has a better chance of sitting in that position than Qin Hao. You can't say that. The queen frowned slightly. Over the years, His Majesty has not appointed another crown prince. I guess he has some different ideas. It's better to be safe than sorry. After all, concubine Chen is still a concubine. She should not be underestimated. Chen Licking was able to reach the position of imperial concubine because of her beauty and ability. She is also a smart person, otherwise she would not have been able to live so comfortably in the palace until now. In particular, her son Qin Hao was indeed well educated. When Qin Hao was still young, because the crown prince was still in power at that time, her son was already the crown prince, and other princes would not affect his status, so she did not care much about Chen Licking's child. Who could have thought that such an accident would happen? If her eldest son was still alive, then Qin Hao wouldn't be a concern at all. But since he is not here, if your Majesty chooses a taller person from among the short ones, Qin Hao will still be quite threatening. After all, her Kisa is not yet a full-grown adult. Generally speaking, palace banquets, especially those where ministers from various families will be met, are not attended by underage princesses or princes. After all, they are all royal children and are still young. If they behave inappropriately at a palace banquet, it would be a disgrace to the royal family. Therefore, generally speaking, unless one is a very favored prince or princess, he or she is not allowed to participate in palace banquets with outsiders before reaching adulthood. Qin Yue was not very convinced by what others said, but she still listened to what her mother said. I didn't say anything more at the moment. Then he talked about Yi Luwei. Mother, my second sister seems to be really not that good. We gave her Le Yunjin, but apart from her appearance, she really didn't stand out at all at the poetry meeting. It's really boring that the eldest princess stole all the limelight today. She didn't hate Qin Rong before. But as Qin Rong is getting closer to Qin Yan, naturally, she began to dislike Qin Rong as well. After all, she grew up in the countryside, and is still far behind the education in the palace. It is normal that she is a little behind in literary talent. The queen didn't care about this, as long as she doesn't cause trouble, and she showed up in the circle of Kyoto today, that's enough. The rest can be considered slowly later. If you want to achieve great things, you must have a steady mindset. Absolutely don't be impatient. At the very least, for women, a dignified posture and a beautiful appearance are a must. Obviously, Yi Luwei has a beautiful face. Coupled with the Le Yunjin she wore today, she must have entered the aristocratic circle of Kyoto in terms of appearance. As for the rest, regarding dignified posture, all it takes is more teaching in the future. Yi Luwei has only been back in the palace for a few days. If she wants to build up her reputation, she needs to do it slowly and must not rush into anything. Otherwise, it is likely to have the opposite effect. That would be boring. Yi Luwei's existence is very useful to their Ling family. If this chess piece is useless, it would be a loss for their Ling family. Naturally, she has to train her well. After all, this child has no one else in the palace to rely on except her, right? She might have been able to rely on His Majesty in the past, but now, she can't even rely on His Majesty. I guess we can only listen to the Ling family. What the Queen Mother said is true. Qin Rong's literary talent is indeed unmatched. Speaking of this, Qin Yue felt a little disgusted and a little jealous. That nerd just likes to read books, just like her mother, she reads books every day. I didn't expect that she could come up with such profound poems today. Just listening to those poems, she felt like she was suffocating. Obviously, all this glory should belong to her. How can she be a good match for her elder sister who only does her job of reading books all day long? I think it's normal for Qin Rong to write such poems. A few days ago, Lu Wei upset your father because of the poems. Fortunately, she didn't do anything stupid and cause trouble again during today's poetry gathering. The queen sighed. Sometimes, I am too superficial. Fortunately, the Yun family's affairs are not very important. She had also heard about the two sisters Yun Feiyang and Yun Feian. But it was just a small matter and she didn't care much. There were some misunderstandings between girls, just a few words of argument, but it was nothing. However, some teaching matters still need to be put on the agenda. Find some maids to teach her some palace etiquette. Since she is already a princess, she should stop showing off her petty manners from the countryside. In a few days, I will mention it to His Majesty and ask her to study with the other princes and princesses. Yes, Queen Mother. Ellipsis. Emperor Chia was looking at a few pieces of paper on his desk. If he looked closely, he would find that written on these pieces of paper were the poems that Qin Rong had written today. I didn't expect the wrong heir, at such a young age, has such a profound knowledge of poetry. Great, great. Li Fu was very happy seeing Emperor Chia happy. Smiling slightly, he said, Your Highness the princess has always been smart and clever, and she particularly likes to study and read, so it is not surprising that she can write such a poem. As if reminded by Li Fu, Emperor Chia nodded repeatedly. Yes, you are right. Wrong heir likes reading, I will give her some more books. As he said this, he issued an imperial decree to have a few more boxes of books moved to Wanrong Palace. Not only wrong heir, although Yansa didn't write any poems, she handled the Yun family's affairs quite well. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 67, rewarding two daughters. After praising Qin Rong, Emperor Chia thought of Qin Yan again. Emperor Chia had actually heard something about the affairs of the Minister of Revenue's family. After all, it is rare for a legitimate daughter to take the initiative to ask for a concubine's daughter to be registered under her mother's name. Moreover, the legitimate daughter treated the illegitimate daughter like her own sister. It is even rarer. In ordinary families, it is normal for the legitimate and illegitimate children to be at odds with each other. But that has always been the business of the ministers, and as a monarch, it is naturally difficult for him to say anything. Besides, these were his little daughter's own affairs, so it was even more difficult for him to interfere. Unexpectedly, today Qin Yan pointed out that Yun Fei's thoughts were not simple. It's really direct. Before, when the Minister of Revenue brought Yun Feiyang and Yun Feian to the palace to attend the palace banquet, he had met the little girl named Yun Feian several times. At that time, he felt that this little girl was not very peaceful. Those eyes didn't look very real. But thinking that as a monarch, he had no reason to argue with the little girl, he didn't say anything. Anyway, it is just a minister's family affair and will not affect Yun King's handling of government affairs. Moreover, at that time, the relationship between the two sisters of the Yun family was very good. As a grown man, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to deliberately remind Yun Feiyang to be careful. If he really said this, people might misunderstand that he had some feelings for Yun Feiyang. He is already middle-aged and old enough to be Yun Feiyang's father, so it is naturally impossible for him to have any thoughts about her. Of course, he did have some admiration for the eldest daughter of the Yun family. After all, Yun Feiyang's straightforward and vindictive character is well known in Beijing. But it's just the feeling of looking at a good junior. Li Fu smiled and said, since the palace banquet that day, Princess Shou's personality seems to have changed a lot. Now it seems that these changes are quite good. When this was mentioned, there was a hint of guilt in Emperor Chia's eyes. At that time, I almost took my anger out on Yansa. In fact, this child is a good one, and she didn't know about the baby swap. She is innocent. Moreover, from the news I got recently, it seems that Yansa has suffered a lot over the years. On the contrary, Lu Wei is living quite well in the Lu family. Originally, the lives of these two people should have been reversed. Generally speaking, I owe Yansa a lot. Li Fu nodded seriously. The Lu family has always been good, otherwise, they wouldn't have trained such a brilliant concubine Lu. It's a pity that concubine Lu passed away at a young age, otherwise Princess Shou would have had a happy childhood. It can be considered a coincidence. The second princess is living a good life in the Lu family. She is completely loved by the Lu family. It can be considered that the two people in the Lu family love the daughter again. It can be considered a lucky thing. But in comparison, Princess Shou, who grew up in the palace by herself, is a little pitiful. Concubine Lu passed away early, and she grew up alone in the palace. Although she was taught by palace maids and nurses, she was still far behind emotionally. Your Majesty wants to be as nice as possible to Princess Shou, but after all, Your Majesty is busy with many things. Your Majesty is the Emperor of the world first, and Princess Shou's father second. However, Princess Shou has always been well behaved, so I believe she can understand Your Majesty. Emperor Chia sighed slightly. I have indeed neglected Yansa over the years. However, thanks to Concubine Lu's teachings, the child has not grown up in a wrong way. Instead, he has inherited Concubine Lu's wonderful ideas and his love for trying new things. Look, he has even figured out a new way to bake colored glaze. This is a great thing for our entire Great Chia nation. Li Fu smiled and said, this is all thanks to Your Majesty's great fortune. Under Your Majesty's influence, every child can grow up to be a great talent. This is true for the eldest princess and Princess Shou as well. This is also a blessing for our Great Chia nation. There is no one who doesn't like to hear nice words, and Emperor Chia is no exception. In particular, he naturally felt more comfortable listening to Li Fu praising his two daughters. These two children are indeed good. Give some rewards to Yansa as well. Yes. Since she likes those novel things, then pick out some interesting ones to send to her, okay? Yes. Ellipsis. Not long after Qin Rong and Qin Yan returned to Wanrong Palace, the reward from Emperor Chia arrived. Are these rewards from the Emperor? Qin Rong looked at the boxes of books in front of her with surprise and delight, her eyes shining. Li Fu had a gentle smile on his face. Look at what Her Royal Highness the Princess said. If it wasn't a reward from His Majesty, where else could it have come from? Except for His Majesty, no one dares to touch the books in the Imperial Study. His Majesty said that since the eldest princess likes reading, then she should read more. If you have nothing to do on weekdays, you can go directly to his Imperial Study to read. There is no problem with that. What? Father actually agreed to let me go to the Imperial Study to read. Qin Rong couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She was in disbelief. Li Fu nodded with a smile. Yes, this is indeed what His Majesty ordered personally. Congratulations, Princess Royal. After being stunned for a moment, Qin Rong became endlessly excited. He reached out and hugged Qin Yan beside him. Sister Yansa, did you hear it? Did you hear it? I heard it, I heard it. Qin Yan was held in her arms, his face expressionless, almost like a puppet. Congratulations, sister. Congratulations, sister. Oh, I'm so happy and excited. I know, but sister, can you please let me go first? You're making me feel dizzy. Oh. Qin Rong quickly let go of Qin Yan. Her face had turned somewhat pale. She really couldn't stand being held and shaken like this all of a sudden. If she had not started to cultivate her internal strength for a few days recently, she would have been strangled to death by the Imperial Sister. Unexpectedly, the Imperial Sister is quite strong, which is inconsistent with her gentle appearance. It can be said that he has some supernatural powers. I don't know if my sister has the potential to learn martial arts. With her strength, maybe after some time, she could help take a good look at the Imperial Sister. Qin Rong naturally had no idea what Qin Yan was thinking. She was still very excited. The happiness on my face couldn't be suppressed. Fortunately, apart from the eunuchs who came to deliver awards, there were only people from Wanrong Palace present, so no one would spread the news of her inappropriate behavior today. My whole family is in the book. I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 68. I'm going to sleep. As for the eunuchs who came to deliver the rewards, they were all servants of Emperor Chia. They were all very tight-lipped and knew what to say and what not to say. They definitely won't gossip about nothing. Otherwise, I'm afraid they won't want their heads anymore. The original book also mentioned that Emperor Chia had very high requirements for the palace people around him, especially in terms of their character. Therefore, Qin Yan was naturally not afraid of what these people would say. Your Highness Princess Shoa, His Majesty has also given you a reward. Li Fu smiled and signaled the eunuch next to him to open the other two boxes. Qin Yan looked at the things inside and showed a little surprise. Your Majesty knows that Your Highness is not short of money, so he thought that Your Highness would like some novel things, so he collected a lot of novel things, which were tributes from various countries. There are rare seeds, special handicrafts, and some miscellaneous records of various interesting things. There are really a lot of things. I guess Your Highness will have to go back and look at them slowly. I can't finish them all in a short time. Qin Yan looked at the contents of the two boxes in amazement. Needless to say, she was really interested in some of the things inside. In fact, in her previous life, although she was just an ordinary high school student with relatively good grades, she really liked to study some small things. Some strange stories are also her favorites. And in these two boxes, there were quite a few things that interested her, so this reward was really good. As for money, well, as long as she takes good care of the shops left to her by the original owner, she will definitely not be short of money. Although she is not very good at business, her father is a professor of economics, so she knows a little bit about it. Don't panic. It can be said that these things that Emperor Chia rewarded her with really touched her heart. Please go back and thank my father for me. I like these things very much. Once I have figured them out, they may be of great benefit to our great Chia nation. Hearing this, Li Fu was shocked, and then overjoyed. Judging from Princess Shoa's expression, maybe she can come up with something better based on these little things. Most of these were tributes. The great Chia kingdom itself did not produce these. If Princess Shoa could really figure out something else, she will definitely have a higher status in His Majesty's heart. Thinking of this, Li Fu couldn't help but feel a little happier. As soon as he gets back, he will tell His Majesty this and make His Majesty happy too. He said that Princess Shoa was a smart child, but the environment she lived in before was too bad. As long as she is given a chance, she will surely grow up strong and stubborn. Don't worry, Your Highness. We will bring these words back to His Majesty. Li Fu said. Thank you very much, Eunuch Li. Qin Yan was very nice to Li Fu, who had always shown goodwill to him. As soon as Li Fu and the others left, Qin Rong happily went to tell Concubine Shu the news in person. Concubine Shu was a little surprised. I didn't expect that His Majesty would agree to let you go to his Imperial Study to read. This is a great honor. You know, even the princes can't read in the Imperial Study whenever they want. Throughout the years, no one except the deceased prince has had such an honor. Unexpectedly, today, her daughter would have such a great gift. After thinking about it, Concubine Shu seemed to understand a little bit. I guess it's because Wrong is a girl, so His Majesty is not so wary. No matter how much a girl knows or understands, she will eventually get married. It is naturally different from the prince. Precisely because there was nothing to compete for, he was willing to give her more honors. But so what? As long as Wrong is valued by His Majesty, she will be able to live a better life in this palace, right? Maybe, I can have a certain degree of autonomy in my future marriage. Concubine Shu shook her head and threw away these thoughts. It's still a bit early to think about these things now. Wrong is a princess. If she wants to get married, she doesn't have to do so when she reaches a certain age. She always needs to look around and choose more, or maybe His Majesty has other considerations. So it's still early for this matter, no rush. All in all, seeing that Qin Rong was loved by Emperor Chia, she was naturally very happy. Quick, tell your mother why you received these rewards from your father when you attended the poetry meeting today. Lady Shuhei sat up, and her spirits improved a lot. There is no faster way to recover from illness than to be in a good mood. Of course, Concubine Shu's health was almost recovered, but she was in such a good mood at the moment that she didn't feel any of the remaining pain in her body at all. Qin Yan was very tactful and quietly left the room, leaving the space here to the mother and daughter. In the original book, there is very little description of Concubine Shu and Qin Rong. Shuhei was a concubine who loved reading all day long but was in poor health. Either he is reading or recuperating. It can be said that she is a sick beauty. Therefore, throughout the year, Emperor Xia could only be seen very rarely. Not to mention Qin Rong, who was almost completely reduced to a background figure after the poetry reading. There was only a brief mention of her wedding. It's nothing like now. Qin Rong received the reward from Emperor Xia and shined brightly at the poetry meeting. I'm afraid that after tomorrow, the whole of Kyoto will spread the word that her eldest sister is the most talented woman in Kyoto. Left the concubine's room. Nuanlei and Lengyan hurried over to greet them. Your Highness. Your Highness. You guys came just in time. Have someone move all those little gadgets that my father gave me to my room. I want to study them carefully. Qin Yan gave the instruction and then went back to his room. I took a walk today and felt a little tired. She wants to take a nap, hee. Ellipsis. Xiaojun, host, can you please stop being so lazy and sleeping all the time? Qin Yan, why not sleep? I don't have anything to do right now. Besides, getting up so early in the morning, anyone would feel sleepy, okay. Besides, I have to get enough sleep. If Yi Luwei causes any more trouble, I can handle it more properly, right? Xiaojun, it seems, there is some truth to it. Qin Yan, then shut up, I'm going to sleep for a while. Ellipsis. Listening to the news coming back from the palace maids. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 69 showing loyalty. Yi Luwei's face looked a little ugly. I didn't expect that my father would reward me just for writing a few poems. If I had known this earlier. She felt resentful in her heart. Even if there were no poems written by Qin Rong, there were many people who could write poems, so she could ask someone to buy some for her secretly. It's not like today's poetry gathering, where she can't write a single poem except for her good looks. He even had to pretend to be faint to avoid having to write poetry. Every time she thought about it, she felt extremely aggrieved. Of course, the most important thing is to blame Qin Yan. If she hadn't mentioned it, no one would have taken the initiative to ask her to write a poem. Blame her. I had no choice but to pretend to be faint or sick to avoid it. Moreover, we both haven't written a single poem, so why should Qin Yan get the reward while I can't? It turned out that I had not been raised in the palace since I was a child, so my father was not that close to me. And all this is Qin Yan's fault. She took my spot. Also, the things her mother left her. She wants all of these back. Shuhei looked at Yi Luwei, whose expression had changed greatly since she heard the news that Qin Yan and Qin Rong had been rewarded by His Majesty. His brows wrinkled slightly. Your Highness, the Queen wants you to learn the etiquette of a princess in the palace during these days. In a few days, the Queen will arrange for your Highness to go to the study room to study with the other princesses and princes. The Queen also said that this poetry meeting is nothing. Her Royal Highness likes to read books on weekdays, so it is normal for her to write good poems. Let Her Royal Highness relax. Her Royal Highness is so smart. I believe that as long as she studies hard and is taught by the palace tutor, she will soon be more talented than Her Royal Highness. Yi Luwei's face looked bad to begin with, and after hearing these words, her face looked even worse. She hates learning rules and studying to read the most, okay. When she was at the Lu family before, she was annoyed by these things. Unexpectedly, the Queen even asked her to learn together with the princes and princesses. I also found a nanny to teach her etiquette. Is this a deliberate attempt to torture her? Yi Luwei didn't think that the Queen's arrangements were for her own good. Even better than Qin Rong. This Queen is also quite weird. My lady, do you mean that you are disappointed in me this time? Shuhei looked at Yi Luwei with even more surprise. Why do you say that, Your Highness? Your Majesty didn't mean that. I just think that Your Highness may have grown up in a bad place and didn't receive a good education. This is something that the royal family owes you. Now that Your Highness is back, you must learn and catch up on these lessons. This is the most basic quality for a royal princess. After a pause, Shuhei added, Your Highness, don't you want to please His Majesty? Then, a good result can make His Majesty very happy. Your Majesty, what you like most is a princess who is outstanding in literary talent and well educated. Yi Luwei glanced at Shuhei, then at the other palace maids in the room. Although he could live in Kunxiang Palace now, in fact, he was surrounded by the Queen's spies, and he was afraid that he could not show any sign of being truly dissatisfied with the Queen. Otherwise, the news might soon reach the Queen's ears. If you want to survive in this deep palace, you must have your own people around you. Her eyes fell on Shuhei again. After a pause, he said to the other palace maids, you all go down first. Yes, Your Highness. The other palace maids responded, retreated together and closed the door. Soon, Yi Luwei and Shuhei were the only ones left in the room. I wonder, is there anything wrong, Your Highness? Shuhei saw Yi Luwei looking at her quietly and couldn't help but ask. Shuhei, you are also a smart person. You know that in this palace, if you only have one master, you can really go far. Yi Luwei looked at her for a while, then slowly spoke. He rested his fingers lightly on his knees and stared at her intently. He didn't miss any emotional fluctuations on Shuhei's face. Shuhei is the senior palace maid assigned by the Queen to be by her side. She must be the Queen's person and has the ability to deal with people. If she could persuade Shuhei to rebel, then she wouldn't have to worry too much about the queen in the future. What she wants the queen to know, only the queen can know, right? And what she doesn't want the queen to know, the queen will never know. And if we want to achieve this goal, the most important thing is Shuhei. Except for Shuhei, the other maids are not a cause for concern. I'm afraid it's enough for the queen to have someone by her side. She also didn't think that the queen would attach so much importance to her that she would arrange many spies around her. Shuhei was slightly surprised when she heard Yi Luwei's words. What do you mean, Your Highness? It seems that the second princess who just returned is not as stupid as she appears. Surprisingly, you wanted to incite me to rebel. She wanted to see what she could say. But on the surface, she couldn't act so obviously, so she needed to act a little silly. Yi Luwei said, it's actually very simple. We all know that you are actually someone sent by the queen to monitor me. But generally speaking, you are now someone close to me, Yi Luwei. If anything happens to me, we two can actually be considered to share the same fate. Shuhei didn't respond. Looking at her quietly. As if waiting for her to continue. In fact, Yi Luwei didn't need to say much about this, she had already had it in mind. This is also the reason why, when she saw Qin Yue and Yi Luwei being taken by Qin Yan to meet the emperor, she took the initiative to ask the queen for help. Qin Yue is the most favored princess and also a legitimate daughter. Your Majesty will definitely not do anything to her. What's more, she saw everything that happened in Wanrong Palace at that time. Qin Yue didn't know the truth. She could only say that she was a bit impulsive, but in fact she was used as a gun. Therefore, Your Majesty will definitely not really punish Qin Yue. Therefore, the reason why she invited the queen over was for Yi Luwei. But she didn't expect that she had done it so obviously at the time. Her Royal Highness the Second Princess, to this day, seems to have not reacted. But at least I know what to do. Although not very smart, fortunately, it is not really stupid. Yi Luwei looked at Shuhei, and seeing that she had no reaction, she continued to speak. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, Chapter 70 Shuhei's choice. Since you are already on my side, then, if you continue to pass on information to the queen, wouldn't that be inappropriate? You have to know that as my senior maid, if I get married in the future, you will definitely marry with me. At that time, your status will be the same as mine. On the contrary, no matter how much you do for the queen, you won't get any real substantial benefits. Besides, Shuhei, the reason why the queen sent you to my side is actually not that important to the queen. If she is really important, then she must be the same as Kui Fu, the chief maid beside the queen. But Shuhei was sent out and arranged to be with the princess who had just returned to the palace. This must mean that she was not very valued by her, but she thought Shuhei was quite smart. That's why she was arranged to come here. And if one has some brains, then, in fact, they may not be so loyal. After all, smart people think more about themselves, right? Seeing Shuhei looking thoughtful, Yi Luwei continued. If you can put your trust in the Empress and focus on working for me, I can guarantee that you will definitely be my most important confidant in the future. Whatever I have, you will definitely have too. Shuhei, you are a very capable and intelligent person. You can think carefully. You are loyal to the queen. After I marginalize you with some reasons in the future, you will no longer be able to provide enough information for the queen. Then, how will the queen treat you? And if you are loyal to me, I will naturally let you pass on some news to the queen from time to time. Not only do you have a very high status in my place, but you have also been showing your usefulness to the queen. You will definitely not be abandoned. It can be said that if you are loyal to me, you will have an extremely bright future. If you choose to be loyal to the queen, then I already know that you are a spy sent by the queen. Do you think I will still use you? Perhaps, I will not be able to escape the queen's surveillance for a while, but as time goes by, I will definitely grow up. By then, you will definitely be marginalized by me, and I will have my own people. So, this is definitely a great opportunity for you now, you can think about it carefully. So many words were said in a row. Yi Luwei took a deep breath and felt a little thirsty, so she poured herself a glass of water and drank it. Then he just sat there, quietly waiting for Shuhei to think. The expression on her face was very determined. But in fact, she was not completely sure in her heart. After all, human hearts are the most difficult to grasp. She wasn't sure whether Shuhei would really betray the queen for her. But she was not afraid that Shuhei would spread what she said today. Because, if she really told others, then in the eyes of the queen, no matter whether Shuhei had betrayed her or not, she would no longer trust Shuhei. Then, Shuhei is finished on both sides. Since she was sent by the queen, she must not be such a stupid person. And this is why she dared to say these words directly to Shuhei. Shuhei listened to what Yi Luwei said. I have to say, what she said does make sense. In fact, after being sent here by the queen, she had observed Yi Luwei for a while. I already had some different ideas in my mind. Just as she said, when she was with the queen, she was just an ordinary second-class maid. She was simply unable to serve the queen closely, and since she was a bit smart, the queen disliked her even less. She was always sent to clean the courtyard of Kunxiang Palace, doing some rough work that is not appropriate for her status. Since Yi Luwei came, the queen mother thought of her again and thought that she was very smart. If she was by Yi Luwei's side, she could help her monitor Yi Luwei. But in fact, she had other ideas since she was sent here. The queen mother is so conceited that she probably thinks that since she has given her this opportunity, she will be grateful to her and be extremely loyal to her. Just do it exactly as she wants. TSK. I really don't know where the queen gets her confidence from. Is it just because of her identity? She was really overthinking it. Status is something that only exists because someone supports her. If no one supports her, then she is nothing. Now that the second princess has extended an olive branch to her, what reason does she have not to accept it? Anyway, no matter how bad it is, it can't be worse than continuing to convey information to the queen, right? Her thoughts shifted, and Shuhei's somewhat distant gaze fell on Yi Luwei again. He took a step back slightly, then slowly knelt down in front of Yi Luwei under her satisfied gaze. Bow deeply and kowtow. From today on, I, the servant Shuhei, will only have Her Highness the Second Princess as my master, and I will never have any second thoughts. Her voice was deep and serious. If I break my oath one day, I will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. She doesn't believe in being struck by lightning or anything like that. But anyway, since she was sent here by the queen, she has to think more about her future. For now, I will express my loyalty to the second princess and see how things develop later. If possible, there is nothing wrong with following. If that doesn't work, she will find another leader at that time. Yi Luwei had no idea what Shuhei was thinking. She thought she had already extended an olive branch. She was a princess, so wasn't it normal for this little maid to obey her orders? She seemed to have forgotten that her idea was exactly the same as the queen's original idea. Well, since you have shown your loyalty, don't worry. In the future, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Yi Luwei gave a smile that she thought was very kind. He personally stood up and helped Shuhei up. Thank you, Your Highness Princess. Shuhei lowered her head, hiding all the emotions deep in her eyes. Ellipsis. After a few more days, the King Liu Palace was repaired. So, Qin Yan moved back to King Liu Palace with Nuanlei and Lengyan. Of course, Qin Rong was a little reluctant, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't live in Shufei's Wanrong Palace forever. Well, she also brought back all the things that Emperor Qia had rewarded her with. She was indeed very interested in some of the clever little gadgets inside. I have been researching and thinking about it recently. Qin Yan, I have to say, the ancients were really amazing. Look at these things. If they were put in later generations, it would probably be difficult to design them. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 71 She is so bad. Xiaojun, this is natural. In fact, the ancients were not stupid. On the contrary, they were probably much smarter than the people of your era. After all, the people of that era were mostly standing on the shoulders of giants. Qin Yan, not really. In every era, there are extremely smart people who stand at the top of the pyramid. Well, you should know what the pyramid is. In fact, no matter which era it is, most people are just ordinary people. Xiaojun, that's right. In comparison, host, you see it very clearly. Qin Yan lay down on the bed and continued to think, it doesn't matter if I can see clearly or not. Anyway, we have to live day by day. But at least my dad came with me, so I'm not alone in this strange time. Xiaojun, hug the host. Qin Yan, get lost, no need to thank me. She is very strong, oh no, she is very bad. She will definitely live happily in any world. In fact, her greatest advantage is that she knows how to be content with whatever happens. After she returned to King Liu Palace, Emperor Qia gave her a lot of people. There were 10 palace maids and 4 eunuchs. These people have just entered the palace and have not yet met all the masters of the palace. It can be said that this gave Qin Yan an opportunity to train his own people. Qin Yan naturally would not refuse this. There used to be only the 3 of them, the master and the servant, in the entire huge King Liu Palace. It was usually deserted and almost like a cold palace. Now that there are so many more people, it finally has gained some popularity. It does make people feel less deserted. To be honest, she prefers the hustle and bustle of the place. If there were more people helping her, she would naturally be willing to do things. After the King Liu Palace was renovated, it looked more magnificent. Of course, she was just a princess after all. Even with a title, the furnishings in King Liu Palace were still not as good as those of some concubines and queens. But Qin Yan didn't care about these. Anyway, she has money, so she can buy more things slowly later. Of course, she also knew that since the issue of making colored glaze had been put on the agenda, Emperor Qia would pay more attention to her in the future. In fact, she may not need to pay for it herself, because in the future, there will be no shortage of various treasures in the King Liu Palace. In recent days, she also went out of the palace to visit the kiln factory. She herself didn't know much about firing glass, so when she went there those days, she didn't just take out the blueprints and let them try. Just learn and understand these things first. Fortunately, she learns everything quickly. Even in modern times, her grades were quite good without much effort. Although she was only a high school student at the time, she had actually completed many university courses on her own. If that accident had not happened, if she had not gone to save people, she would have taken the college entrance examination that year and would have definitely been admitted to the world's top university. The future life will definitely be quite exciting. However, she never regretted saving people. If she were to choose again, she would still make the same choice. So learning to bake things is indeed quite easy for her. She planned to try firing it herself according to the method described in the drawings during this period of time. If successful, she would then let the kiln factory start firing. Of course, it is best to separate the processes responsible for the main processes. She was not stupid, so she naturally knew how great an impact the production of colored glaze had on the Great Jia Kingdom. If there was someone with ulterior motives in her kiln factory and learned these methods, it would not be good for the Great Jia Kingdom. However, these things require a method. She only had some ideas but didn't have a sufficiently detailed plan, so she put it aside for now and waited until she could actually make the glass herself. Because she was learning to make glass by herself during this period, even when she left the palace, she did not go to see her father. Anyway, she knew that her father must know what she was doing. Of course, they didn't have time to meet, but they still exchanged letters frequently during this period. I still remember the incredulous expressions on Leng Yin and Nguyenla's faces when she first said she would send the letter to the Prime Minister's residence. It's kind of funny thinking about it now. However, their loyalty was completely certain, and she didn't mind letting them know that she had a close relationship with her father. However, that's all. The real relationship must not be known to them. Your Highness, it's time to go to the study. The sound of warm music sounded outside the door. Qin Yan. My goodness, even if we go back to ancient times, we can't escape the nightmare of going to school, right? I just don't know what this study room can teach. Reluctantly, he got up from the bed. She dressed herself, and then asked Nguyenla and Leng Yin to come in and help her with her makeup. She could wear the ancient clothes by herself, but she was a little clumsy when it came to combing her hair, so she still needed their help for the time being. Leng Yin and Nguyenla had been waiting outside the door for a long time. When they heard Qin Yan's call, they came in quickly and helped her with her makeup. Your Highness will go to the study room for class today, but you must be more careful. Nguyenla spoke as she was dressing Qin Yan. Oh why? Qin Yan was puzzled. She hasn't paid much attention to the situation in the palace recently. Most of my attention was on the kiln factory. Speaking of which, this upper study is where all the princesses and princes who have not yet reached adulthood study. Adult princesses and princes, such as Qin Yan and Qin Rong, only need to go 2 or 3 times a month. Generally, after you go there, you listen to the lectures, and then take some of the homework given by the tutor back home and study it on your own. The same goes for people like Qin Qi and Qin Hao. Even if they already lived outside the palace, they still needed to come to the palace 3 days every month to ask the tutors for advice on their lessons or to receive their assignments. As for the princes and princesses who were not yet adults, they had to go there every day. I can probably take 2 or 3 days off every month. In addition, there are classes every morning, and the afternoon is free study time, so you don't have to go. After recalling this information, Qin Yan couldn't help but said in his heart, I have been in this world for such a long time, but this is the first time I go to the study room. Although she had all the memories of the original owner, she was not unfamiliar with the study room. But after all, it's my first time there, so I really need to be more careful. But it was obvious that what Nguyenla wanted her to pay attention to was definitely not this. Your Highness, don't you know? Today is also the first time that the second princess who just returned goes to the study room. My whole family is in the book, I'm cheating, the female supporting role in the control group I, chapter 72 You're so sweet. However, she is different from you, Your Highness. Because she missed too many classes in the past, the Queen Mother asked His Majesty to allow the second princess to go to the study room for classes every day, just like the other underage princes and princesses. They knew that their prince was unhappy with the second princess. In fact, they didn't have much thought about the biological daughter of the real concubine Lu. However, since returning to the palace, the other party has been living in the Queen's palace and has never mentioned coming to visit the King Liu palace where concubine Lu once lived. From this we can see that what the other party really cares about is never the family affection such as mother and father that she talks about. It's just her identity as a princess. They had all received favors from concubine Lu, and they really disliked this so-called second princess who had no affection for concubine Lu. Moreover, I just don't like it. In addition, they were all following their own prince and watching what happened at the poetry gathering. They were not stupid and saw clearly what Yi Luwei did. Naturally, he was even more displeased with the daughter of the real concubine Lu. Presumably, if concubine Lu was still alive and knew that her biological daughter had such a character, she would probably not be willing to admit that this was her daughter. So that's what happened. Qin Yan nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Don't worry, I will pay attention. The age of adulthood for both women and men in Daxia is the same, which is 16. Qin Yan is now 16 years old and has just reached adulthood. Yi Luwei is the same age as her. By the way, Your Highness, there is one more thing. Said Leng Yin. What's the matter? Your Highness has temporarily assigned these 10 new maids to do some rough work in the courtyard. It has been a few days. Do you want to assign them different ranks and tasks? In each palace, there are first-class palace maids, second-class palace maids, third-class palace maids and maids for menial tasks. People like Nguyenla and Leng Yin, who serve their masters closely, have the highest status and first-class palace maids. In addition, those who can enter the master's room to sweep and clean, or do things like serving water and plates are second-class palace maids. The third-class palace maids handled some trivial matters. As for the palace maids who did menial work, they were responsible for doing some rough work in the palace, such as sweeping and washing clothes. Of course, above the first-class palace maid, a senior palace maid can be appointed. That is a position that is responsible for arranging the work of all the palace maids and eunuchs in the palace and is in charge of all matters, big and small. A princess with a title like Qin Yan can have 1 chief maid, 4 first-class maids, 6 second-class maids, 6 third-class maids, and several maids for menial tasks. According to the 10 palace maids assigned earlier, there must be not many palace maids in their King Liu palace. However, Qin Yan didn't plan to ask for that much for the time being. For the time being, she is the only master living in their King Liu palace, so many people are enough. As for whether she will need to add people in the future, she can go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs herself to ask for them. She can feel more at ease using the people she chooses, and they will be easier to train, right? Yes, now that you mention this, it is indeed necessary to make some arrangements. Qin Yan paused and said, that's just right. Leng Yin, go and call them all to the yard. I'll give them some instructions first. Yes, Your Highness. Leng Yin turned and walked out. Nguyenla worked very quickly and fixed Qin Yan's bun. Just as I was about to help Qin Yan put on makeup, she refused. There's no need for all that. We're just going to school, there's no need to make such a fuss. She has a pretty good-looking face. Her skin is fair with a rosy glow, and her lips are bright red. Even without makeup, she is still very beautiful. This is what we call natural beauty. So, she was too lazy to put on makeup. There's really no need for that. Nuanlei was very obedient. Since His Highness said no, she would not interfere. Yes, Your Highness. Put down all the makeup items in your hands. In fact, Your Highness is beautiful even without makeup. You look good just like this. Nuanlei looked at Qin Yan's fair face and couldn't help but praise him. Qin Yan smiled and turned to look at her. You are really sweet. No, I am just telling the truth. It's just that Your Highness used to be in a bad mood all day long, and he looked very bad. Recently, Your Highness seems to be in very good condition. Of course it's good. After all, after experiencing life and death, I have let go of many things. Since I have let go, my mood will be cheerful, and naturally my complexion will be good. Qin Yan replied casually. There is no other meaning. But when Nuanlei heard it, his heart ached. Yes. They had heard about what happened at the banquet and knew the danger involved. If it weren't for the fact that His Highness had abilities that were useful to the Great Chia Kingdom, and if it weren't for the help and intercession of Lord Fu, His Highness would have been in danger of his life that day. I'm afraid that by then, Your Highness will have completely figured it out. In fact, it's a good thing this way. As a former prince, I always hoped that I could behave myself well and gain the fatherly love and appreciation of His Majesty. But no matter how hard she tried, Her Majesty couldn't see her. And His Highness always thinks, if he can continue to work harder, maybe it will be okay. Although Your Highness is not short of money, it is already difficult for that little prince to survive in this deep palace. With the suppression of the Queen, how can he gain the favor and attention of His Majesty? After so many years of hard work. But she never expected that she was not His Majesty's biological daughter. I'm afraid that it must have been a huge blow to His Highness at that time. It was probably at that time that Her Highness finally understood that, in fact, His Majesty's fatherly love was not important. After all, His Majesty was not her biological father. It would be better for her to live well. At least, it would let the deceased queen rest in peace, right? Qin Yan had no idea that Nuanlei had imagined so much in just a short while. I just felt that the way she looked at me was a little strange. But she didn't delve into it further. Everyone has their own ideas, and she doesn't need to make everyone's thoughts highly consistent with hers. Let's go and take a look. Leng Yin should have called everyone over. Yes. Nuanlei followed Qin Yan out of the room and came to the yard outside. The 10 palace maids and 4 eunuchs who had just arrived at King Liu Palace were all here. When everyone saw Qin Yan, they hurriedly saluted. I have met His Highness. Well, no courtesy. Qin Yan nodded slightly and motioned for them to stand up. Everyone stood up quickly. They have been in King Liu Palace for a few days and know that Princess Shua is the one who hates being talked too much. Generally, I will only say something once and will never repeat it a second time. I also prefer to do things quickly and efficiently.